Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The men in black froze, then instantly drew their pistols. Muzzles flashed, bang, bang, bang. The room filled with roaring gunfire. But the girl's body blurred into nothingness, vanishing like a phantom. In the next breath, she reappeared behind one of them. Before he even turned, her palm smashed through his skull, leaving a headless corpse collapsing to the floor. "Monster!" someone shouted. The others rushed her, each one an experimental genetic enhancer from the Second Research Institute. Gun specialists, strength users, agility freaks. On paper, each of them rivaled an evolutionary warrior. Reality was different. What erupted wasn't a battle, but a massacre. The witch flickered through the room like a demon, her form splitting through smoke and flames. Wherever she appeared, another man fell. Screams cut short, bodies hitting the floor. There was no resistance, no contest, just slaughter. Within minutes, blood soaked the ground. And yet, Shia Hai sat calmly in a chair, legs crossed, chin resting on his hand, as if watching theater. He didn't even blink while his squad mates died around him. When the last body dropped, the witch materialized before him, her eyes cold. Shia Hai clapped mockingly. "You truly live up to the name, witch." "You don't care they're dead?" she asked flatly. "They were trash. Now there's no one left to steal my credit." Shia Hai smirked. "Once I bring you back, the Institute will reward me. The boss already promised, capture you, and I'll enter the family's intelligence department. From there, I'll climb until I'm chosen as the young master's personal guard." His confidant, his shadow, ambition burned in his gaze. "You could have had the same future," Shia Hai sneered. "With your power, you'd be unrivaled. But you threw it away. How stupid." The witch's expression didn't change. "To be a tool all my life? To bleed for a family until they toss me away broken? In their eyes, we're not people. We're weapons. That's enough." Shia Hai roared. "The family is divine. Serving them is the greatest honor an insect like you could ever dream of." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "I've always wanted to beat you. My scores are all S, but you always outrank me. Not this time." His right eye flickered crimson, mechanical, gleaming with a sinister red glow. "I've taken the family's latest modifications. I've injected the third genetic serum. Which traitor die?" Smack! A sharp slap cracked across his face, sending him stumbling. His cheeks swelled instantly. He hadn't even seen her move. Fury twisted his face. He gathered power, his punch detonating the air itself as it hurtled at her, only to be blown back through half of Shadowtown. Buildings shattered under his body as he crashed through one after another. "Ark!" Shia Hai roared, exploding from the rubble. He lunged, kicking her away, then clashing again and again. The two flickered through the town, tearing it apart in their wake. But Shia Hai's confidence withered. Blow after blow crushed him, leaving his body broken. "I can't lose," he screamed. His eyes flared, firing a searing red laser that annihilated half the town in one blast. The explosion leveled streets, killing countless. Smoke blanketed everything. Shia Hai staggered, panting. "Did I kill you?" "Behind you." Her voice was calm, cold. Shia Hai froze, terror crawling up his spine. The witch whispered in his ear, "You think your power ends at S. That's your limit. Do you know why my evaluation is also S?" Her eyes glowed faintly. "Because my upper limit isn't a letter. It's infinity." Shia Hai's body stiffened. He wanted to turn around, but fear pinned him in place. He gritted his teeth, then suddenly leapt up, twisting into a strange backward kick. The witch didn't even flinch. A crushing force smashed into Shia Hai midair, hurling him across the ground. His scream echoed as he crashed, bones snapping. His left arm twisted grotesquely, white bone jutting out. For all the enhancements of the Second Research Institute, Shia Hai had been utterly crushed. Bleeding heavily, his vision dimming, he laughed bitterly. Do you really think you can escape the family? Which, from the moment you enter the Institute, you became property. That's your fate, forever. Yili's voice was calm, sharp as a blade. Then why are you dying in my hands? Huh? Shia Hai spat blood, but his eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. Because the ones chasing you now are just experimental trash like me. Behind us are dozens more subjects and true evolutionaries who wouldn't even waste their time on you. The Qin family's power is endless. Even gods bow their heads. You can't fight that. Yili fell silent. Only one who had once been inside the eastern capital's Qin family could understand its monstrous scale. To the experiments, the Second Research Institute itself was a giant. Hundreds of enhancers, countless subjects, absolute power over life and death. But the Institute was just one branch. Above it loomed the audit office, then internal affairs, then the vast web of intelligence, constitutional and military departments. A behemoth stretching across the East Capital. Her defection might stir whispers, but to those higher departments, it was no more than idle gossip. Only the Second Research Institute truly cared. The rest had yet to move. Even Yili felt her chest tighten. To betray such an organization was to challenge despair itself. Shia Hai sneered at her silence. No one escapes. Even now, satellites watch you. Every movement, every fight, recorded, analyzed, sent back to the Institute. He raised a trembling finger to the sky. High above, countless military satellites orbited, their eyes unblinking. With the Imperial capital gone, the East capital alone controlled them all. Yili lifted her head. The stars glittered coldly. She knew the truth. Every strike she made was just data. She had run, but she hadn't escaped. Shia Hai's eyes suddenly went mad. For the family, he roared. His body swelled grotesquely, flesh stretching like a balloon. Die with me, witch. Boom! The explosion tore through Sandtown, leveling buildings and drowning everything in fire. Dongdu, Second Research Institute, observation room. In the sterile, white-lit chamber, satellite footage of Sandtown filled the giant screen. Lines of combat data scrolled endlessly. The first team wiped out. Data transmission in progress. Researchers in white coats scribbled notes without emotion. Field test complete. Begin analysis. Strength enhancement insufficient. Agility enhancement stable. Mental ability needs reinforcement. To them, it was nothing but another experiment. Confirm life signs of prototype subject number 1. Checking. Digital tones echoed coldly. 12%, 45%, 77%. Finally, the machine's voice rang out, mechanical and indifferent. Prototype subject number 1, life confirmed. The first phase of the field combat experiment has been completed. A middle-aged man with a majestic expression walked into the observation room. He was the person in charge of the Second Research Institute, Zhou Gu. Don't look at Zhou Gu's fear and sincerity in front of Qin Jun before, and he was cautious without saying a word. I was afraid that if I said I missed it, it would make Qin Jun unhappy. But in the Second Research Institute, His Majesty is extremely high, and he is an unpredictable superior. Already done. Immediately, someone sent a stack of research materials. Zhou Gu flipped through it carefully, without any expression on his face. After a long time, after reading it, he nodded and said, "These research data are very valuable. After archival analysis, join sessions on improving next-generation genetic agents." Yes. Zhou Gu stared blankly at the satellite monitoring screen on the screen. In fact, he was so terrified of Qin Jun before because Yi Li's defection was a very serious matter. After all, how can a mere experimental subject turn the world upside down? But this was indeed an accident, a serious dereliction of duty by Zhou Gu. That's why Zhou Gu was so panicked and nervous. After all, in his position, many people are watching behind his back. As long as Qin Jun frowns, he will fall into a situation beyond redemption. Fortunately, Qin Jun didn't blame him. As for Zhou Gu, he is the superior person in charge of the Second Research Institute, and he has used everything to the extreme. Yili defected as soon as she defected, and directly took this opportunity to carry out a new round of field experiments. These are all very precious research data. It can also be observed whether Yili, the #1 experimental body, can maintain stability in the extreme environment of the wild. As for the squad, led by Shia Hai, from the beginning, Zhou Gu knew that Yili's opponent was nothing but a victim of this experiment. Although Shia Hai was also an S-level monster in the full assessment, Zhou Gu didn't feel sorry for his death at all. Because of experimental subjects like Shia Hai, there are still many in the Second Research Institute. Now the experimental body has 7 phases. Each phase has a lot of monsters with all S assessments. With the improvement of genetic medicine research, there are more and more such monsters. Shia Hai is just one of them, and it's a relatively weak one. After all, this first-generation experimental body still has many flaws. But the witch was an accident. Now Zhou Gu's thoughts have drifted to other places. He feels that he should pay some heavy gifts to visit that director Suya. Make some connections. In fact, Yili's defection did not alarm Qin Jun at all. But because of Suya, the director of the 15th office of the intelligence department, Qin Jun knew about it. That's why there was a scene of patrolling the Second Research Institute, which almost scared Zhou Gu to death. But Zhou Gu can understand Suya's approach. After all, Yili is the #1 prototype experiment subject. Many genetic agents, specially used by Qin Jun, many of which come from Yili's serum. Yili's defection is bound to have some impact on the subsequent research and development of Qin Jun's special genetic medicine. That's why Suya reported this matter to Qin Jun. It can also be seen from this that pushing such people around Qin Jun is terrifying. Although her ostensible position is only the director of the 15th office of the intelligence department, she is Qin Jun's confidant. Among other things, it is very difficult for the head of the intelligence department to see Qin Jun, and he needs to go through many applications. And Suya can directly blow pillow wind at Qin Jun. A small matter that Suya mentioned almost caused him, the director of the Second Research Institute, to step down. If you can establish a good relationship with Suya, then it will be much easier for such things to happen again in the future. Although he didn't have the guts to fool Qin Jun, but it's good to give him more time to prepare. Northern region, Shatian Town. The gunpowder smoke gradually dissipated, and Shatta Town has been completely turned into ruins. And those thousands of survivors also became the funeral objects of this experiment. After an unknown amount of time, a figure slowly appeared from the ruins. It was the witch Yili. At this moment, Yili's abdomen also suffered an extremely serious injury. The blood kept pouring out, which was shocking. She had no expression on her face and walked towards the outside tremblingly. Yili's eyes are full of firmness. She wants to escape from that hell. Those experimental subjects have been brainwashed to become the most loyal soldiers of the Qin family. But she didn't. She still remembers that her name is Yili, and she still remembers that she was a carefree college student in the old days. She still remembers those beautiful days. That's why she didn't want to stay in the family, and just became a killing machine that didn't know how to get tired. She wants to find a place to live in this desperate doomsday era and live her life in peace, instead of being a knife in the hands of others. But Yili also knows that the people in the Research Institute will not let her go. There will be endless people chasing her from behind, until she was exhausted. It's so hopeless. There was an extremely bitter smile on Yili's face. Bai Zhao. She remembered what Shia Hai said about Master Qin Jun. For these experimental subjects, the young master is undoubtedly a very tall and stalwart existence. Is the high god. They never met Qin Jun, because they don't have the qualifications. But the brainwashing they received was that they had their lives to defend the interests of the Qin family and the safety of Qin Jun. It is even possible that they will never see Qin Jun once in their entire lives until they die in battle. They will fight, and lurk with the enemy in every dark corner for the benefit of the Qin family. And Qin Jun will not know their names. Don't even care about their sacrifices. Because a big man like Qin Jun certainly doesn't care what these ants think. What a sad life. Do you want to send the next round of hunting team? In the Second Research Institute, someone asked. Zhou said with a blank face, "Let the experimental subjects of the second phase go. Their strength is 40% stronger than Shia Hai, and they should be able to obtain more experimental data." He stared expressionlessly at the figure on the surveillance screen that was staggering forward in the night. A trace of sarcasm and disdain flashed in his eyes. This Yeli is indeed the most outstanding first-generation experimental subject of the Second Research Institute. But the experimental body is an experimental body after all, not the final product. Thinking of this, Zhou felt a wave of hatred in his heart. He is a very ambitious man. Still want to climb up. The director of the Second Research Institute is definitely not the end of his career. Zhou has always wanted to become the director of the audit office. The audit office is the directly superior organization of each research institute, and its authority is extremely high. Not only is it responsible for guiding the work of various research institutes, but it also has jurisdiction over many other departments. Although the audit office has a total of more than a dozen directors. But even the director who ranks last is far superior to him, the director of the Second Research Institute. Although his specialty is in the eyes of an experimental subject like Yi Li, he is a high-ranking 863 figure, the final boss. But in fact, Zhou can only be regarded as a middle-level person in the entire family sequence. As for the Internal Affairs Department above the Audit Office, he dare not think about it. At least for the time being, his qualifications and merits are not enough. Originally, Zhou had already taken care of it. If he could complete the research on the genetic medicine this time, then he would be promoted to the Audit Office. But Yi Li's defection will undoubtedly add an indelible stain to his resume. Although luckily in misfortune, his position as director can still be kept. But the matter of promotion is probably going to fall through. After all, one radish is one hole, and the vacancy of the director will not be left for him for too long. But the next time there is a chance for promotion, I don't know when it will be. Thinking of this, a trace of resentment flashed in Zhou's eyes. He stared coldly at the back of the witch on the screen, thinking darkly in his heart. He wants to make full use of all the value of Yi Li, and catch her back. Let her feel thoroughly what despair is. The Qin family in the eastern capital. Qin Jun has almost forgotten about that witch. After all, this matter is an insignificant matter to him, not worth mentioning at all. It might even be better to let today's dinner party interest him. On the second night of Qin Jun's return to the eastern capital, his father Qin Yuan hosted a grand dinner for him. In name, it was to celebrate Qin Jun's participation in the Southeastern United Council, because the Qin family had gained absolute benefits. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that this is Qin Yuan trying to create momentum for Qin Jun. The head of the Qin family should transfer the power in his hands to Qin Jun step by step. However, this does not mean that Qin Yuan will retreat to the background soon. After all, as the former second-in-command of the country, Qin Yuan was able to handle internal affairs and balance various internal factions. All means can be called art. In the Doomsday era, especially such a big force, what is needed is not only force, but internal affairs are more important. But no matter what, Qin Jun has gradually become the actual decision-maker of the Qin family in the eastern capital. The elders of the Qin family were very polite when they saw him. After all, they all understand what an SSS-level talent means in the last days. What's more, Qin Jun himself is also extremely outstanding, and his means and scheming have far exceeded the scope of his age. In fact, Qin Jun single-handedly determined the general policy of the Qin family after the Doomsday. What follows is just the Qin family's implementation of the Qin family's plan. Facts have proved that although Qin Jun's planning policy is very cruel and ruthless, but it is very suitable for the end times. The current Qin family in the eastern capital is not only the overlord of the southeast region, but also a superclass behemoth in the world. And the tentacles of the Qin family in the eastern capital have already begun to extend to other places. K-145 Assembly Point. After the establishment of the Southeast United Council, the major forces have also clarified the division of their own territories. The former Xinjiang province, the former Huaihai province, and the former Shujun province have all become the direct sphere of influence of the Qin family in the eastern capital. And every gathering point in these provinces is also numbered. NK represents these gathering points and shelters, which belong to the Qin family. The territory of the Qin family is not just the eastern capital. It is also the actual controller of many bases, security resource points, companies, groups, mercenary organizations, and research institutes. The K-145 shelter is a gathering point in the outskirts of Dongdu, tens of kilometers away from Dongdu, and it is one of many satellite gathering spots. However, although it is the satellite gathering point of the eastern capital, it is clear that the Qin family in the eastern capital does not regard these small gathering places as their own. Not only is there no delivery of supplies like these gathering points and shelters, but people are sent to collect supplies every month. That is called taxation. But people in these gathering points are still willing to stay here and struggle to survive. The reason is also very simple, although life here is very difficult, but at least it is safe. The army of the Qin family in the eastern capital has already wiped out the zombies within hundreds of kilometers around the eastern capital, leaving only some mutated monsters and plants, although the outside world is still full of danger and death. But hiding in the shelter is still safe. At least it is better than attracting zombie groups to besiege the shelter in other places. So the 100 kilometers near Dongdu is probably the safest place for ordinary people. At least they no longer have to face the threat of zombies. Inside the K-145 gathering point, in a small room, Lee's family of 4 lives in this small room of less than 10 square meters. But they didn't have any resentment. Instead, they felt very happy. After all, at the end of the day, all 4 members of their family are still alive, and they're not together. This is already the happiest thing. There was a smell of medicine in the room. There was a young man lying on the bed. His face was wrapped in gauze and blood was seeping through it. A terrifying scar almost ran through his entire face. His name is Li Xiang. He is 25 years old this year. He has no talent for awakening. He is just an ordinary survivor. Beside him, the family members surrounding him were looking at him with worried expressions. Mom and Dad, little sister, don't worry, you won't die. Li Xiang cracked a not-so-good-looking smile on his face, comforting his family members. Mother Li's face was full of distress. Her eyes were red, and she almost shed tears. Almost you died. Isn't this dead? It looks serious. It's all skin trauma, and I can get out of bed in a few days. Li Xiang comforted his family with a smile, and then said with some regret, "It's just a pity that it's disfigured." Looking at the resolute and cheerful smile on the young man's face, Father Li, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but secretly shed tears. A young girl walked over with a bowl of soup carefully. "Brother, let's drink some soup." It is said to be soup, but it is actually wild vegetable soup. The only thing that is a bit meaty is that there are some egg flowers on it. Looking at the sparse egg flowers above, the girl swallowed unconsciously. In their eyes, these things are already rare and delicious. The girl's name was Li Wan, and she was Li Xiang's own younger sister, and she also looked at her brother with a distressed expression. Li Xiang saw his younger sister's movements and said with a smile, "You drink it, I don't like to drink this stuff." Li Wan shook her head firmly. "Brother, you drink." A mere bowl of egg drop soup is like being handed over by 2 brothers and sisters. Li's mother said, "Li Xiang, you drink, take care of your body." Hearing this, Li thought it was time to drink the egg drop soup. After eating a bowl of egg drop soup, Li Xiang's face became a little more bloody, which reassured the family members a lot. Li Wan worried, "Brother, it's too dangerous to go hunting. When Uncle Chung carried you back in a coma yesterday, he almost scared us to death." As ordinary people, it is of course impossible for them to be absent from any work at the gathering point. Li's mother and Li Wan's mother and daughter work in the canteen of the base, while Li's father does some electrical work. But these are not enough for the Li family to survive in the gathering point. The pillar of the Li family is Li Xiang, who joined the hunting team at the gathering point. The doomsday has come. The surface has mutated, and most of the southeast region has turned into a jungle wilderness. And those animals also mutated, and many animals mutated to be more ferocious than before. The hunting team is to hunt these mutated animals. Hunt and kill these mutated animals. Some animals will have energy crystal nuclei in their bodies. Even if not, animal fur and flesh are extremely precious things. Those bigwigs in the Eastern capital would like these things. As a result, the hunting team was able to obtain the grade points issued by the Qin family in the Eastern capital. In the Southeast region, Dongdu's grade points are equivalent to currency. But it's also an extremely dangerous job. The hunting team hunted a mutated magic deer yesterday and suffered heavy losses. In the hunting team of more than 70 people, 38 people died on the spot, and the rest were basically injured. Li Xiong was lucky. The horn of the mutated demon deer cut his face. If the angle was wider, he probably lost half of his head. Li Xiong showed a trace of sadness on his face. Chen Gu is dead, and Li Jun is also dead. Both of these people were his companions in the hunting party, but neither of them had the bad luck of yesterday. There were bursts of crying outside the door. Too many people died to hunt this magic deer. Now there's a crowd of crying, and the clouds are gloomy. Many people lost their fathers, husbands, sons. Well, Li's father and Li's mother also sighed. Li wanted to see his parents like this, and smiled and enlightened them. Compared to them, I'm already very lucky. By the way, yesterday's demon deer was worth 2,000 grade points, and the big shots in Dongdu like the meat of monsters. Asking for flowers, I should be able to share a lot. Coupled with the grade points I have accumulated before, if I work harder, I should be able to change my past tomorrow or the next year. At that time, our family will be able to live in Dongdu. The reason why he joined the hunting team to work hard is for this. The people in the Eastern capital may still feel that the daily work hours are too long, but their life, in the eyes of the people gathered outside, is already a fairy-like day. At least in Dongdu, you only need to work in the factory every day to have a bite to eat. But outside, you need to risk your life to collect supplies and hunt mutated animals to have the hope and qualifications to survive. And Li's father and Li's mother also showed a look of hope and anticipation. Start thinking about the future. For ordinary people like them, being able to enter the Eastern capital is already a dream. The situation of the Li family, the lyrics are the abbreviations of most ordinary people in this era. Just to survive, we must go all out. They don't have any entertainment items, no rest time, and the daily food is the simplest wild vegetables and brown rice. When they wake up every day, the only thing on their minds is, what should I do today to survive? They just live. But within the high walls of the Eastern capital, there is another scene. In the busiest place in the city center, a dinner party is being held. The dignitaries wore gorgeous clothes, got out of the car, and went to the banquet hall under the guidance of the attendants. Tonight is a dinner hosted by Qin Yuan, the head of the Qin family, for Qin Jun. At that time, the senior officials of the Qin family will be present, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these big shots in the Eastern capital. The symphony sounded, and exquisite and luxurious food was continuously transported into the venue on carts. There is even a fountain show in the square. Inside the high walls is a feasting and colorful world. Even the air is filled with the smell of extravagance and decadence of money. Beyond the high wall, there is darkness, full of danger and disease. One wall, 2 worlds wide. In the resplendent banquet hall, prominent figures from all over the world have come. In other words, only those who were invited by the Qin family can be regarded as prominent figures. In the banquet, the most eye-catching person was naturally Qin Jun. The future owner of the Eastern capital is the focus of everyone's attention. His every move draws everyone's heart. There was a smile on his face, and everyone present would also laugh. If he frowns, everyone will be on tenterhooks. The guests at the banquet, they are all high-ranking and powerful figures, holding high positions in various institutions in the Eastern capital. Although the headquarters of the Southeast United Council is in Dawn City, but everyone knows that the headquarters is nothing more than an empty shelf. The real center of the southeastern region is Dongdu. Any will of July 27th, issued from the eastern capital, is enough to affect most of the southeastern region. Zhou Gu, the director of the Second Research Institute that Yi Li regards as the biggest boss, not even eligible to attend this dinner. But even such a group of big shots have to try their best to figure out Qin Jun's thoughts, emotions, and anger in front of Qin Jun. Because in front of Qin Jun, they're just slightly bigger ants. At the main table of the banquet, Qin Jun sat next to Qin Yuan, taking the second seat. The status is even higher than that of other direct lineage elders. At the main table, all the members of the direct line of the Qin family and some core senior officials of the eastern capital were sitting. On the other tables, a group of dignitaries were seated in a very precise arrangement based on the distance of the Qin family's bloodlines and their status. The dining table was filled with delicate and luxurious dishes. These dishes are very delicate, and the heat and materials are undoubtedly not the best choice. In one of the plates of roasted deer tenderloin, only the tenderloin of the deer was taken, and all other parts were thrown away. Qin Jun tasted a piece of venison. His eyes lit up, and he felt that this plate of venison was delicious. Even in the venison, there is still some faint energy aura. It should not be ordinary venison, but a mutated magic venison. I couldn't help eating a few more mouthfuls. This scene was immediately caught by someone with a heart. Qian Xian, director of the logistics department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, immediately told the people around him, "Master likes to eat this kind of mutated venison, so prepare more next time. Fresh venison every day." As one of the main officials of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Qian Xian has always been a confidant of the Qin family. He was the executive deputy director of the Imperial Commerce Department in the old days. After the end of the day, he became the head of the logistics department of the Ministry of the Interior, responsible for the logistics of the entire eastern capital. Whether it is oil, water, or power, it is a huge existence. It can also be seen how much the Qin family trusts him. This time, for the dinner party, he ignored his status and went directly to make preparations. From the banquet seating and the types of dishes, he is in charge of it all. I just want to take this opportunity to express to the outside world my close relationship with the Qin family. The confidants around Qian Xian immediately wrote it down. There are not many such mutant deer, and it is extremely difficult to catch them. Every time a magic deer is captured, a dozen or even dozens of people will be paid. But these are not things they consider. Anyway, they only need to pay some grade points without any price. The hunting teams outside those gathering points will go crazy looking for the magic deer. As for how many people will die because of this, what does it matter to them? The most important thing is that the young master eats happily. But Qian Xian also knew in his heart that Qin Jun just ate a few more mouthfuls, and he might get tired of eating in the future. Chances are you won't even think about eating this venison in the future. But no matter what, he decided to prepare the freshest venison every day. What if Master Qin Jun suddenly wants to eat someday? Be prepared. Qian Xian knew very well in his heart that he was able to occupy the high position of director of the logistics department because of his good relationship with the Qin family. But this relationship also has to be maintained. I have to consider all aspects and take good care of Master Qin Jun. Only by myself can I stay in the position of the big butler of Dongdu for a long time. Suya's family also attended the dinner. Although Suya is only the director of room 15 of the intelligence department, she is Qin Jun's woman. So because of Suya's relationship, the Su family not only attended the dinner, but also ranked in the forefront of the seats, not too far from the main table. Su's father and Su's mother were all dressed up, but the expressions on their faces were a little stiff. After all, the people sitting at the same table with them are big figures that they never dared to think about before. In the old days, they were all the real power bosses at the governor, department level, and even deputy minister level. He, the little section chief, is like a little ant in front of these big guys. But now, these so-called bigwigs with real power greeted Su's father with a smile and were extremely polite. I can't wait to call them brothers directly, so as to get closer. These people are all good people, and now Su has become one of the heads of the intelligence department, which shows that Qin Jun trusts her very much. At least for a short period of time, Ye's position around Qin Jun is not very stable. Then it means that the Su family's position in Dongdu is very stable. Of course, they want to make friends with the Su family. After all, sometimes a word from Suya by Qin Jun's pillow is worth their half-life hard work. Brother Su and I are old acquaintances. Mengmi laughed loudly, bragging about his relationship with Su's father like others. A few days ago, due to the personnel changes, he changed from the person in charge of the garrison headquarters in the southern district of Dongdu to the first deputy chief of the Dongdu military department, in charge of the maintenance of internal order in the eastern capital. Although the level remains the same, the authority is much greater. Naturally, this is ultimately due to the good relationship he deliberately maintained with the Su family. In view of Qin Jun's 0.6 face and Meng Mi's meritorious service, the military department gave him half a rank. But this half level is a threshold that many people will never cross. Suya wore a red dress, looking at these extremely kind and enthusiastic big shots in front of her. My heart is even more full of a sense of crisis. She knew very well in her heart that her family's current status was entirely due to Qin Jun. Once he falls out of favor in front of Qin Jun, the Su family will lose immediately. Although Qin Jun still trusts her now. But now she is one of the heads of the intelligence department, busy helping Qin Jun control the intelligence department. So she spends less time in Qin Jun's bed. Suya glanced at the younger sister beside her and secretly said in her heart, maybe it's time. In the Su family, there must be a woman on Qin Jun's bed. The atmosphere of the banquet is getting more and more lively. In the eyes of many people, the Qin family in the eastern capital can almost be regarded as the king of the world. Because of the progress of genetic medicine, every day, powerful and loyal to the family continue to be produced. Now there are almost 2,000 people under the family's command, including evolutionists and gene enhancers. This is a scary number. Liming Hope, one of the permanent members of the Southeastern United Council, only has more than 200 revolvers around. Almost only 1/10 of the Qin family. But even so, the Liming Hope organization is a well-deserved overlord and the most powerful force in Xinjiang province. It can be seen that there is already a gap between the Qin family in the eastern capital and those so-called first-class powers. And these dignitaries under the command of the Qin family were also delighted to find out. After the apocalypse, their privileges and status not only did not decline, but became bigger and bigger, even cooler than the old days. In the old days, although they were all bigwigs with real power, they were at the deputy ministerial level or even at the ministerial level. 18, the status is naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. But how much should pay attention to the impact? After all, in the age of the self-media, maybe a single photo may cause them to fall into a storm of public opinion. But in the last days, their privileges are high-sounding and unabashed. There were hundreds of servants in the family, and it became fashionable to take concubines, become a real nobleman. And as a reward for their loyalty to the Qin family also bestowed these powerful talents with seeds. Let them become a member of the evolutionary. This made these dignitaries begin to feel from their hearts that they're different from ordinary people. They are no longer real humans, but new humans. As for the Qin family, they're also regarded as a family of rulers. The Qin family will rule this doomsday era, and they firmly believe in it. In their lives, wealth have already been firmly bound to the Qin family. Honor and disgrace are one. Even these days, some people think that Dongdu has implemented the Imperial system. The Qin family should ascend the throne and become the royal family of mankind. This kind of suggestion can be said to be a fantasy in the old days, and it is appalling. After all, the Imperial system has been outdated for hundreds of years. Who would support the Imperial system after experiencing modern society? But after the apocalypse, the harm caused by the chaos after the collapse of order made everyone terrified. At least the monarchy is the most stable social system. Even the common people at the bottom support the monarchy very much. One is that with the plundering of resources in other places by the eastern capital, the life of ordinary civilians has become much better than before. They gradually began to support the Qin family. Secondly, it is also because of the development of the World Tree sect that nearly 10 million people are almost all believers. There are even traces of the World Tree sect in places outside the eastern capital. These commoners regard the Qin family as the gods, and it is reasonable for the gods to ascend the throne and become the royal family, right? On the main table, members of the direct lineage of the Qin family were talking with smiles on their faces. This scene was watched by everyone, and they secretly sighed in their hearts. The harmonious relationship within the Qin family is really rare in a big family. But this may also be because Qin Jun is good enough and is the only son of Qin Yuan. There is no risk of seizing the heir. But in any case, the intimacy of the relationship within the family. It also represents the stability of the Qin family's internal power structure, and there will be no problems from within. This is what everyone is happy to see. Before you came back, a copy of the S-class base appeared on the southwest border a week ago, and we sent an army to fight for it. Just got the news that our people have got the loot, which seems to be an energy gem from a different space. It is expected to be shipped back in 5 days. Qin Shanglong said to Qin Jun with a smile. With the current strength of the Qin family, Qin Jun certainly doesn't have to do everything by himself like those lone walkers or just rising personnel. Most of the things will naturally be done by the people under him. For example, this S-level space dungeon can be regarded as an extremely precious resource, enough to cause many big forces to fight for it. The strong men under the command of the Qin family also rushed to the place immediately. After a tragic fight or massacre, this S-level dungeon was taken as his own. This kind of thing doesn't need Qin Jun to come forward at all, and that happens all the time. The strong men under the command of the Qin family swept around and collected and plundered all kinds of precious and strange materials for the Qin family. As time goes by, the power of the evolutionary becomes more and more obvious. Some powerful evolutionists can really fight against an army by one person. So the Qin family chose to pile all these resources on Qin Jun. Use all the resources to support Qin Jun and raise a super strong man. And the stronger the Qin Jun, the more stable the Qin family's dominance. Of course, Qin Jun didn't have to collect supplies like those lone travelers with no background. In the place 547 that he can't see, there are countless people who travel day and night to serve him. They have no name, no rest, only fight tirelessly until he gave his life. Then someone else fills in the blanks. But these are not what Qin Jun cares about. He only needs to practice in a luxurious room according to the most scientific way of practice, the most cutting-edge genetic medicine, and enjoy the most precious energy materials to practice. And one more thing, recently, more and more people have hinted whether we want to implement an Imperial system. With a calm expression, Qin Ming calmly said something that many people know. He looked at Qin Yuan, Qin Jun, and his son. If the monarchy is really restored, then their Qin family is the royal family. In fact, there is no difference between the Qin family and the Imperial family now. It's just that there is no difference in this false name. But sometimes, just a false name is enough to fascinate people, even make them crazy. Qin Yuan didn't speak, but looked at his son. I don't know when Qin Jun's attitude started. It is already the most important link that can affect the will of the Qin family. Monarchy. Qin Jun has just returned to the eastern capital, so he is not very clear about this matter. But he wasn't very surprised by this. After the apocalypse, the order of modern society collapsed, and all major forces rose together. In fact, it has entered the era of separatist regimes. In Chen Zhong's rebirth memory, Qin Jun also knew that many forces in later generations had implemented the monarchy or a system similar to the monarchy. The imperial system is very common in foreign countries. In that island country across the ocean from Daxia, someone called the Taiwan enshrined a god named Dagon and ruled over half of the island country. However, these imperial systems generally appeared in the late period of the end of the world. It's only been a year since the end of the day, and some people hope that the East can implement the monarchy. Qin Jun looked calm and shook his head. We will dominate this world. Monarchy is right, but not now. Qin Yuan also nodded, agreeing with his son's opinion. It's too early to talk about monarchy. Our energies should be elsewhere than these vanity names. After seeing the attitude of Qin Yuan and his son, other members of the direct line of the Qin family nodded their heads one after another. As Qin Jun said, the imperial system is correct, but not now. Now the Qin family in the eastern capital is still in the stage of rapid expansion, and the mysteries of this world are far from being solved. Gods, black obelisks, more and more different space elements. These have profoundly affected the world. Although the Qin family in the eastern capital is already a power at the overlord level. But the more this is the case, the more we cannot take it lightly. The banquet lasted for several hours and finally came to an end. Suya said to her younger sister Suyu, "You stay with me tonight, don't go back." Suyu dressed up very beautifully today. She was wearing a white gauze dress. She looked extremely pure and lovely, perfectly showing the most beautiful years of a girl. When she heard what her sister said, her face flushed immediately. Suya has already told her family about her plan. She wants to send her younger sister to Qin Jun's bed too, and the two sisters will serve as one husband. In today's banquet is the opportunity to send Suyu to Qin Jun's bed. Suyu was nervous and hesitant. She was terribly afraid. But Su's father and Su's mother had complicated expressions. After all, his two daughters have to serve a husband together. This is somewhat unacceptable for any pair of parents. But they can only remain silent. After all, before coming here, Suya had already convinced them. And these days, they also realized the cruelty of the Doomsday Era. Those ordinary people who don't have the talent for awakening really live worse than dogs. There is no freedom, no human rights. And the reason why they can enjoy this superior treatment is that those rich and powerful people scrambled to make friends with his Su family. Isn't it just a look at Suya's face? And Suya's face, to put it bluntly, is Qin Jun's face. Father Su, in particular, was more accepting of this matter. After all, he was more or less a bureaucrat before. Know a lot of gossip. In the old days, in order to curry favor with high-ranking officials, not to mention sisters, there were quite a few mothers and daughters who fought together. Not to mention in this apocalyptic era. The Qin family is actually the royal family, and Qin Jun is the crown prince. In ancient times, concubine tongue and concubine sisters were very normal. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is not so difficult to accept. For the Su family's plan, the dignitaries next to them are naturally clear. But they didn't look down on the Su family in any way. On the contrary, they were extremely envious. It's really close to the water, and the platform is the first to get the moon. Even if they want to send their own daughter to Qin Jun's bed, they don't have this chance. As a result, the two daughters of the Su family were by Qin Jun's side. Then the position of the Su family will definitely be more stable. Thinking of this, many dignitaries looked at Father Su even more enthusiastically. This is the royal relative. All of a sudden, there was almost a long line of dignitaries looking for a toast to Su's father. After the banquet, Suyu lowered her head and followed her sister into the Qin's manor with a blushing face. At this moment, apart from shyness, Suyu felt more afraid. Facing the fear of the unknown, the panic of the first night. After all, isn't it said that girls will be very painful for the first time? Suyu is very afraid of pain. As for Qin Jun, she originally thought it was her sister's boyfriend and her sister's doctor. But later, her sister told her that she should also serve Qin Jun. When Suyu heard these words, she was stunned. As a person in modern society, of course this cannot be accepted. But Suyu is a girl with a very soft personality, a very traditional good girl. She has always admired her elder sister, and has always listened to Suya's words since she was a child. In addition, his parents also kept silent, and Su Ming also knew that his family had such a life now. It all depends on the relationship between my sister and Qin Jun. I should also do something for this family and help my sister. So Suyu didn't resist, and obediently followed Suya to Qin Jun's room. When Qin Jun returned to his room, he saw this clear and lovely girl at first sight. When Suyu saw Qin Jun, Her face turned red immediately. He was too nervous to look up. Looking at the girl's shy look, Qin Jun smiled and immediately understood what Suya meant by "noa zhaos." After all, Suya mentioned this matter to him before. Suya looked at Qin Jun, smiled, and said, "Da. This is my sister Suyu. Qin Jun, can I let my sister stay by your side and take care of you, W?" There was even some pleading in her tone. It seems that Qin Jun accepted her sister, which is a reward for her. And in fact, it is true. Qin Jun smiled and said lightly, "All right, let her stay tonight." After all, Suya has been with him for a long time, and she is very knowledgeable, and she has done a good job in the intelligence department. Accepting Suyu also made Suya feel at ease. Hearing Qin Jun's words, a smile appeared on Suya's face. She got up to leave, leaving space for her sister and Qin Jun. But at this time, Su Ming suddenly grabbed his sister Suya. Sishing said, "Sister, don't go. I am Bofia. Have to say, it's good enough to enjoy the blessings of others, enough to make anyone addicted to it." But the next day, Qin Jun started to practice again. For him, the happiness of men and women is the adjustment in life, and a taste is enough. Those who indulge in carnal desires, no matter how talented they are nothing but trash. Su Chao is an example, because a woman actually wasted a month of precious time to pass the immortal body. This is downright stupid. Naturally, Qin Jun would not make such a low-level mistake. You know, that woman's head is still hanging in the cultivation hall of Dongdu. And Su Yong stayed in the Qin's mansion and became Qin Jun's woman. Unlike her ambitious sister Suya, Su Ming is a very simple and quiet girl. She has no ambitions. As long as her family lives well, she is content. Although Su Yong was a bit bored in the Qin's mansion, occasionally she could go back to the Su's house for a few days to reunite with her parents. As for normal times, Suyu would 723 raise flowers, plant grass, and wait for luck on Qin Jun's bed every day. On the contrary, she quickly adapted to life in the Qin family. Although Shia Hai has always disliked Suya, his attitude towards Su Yong is unexpectedly good. He is very gentle with Suyu and takes good care of her. And Suyu is also happy that she finally had a friend in the Qin family. In the spare time of thanking letter practice, I ran to the thanking letter room. Before long, the relationship between the two women became very close. As for whether to give Suyu the talent seed, Qin Jun has not considered it. Talent seeds are extremely precious things. Even the lowest F-level talent seeds are very rare. Although Su Yong is considered Qin Jun's woman, he still has no feelings for Su Ming. Naturally, she would not waste such precious resources on her. After all, a talent seed can create a strong man for the Qin family who can fight and fight. It was used on Su Ming because it was wasted. Northern region. Looking around, there's a blank desert, sand, dust, and mud, filling the space between the sky and the earth. A modified off-road vehicle galloped on the road, raising waves of smoke and dust. There were a few people sitting in the car, singing loudly, with happy smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had a very good relationship with each other. At this moment, the young man driving the car suddenly slammed on the brakes, which made other people dissatisfied. "Sufong, what are you doing?" "I've been hit on the head." A young man named Sufong said, "There is someone in front." "Someone?" The companions looked at each other in disbelief. There are still people in the wild? Wasn't it eaten by zombies? They got out of the car one after another, and they saw a person lying not far from the side of the road. A girl. There were injuries all over his body, and he looked very scary. And they all showed solemn expressions and cautiously approached the girl. After all, if this is a zombie, it is still a bit dangerous. In the Doomsday, the wild represents danger, and there are many crises. Fortunately, they soon discovered that this girl was not a zombie, but a normal person. She's alive. A woman squatted next to the girl to check it out and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief at first, but then faced a problem. What to do? Several people looked at the young man who was driving. Obviously, this young man was their backbone. The young man named Sufong didn't hesitate much. Take it back. Anyway, it's a human life. Then he smiled wryly in a low voice. Although human life is not worth much now, several people took the girl back to the last row of the car, and the woman took care of her and took out the medical insurance to treat Xiaozhuang. I have to say that these people are very kind people. This is in the last days. Medical supplies are extremely precious. They don't even bat an eyelid on a stranger. It's really rare. After an unknown amount of time, the girl woke up faintly. Her eyes sharpened immediately, and she entered a fighting stance with her hands pinching the woman's throat. At this scene, several people did not react. "Don't worry, we saved you," someone immediately explained. And the girl looked at the gauze wrapped around her body. Her eyes relaxed a bit, and she put her hands down expressionlessly. The woman kept coughing, and the girl almost cut her throat just now. And several people looked at each other with serious expressions in their eyes. They are all evolutionaries, but they didn't see clearly how the girl made a move just now. The girl is Yi Li, who escaped. These days, she has been attacked by the hunting team sent by the Research Institute. Wave after wave, the strength of the enemy is getting stronger and stronger. And although she knocked down the enemy every time, but his injuries are getting worse. Finally, in the battle of the previous 2 days, although she wiped out the hunting team, she was seriously injured and escaped again in the smoke. In the end, he was exhausted and fell to the side of the road. "I don't know what happened to you, but you are safe now." The woman coughed for a while, recovered, and comforted Yi Li with a smile. "My name is Zhou Min, a D-level spiritual talent." Others also introduced themselves. A middle-aged man with a calm expression said with a smile, "My name is Zhang Jingyu, a level strength talent." Beside him sat 2 young men with similar looks. "We are twins, Meng Wei and Meng Jun. Both are D-level firearms talents." The co-pilot was also seated by a gloomy, taciturn girl who only said 2 words. "Xianhua," Zhang Jingyu explained. Xianhua doesn't like to talk, but she is very powerful, and she is a B-level psionic evolution. Xianhua didn't speak. She turned her head out of the window, looking at the scenery outside. Seems to be indifferent to Yi Li. The young man driving the car smiled slightly. "My name is Sufong," is an ordinary person. Zhou Min, who was beside Yi Li, introduced with a smile. "We are a hired team belonging to Polaris Company. Sufong is our captain." Hearing this, Yi Li narrowed her eyes slightly and took a careful look at Sufong. "You must know that in the last days, people are divided into ranks, and they are clearly differentiated. The evolutionary will just be on top. Ordinary people, no matter how high your status was in the old era, without awakening talent, you will fall into the abyss and become ants. Evolvers will also not look down on ordinary people, thinking that they are low-level humans who have failed to evolve. This is especially evident in the East. In the Eastern capital, the evolved are the high class, and their status is very high. They are directly the middle-level military officers or the heads of various departments. Ordinary people can only engage in low-level and dangerous jobs. Even if you have accumulated meritorious service, you can only serve as some unimportant low-level officers and other positions. Evolved people have a supreme and privileged status in front of ordinary people. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to become companions with evolutionaries, not to mention becoming the leader of the evolutionary. And this Sufong is an ordinary person. But Yi Li could see that these evolutionists were very convinced of Sufong, and he followed suit. This is a bit unbelievable. An ordinary person. Why? However, Yi Li didn't say much, but closed her eyes and began to adjust various data in her body. She's a very ruthless person. Otherwise, she would not be able to stand out among so many inhuman experiments in the Second Research Institute. It can be said that those experiments in the Second Research Institute are extremely inhumane. The experimental subjects who passed the various tests were all in line with the family's expectations, full of loyalty to the family, but extremely ruthless. Don't feel pity just because the other party is old, weak, sick, and disabled. It can be said to be the most perfect humanoid weapon. The poor couple in Shia Town became victims of Yi Li's disguise. It's a pity that it still hasn't been hidden from the eyes of the family. Yili doesn't know if she has escaped from the tracking of the Research Institute, but she must always be ready to fight. However, she also chatted with Zhou Min from time to time to obtain information about the northern region. It turned out that after the Doomsday came, the forces in the north also underwent a major reshuffle. Now there are a total of 3 major forces in the northern region. The big difference from the Qin family in the eastern capital of the southeast region is that the strengths of these 3 major forces are all about the same. They are Calamity Snake, Polaris Corporation, and White Cross. The Calamity Snake organization is notorious in the northern region. Most of its industries are criminal organizations, slave trade, assassination, and intelligence espionage. The White Cross Society is another extreme. This organization treats civilians very gently and kindly. Its predecessor was the Northern Scientific Research Department, the largest research organization in the world. After the apocalypse, he is still very active and is committed to finding a way to save the world, hoping to restore the original order of the world. The White Knights, a military organization under his command, have more than 500 evolutionaries. As for Polaris, it is a very large group company. It has almost monopolized arms transactions, intelligence transactions, and resource transactions in the northern region, and has many bases and gathering points. And Sufong's mercenary team belonged to Polaris Company. A few months ago, I registered with the Polaris Company and put a name on it. However, Polaris does not have much jurisdiction over these mercenary teams. It's just that when the manpower is insufficient, tasks are issued to these mercenary teams. And those evolutionists who don't want to be attached to big forces can also use this method to obtain the necessary training materials, weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies. If something happens, Polaris can give them a stand. Everyone has what they need. This is the relationship between Sufong's team and Polaris. Wrote. Yili listened carefully, and she began to understand the situation in the northern region. At least the power of the Qin family in the eastern capital has not yet extended into the northern region. She should be able to rest for a while. The Meng family brothers smiled and asked, "What about you? What's your name?" Yili was silent for a moment, then whispered, "My name is Yili." "Yili, what a good name." Zhou Min praised, and then asked, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Yili shook her head. "Not yet." Meng Jun immediately suggested, "Why don't you join our mercenary team?" "I agree." Meng Wei immediately agreed, winking with his younger brother. Yili is so beautiful. If she can join their team, it would be such an eye-catching thing. Zhou Min also nodded with a smile, obviously agreeing with Meng Jun's suggestion. At this time, the co-pilot's Nen was suddenly said, "I object. We don't know her background yet. Who knows what will happen if she joins our team?" As soon as this remark came out, the compartment fell silent for an instant. Several people looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, Nanhua's low EQ speech had happened several times. At this time, Sufong, who was driving, spoke. "Let's talk about it when we go back to the base first." As soon as he opened his mouth, people nodded one after another, obviously convinced of him. Immediately afterwards, people spoke again, joking and changing the embarrassing topic just now. All of a sudden, the car was filled with laughter again. In the end, several people even sang together, and even Exanhua, who had been expressionless, chanted softly. Yili was in the corner of the last row, watching all this coldly. She was still expressionless. Family. She had it too. In Yili's mind, a figure couldn't help appearing. Kwai. Dongdu, the second research institute. On the screen of the research institute, the off-road vehicles of Sufong's team were clearly and accurately followed. Zhogu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the screen. "Has this round of data analysis been completed?" "It's done, Director." Zhogu nodded and took over the research data handed over by the researcher. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. "Yes, these experimental data are all available." A researcher smiled and said, "Based on these experimental data, we have adjusted the training plan for the follow-up subjects, and it seems to be effective so far. For the latest batch of experimental subjects, the training efficiency has increased by 8 percentage points." Zhogu nodded in satisfaction. The deputy of 933 asked. The battle data has been collected almost. Should we recover experimental number 1? Zhou Gu asked. The Empress has come back. There was a smile on the deputy's face. I'm back, and I'm on standby. The military department was full of praise for her. Even the young master has heard of her name. Empress, whose real name is Yi Lu. If we say that the witch Yi Li is the most outstanding experimental subject in the Second Research Institute, then the Empress is the most perfect creation in the history of the Research Institute. All aspects are in line with the expectations of the Institute. Extreme obedience, extreme loyalty to the family, extreme calm, extreme cruelty. Of course, there's also a strong affinity for genetic medicine. Although she hadn't been vaccinated with the first-generation gene medicine, she had received the mixed medicine of the 5th and 6th generations. The strength has reached the level of a second-level evolutionary, and it can be regarded as an existence at the top of the sequence in the entire family. Super strength and extreme loyalty to the family, coupled with that cruel method. So was nicknamed by many people Empress. The S-level space dungeon that appeared in the southwest direction before was the queen who led the team to fight for it. At that time, there were other forces fighting together, Yimei, and the Empress is the most vicious one, and after arriving at the space dungeon, she directly issued an ultimatum to other forces. After 3 hours, anyone who is still within 10 kilometers of the space copy will be shot to death. Such unreasonable demands were naturally rejected by other forces. And the Queen's approach is also very simple and rude. Then kill them all. She kept her word and waited for 3 hours. Then, 3 hours later, he kept his word and killed everyone. This kind of method can be called brutal. In addition to this incident, in other places, the Empress also made great contributions to the expansion of the Qin family's power in the eastern capital. I don't know how much blood was stained under his hands. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as murderous. If she stood in front of the interests of the family, she would not let them go, even the old and the weak, women and children. For others, she is undoubtedly a devil. But for the family, especially the military department, they have a high opinion of the Empress and have awarded her the rank of colonel. Zhou Gu nodded. He ordered, let her meet me in the meeting room. Fei. In the conference room, Zhou Gu sat at the main seat, flipping through the tablet computer in his hand, which recorded many research data and training plans. As the person in charge of the Second Research Institute, Zhou Gu coordinated the operation of the entire Second Research Institute. I have to say, except for Yi Li's defection, he does a great job, and that's why Qin Jun didn't punish him last time. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A graceful figure walked in, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Zhou Gu couldn't help but shudder. He looked up and saw a young girl appearing in front of him, wearing a black military uniform, a military cap, and long blue hair shawl. At her waist, there's also a commanding sword, which is heroic and heroic. Under the brim of the military hat is an extremely delicate and beautiful face. The dark blue pupils are like eternal ice, enough to make everyone shudder. And the girl's body also faintly exudes an extremely dangerous aura. She is the most perfect work of the Second Research Institute. Empress Yi Lu, Master Boss. With a smile on her face, the Empress bowed her head towards Zhou Gu. But even her smile seemed to carry a chill. Zhou Gu unconsciously glanced at the Empress' right hand. I don't know how many people's throats or heads have been strangled by this beautiful hand. Well, you work hard on that S-rank dungeon. Zhou Gu nodded, although he said that the Empress is his most perfect work. But in the face of such extremely dangerous humanoid weapons, even he can't help but feel a little nervous. Everything is for the family. The Empress walked across to Zhou Gu, sat down on her own with a smile on her face. I heard from the military department that the young master has already heard my name. Zhou Gu smiled. With your ability, when you left the Research Institute, you could directly join the guards. The Empress shook her head. Although the personal guards are the young master's confidants, they don't have many opportunities to go out to fight. I need 3.5 to keep fighting and killing to become stronger. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly said, "You should know about Yi Li's defection, right?" As soon as this sentence came out, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a bit. The smile on the Empress's face gradually disappeared, becoming indifferent and cold. "I know. She is really embarrassing my sister." "Which Yeli?" "Empress Yelyo. They're actually a pair of biological sisters. This matter is a well-known fact in the Second Research Institute. After all, the two biological sisters were both affinity for the genetic medicine. It is no small miracle. Yi Lu and Yi Li are a pair of sisters. They originally lived in a wealthy family, and the relationship between the two sisters is also very good. After the doomsday came, their parents did not fight the catastrophe and died in the early stage of the zombie outbreak. As for their sisters, they were found to have a very high affinity for genetic medicine and were brought back to the Second Research Institute. Became two of many experimental subjects. And because of their extremely high talents, so many experimental subjects in the Second Research Institute stand out. The younger sister, Yi Li, became the #1 prototype test subject, received the first-generation genetic medicine, and was extremely perfect in all aspects of the assessment, was dubbed the title of witch. And the elder sister, Yi Lu, became the most outstanding work, known as the Empress. A witch, an Empress. It can be said that this is a pair of sisters with a bright future. They have equally powerful talents. But the difference is that her elder sister, Yi Lu's loyalty to the family is incomparable. But the younger sister, Yi Li, betrayed the family. Empress Yi Lu was expressionless, with a chill in 22's eyes. It seems that he is extremely angry about his sister's defection. Because of this incident, she was really ashamed. She fought for the family outside, but her younger sister actually betrayed the family. Zhou smiled slightly. "Don't worry, her current courtyard is under our control. And we also collected a lot of combat experiment data, by the way, which is very useful." Yi Lu nodded and asked blankly, "Do you need me to bring her back?" Zhou nodded and said lightly, "It's time. After all, the serum data on her body is still related to the follow-up research of the young master's genetic medicine." Hearing about the follow-up research on the genetic potion used for Qin Jun's cultivation, Yi Lu's expression became more solemn. Obviously, anything related to Qin Jun made her extremely concerned. Even Qin Jun has only heard of her name. She is not even qualified to meet Qin Jun. Yi Lu immediately said, "I will bring her back. What if she resists?" Zhou narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. Although Yi Lu's loyalty to the family is unquestionable, Yi Li is her biological sister after all. Between the family and the relationship, Zhou still has to confirm. If she resists, I will abolish her with my own hands. Yi Lu said calmly. A trace of murderous intent and chill flashed in his eyes. Even if it is a corpse, I will bring her back. Between the freedom of her sister's life and Qin Jun's practice, she chose the latter without hesitation. Looking at the Empress' expressionless expression, Zhou couldn't help feeling a bit of chill behind him. Hey, as expected of a manufactured humanoid weapon, Zhou thought with disdain in his heart. However, he also showed a satisfied smile on his face, which is the only way to show the results of their Second Research Institute. And there will only be more and more works like the Empress. In their will, the only option is to be loyal to the family. Dongdu, the First Research Institute. It is different from the responsibility of the Second Research Institute, which studies genetic medicine and manufactures qualified humanoid weapons. The First Research Institute mainly studies the technology on the Black Obelisk, and the Qin family in the Eastern capital can have today's dominance, thanks to the First Research Institute. The technology of those Black Obelisks has continuously improved the technological level of the Qin family in the Eastern capital. Many specially made combat uniforms, special psionic guns that can be used exclusively by firearms evolutionists, etc., all come from the First Research Institute. In the whole world, the strength of scientific research is comparable to that of the Qin family in the Eastern capital. I am afraid that there is only the White Cross Society, formerly known as the Northern Ministry of Science. But even if it is the White Cross Society, it can only be said to be close to the level of the First Research Institute. And the gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. After all, the White Cross doesn't have a black obelisk. How is this going? In a rectangular research hall, a group of scientific researchers gathered around the big screen, watching the picture above. The screen shows that a group of zombies are unconsciously circling toward a statue of an unknown species. To say that these are statues is actually quite reluctant, because this statue is actually just a broken tile in the ruins that looks like a statue. If this is just a coincidence, then the other screens of the surveillance are very strange. In other scenes, zombies in other places also started this weird behavior. They circled around statue-like things, not knowing what they were doing. These statues are all broken tiles or dead with leaves or traces of sandy dust. But 020 is very strange and portrays the image of an unknown species. A gelatinous creature with countless eyes and mouths, morbid and twisted, is a totem of undeniable evil. After the Doomsday, apart from those evolved zombie kings, ordinary zombies are a threat to ordinary people. There's almost no threat to top forces like the Qin family in the eastern capital, unless all the zombie groups rioted. But such a situation has not happened yet. In addition to studying the Black Obelisk, the First Research Institute also has people studying these zombies. After all, in the final analysis, zombies are the most basic component of the so-called threat in the last days. For a long time, in the eyes of researchers, zombies are just unconscious beasts, and all their behaviors rely on the remaining instincts in their bodies. But now, the movements of these zombies are full of consistency. They surround these naturally formed statue totems, like a believer in a religious act. Thinking of this, all researchers felt a sense of absurdity. Are the zombies all over the world believers of a certain god? How can it be? This is undoubtedly an extremely absurd idea. But the scene in front of him has indeed verified this conjecture. Zombies are worshippers of God. That is because these people believed in the god and became zombies. Or is the will of the god descended, and only those who become zombies are his believers? Think about scary things. If it is said that in the end of the world, there is no debate about whether God exists or not. But with the research on the Black Obelisk and more miracles appearing in the world, the existence of God is almost certain. But so far, only miracles have appeared. God's will can't affect this world too much. But the strange situation of these zombies is really worrying. Do you want to notify the audit office? Someone asked. The person in charge thought for a moment, then nodded. It's fine to report, but we will follow up and study these zombies for the time being. In addition, a hunting team was sent to arrest some evolved zombies. I'm going to dissect these zombies. The person in charge frowned slightly, but he wasn't overly worried. Even if there are gods, it will not affect the Qin family in the eastern capital. In the final analysis, it was because of the confidence brought to him by the strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital. And the person in charge suddenly discovered a blind spot. That's after the end comes. Everyone is studying the Black Obelisk, the genetic potion, and the practice method of the evolutionary. Everyone is trying to adapt to this era. But few people pay attention to the traces of the old times, and even less people pay attention to those zombies. For the most part, zombies are no longer their own kind, but full of dangerous monsters and beasts. There is no possibility of coexistence between humans and zombies, only heaven and earth. Humans began to hunt zombies, perhaps to crystallize the nucleus. But no one studies zombies, studies the data and structures inside these zombies. The person in charge has gloomy eyes and heard that the White Cross Society in the northern region has been doing research in this area. Maybe you can apply to the military or intelligence department. Is it possible to start with this? Even if the White Cross cannot be annexed quickly, it is also possible to obtain some research data through the intelligence department. In the entire East Capital Qin family, the entire family was filled with extreme arrogance. He felt that the Qin family in the eastern capital was the ruler of this world. All other forces will eventually submit to the Qin family. All the precious things in this world belong to the Qin family in the eastern capital as a matter of course. And any force that occupies these resources is an unforgivable arrogance. Soon, the news was reported to the higher audit office. And the opinion of the audit office is also very simple. Require the first research institute to pay attention to this abnormal phenomenon and focus on observation and research. Any changes or research progress should be reported immediately. As for the White Cross, the audit office will also communicate with the military and intelligence agencies. And Empress Yili left Dongdu again. There are not many people following her this time, only a dozen or so, but all of them were extremely powerful evolutionaries. Basically, they are the existence of the pinnacle of level 1 evolutionary. My Lord Empress, what is our goal? Yili was expressionless and surrounded a photo. The team members looked at the photo and looked at each other. Obviously, they all recognized the girl in the photo. Which Yeli, the Empress sister? The team members showed embarrassing expressions on their faces. Apparently, they had also heard about this incident. Someone asked in a low voice, "If she resists, will you show mercy?" Not at all. The Empress remained expressionless and said flatly, "Even if you kill her, it doesn't matter. If she escapes, I will kill you." This sentence directly made the players' hearts tremble and their bodies felt cold, because they know that Empresses never joke. Northern Region, B7 City. B7 City is a small free city under the control of Polaris Corporation. In the old days, it was also a small county town on the 18th line. But even so, in the last days, especially in the northern regions, B7 City can be considered a rare and prosperous place. This is also the main safety point of Sufong's team. After the mission is completed, they will basically rest in B7 City. And Yili also entered B7 City with Sufong's team. The total area of this B7 City is not even half of the district of Dongdu, and it is not as luxurious as Dongdu. But here, Yili felt the long-lost relaxation. She is no longer just an experimental subject in the Second Research Institute, but has become a real person, a free man. Sufong and his team parked the car in front of a tall building. Most of the people coming and going in this tall building were evolutionists. Zhou Min introduced Yi Li with a smile. "This is the employment hall, and behind it is Polaris Company, where we hand over tasks." Just as he was speaking, Zhang Jingyu opened the trunk of the car and dragged out a giant python and carried it on his shoulders. This giant python is more than 10 meters long. The snake god is covered with colorful patterns, and there is a sharp horn on the snake's head, which looks extremely terrifying. It seems that this giant python snake is the trophy of Sufong's team. This scene naturally attracted a lot of evolutionary sideways glances and discussions. Apparently, Sufong's team, among so many mercenaries, is considered a little famous. Sufong and his group brought the giant python to the hall, and immediately people from Polaris Company, Naheo, came to check and accept it, and the Meng brothers stepped forward to negotiate and argue for a long time. In the end, they got a bag of energy crystal nuclei as payment. Completed this transaction with Polaris. After completing the transaction, several members of Sufong's team showed smiles on their faces. Obviously, this time, they reaped a lot of money. Sufong said, "Leave half of the energy crystal nucleus for the few of you to practice. The rest go buy some weapons, ammunition, and medical items. We still have a lot of food, so we don't need to buy any more this time." Several people nodded one after another, apparently having no objection to Sufong's arrangement. Yili has been watching coldly by the side, feeling more and more strange in her heart. In the last days, energy crystal nuclei are hard currency. It doesn't matter that Sufong is the captain, but he can still distribute these energy crystal nuclei, which really makes Yili a little incomprehensible. What's so special about this Sufong? Previous chapter, B7 Chengdong District, inside a villa. This villa is the base of Sufong's team. The members of Sufong's team will live in this villa on weekdays, just like a family. Fortunately, there are many rooms. I packed up one for you to use. Zhou smiled gently at Yili. She is really a very gentle woman. Yili nodded. Thank you. Sufong clapped his hands. Okay, everyone calm down and sit down. The team members followed his instructions and sat down around the table in the living room. Sufong nodded towards Yili and said, Now we should deal with the last question. Miss Yili, do you have any plans for the future? Yili shook her head upon hearing this. Not yet, but if you bother me, I can leave. But she is not kind. She wanted to use these people as a cover for her identity, just like the couple who took advantage of Sandtown. But thinking of this, Yili couldn't help but give birth to a 197 sneer. She pretended to have amnesia and was picked up by the couple. But that couple wasn't too kind. But because of her beauty, he wanted to sell her to a high-level executive of a big power. Even if Shia Hai doesn't make a move, she'll kill that couple too in the end. As the most outstanding experimental subject of the Second Research Institute, Yili has received a lot of training. This includes mental training. She knows exactly what she says to arouse the sympathy of others. Although it's only been in contact for a short day, but Yili clearly felt that these people are very good people. Sure enough, after hearing what Yili said, the Meng family brothers immediately shouted, Join our team. You have nowhere to go anyway. Zhou Min and Zhang Jingyu also spoke in agreement. Only Xian Hui still frowned, with the same attitude as before, doubting Yi Li's identity. For this seemingly indifferent girl, everyone in this team is her precious family. She will never, CCBB, tolerate any threats. Sufong stared at Yi Li and asked in a deep voice, I welcome you to join my team. But before that, you have to make it clear. Who are you? Why do you get hurt? Are you being hunted down? When the team members heard these questions, they couldn't help but fell silent, and all looked towards Yi Li. These questions are also questions in their hearts. Any slight expression on Yi Li's face was controlled by her very precisely. She said softly, I am from the southeast region, and my real name is really Yi Li. I offended a senior executive of the Corso Group. In Yi Li's description, Yi Li has become a very poor person. She has awakened talent in the last days, and she is still an A-level talent. But a high-level executive of the Corso Group has taken a fancy to her and wants to forcibly occupy her. Yi Li was unwilling, so she could only run away. Because the Corso Group is very powerful in the southeast region, she can only flee all the way to the north. Moreover, mercenaries and killers sent by the Corso Group continued to chase her down. Hearing Yi Li's words, several people were filled with righteous indignation, angrily shouting that the high-level executives of the Corso Group were nothing. Zhou Min believed in Yi Li a long time ago, and sympathized with her very much. She comforted Yi Li, Don't worry, this is the territory of Polaris Company. Corso Group can't get in. They have also heard of the Corso Group. It is a big force in the southeast region and a permanent member of the Southeast United Council established a few days ago. But Polaris is not easy to mess with. Its strength is about the same as that of Corso Group. It is impossible to let the people of the Corso Group make trouble in their own territory. Even Xian Hua, who had been keeping a cold face, couldn't help being touched. No one doubted what Yi Li said, because when Yi Li made up this story, the micro-expressions on her face and eyes were perfect. Even Shia Hai couldn't see anything strange, let alone those wild evolutionists like them. Sufong nodded slowly, and he didn't seem to notice anything unusual. If that's all it is, don't worry. Our team is under the name of Polaris Corporation and also enjoys the protection of Polaris Corporation. The Corso Group couldn't reach in. After finishing speaking, Sufong said, Let's vote with a show of hands. Raise your hand in agreement with Yi Li joining the team. Then he raised his hand. The two brothers Zhou Min, Zhang Jingyu, Meng Jun, and Meng Wei also raised their hands fearfully. There is only Xian Hua alone. Several people looked towards Xian Hua. Xian Hua had no expression on his face. His eyes were lowered, and he slowly raised his hand. Very well, I declare all passed. Starting today, Yi Li is a member of our team. Alas! Zhou Min cheered and gave Yi Li a big hug. Welcome to our family. The warmth of Zhou Min's embrace made Yi Li slightly dazed. She remembers a long, long time ago. There's also a person who likes to hold her like this. But only after entering the research institute. That person never hugged her again. Meng Wei laughed strangely. I want to hug you too. Then he let out a cry of pain, clutching his ribs and rolling all over the floor. Beside him, Xianhua put away his fist expressionlessly. Xianhua, you want to break my bone? Seeing this scene, people roared with laughter, and the living room was full of joy and joy. Zhou Min stood up, smiled, and said loudly, I announce that I will cook a table of delicious food tonight to welcome Yi Li. Good. People clapped their hands. I want tomato beef. I want to eat braised pork. The two brothers Meng Wei and Meng Jun were the first to applaud. Zhang Jingyu smiled and said, It seems that there's a reason to drink tonight. Zhou Min wrinkled his nose and began to direct several people to work. Laughter kept echoing in the villa. Such warmth is really rare in the last days. At night, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Yi Li's room has been cleaned by Zhou Min. The new quilt still has the warmth of the sun, just like Zhou Min's character. Let everyone feel warm. Yi Li opened the window and stared at the night sky. She didn't know whether her shape was still under the control of the Research Institute, because according to the previous frequency, there are already killers coming to the door now. But there's been no hunting team for the past few days. Just then, there was a knock on her door. Yi Li opened the door, but it was not Zhou Min who came with the unexpected hairstyle, but Xianhua, who had been taciturn and seemed to be very unwelcome to her. Xianhua was expressionless and handed her a box. In a voice the size of a mosquito, he whispered, Gift. Then he turned and left, returning to his room. Yi Li opened the box, and on it was a very delicate ornament, which could be seen to be assembled by hand. It should be Xianhua's just completed work. In this way, Yi Li survived in B7 City and joined Sufong's employment team. And Yi Li finally understood why Sufong was able to become the captain of this hiring team as an ordinary person. And let these evolutionaries be convinced by him. Because Sufong is very smart. He is a very clever man. For every mission, is Sufong who plans every detail and every step of the battle. And these details are intertwined. Take into account any possible reactions and surprises from your prey. As for the team members, they only need to follow the battle steps planned by Sufong step by step. Even Yi Li felt that evolutionists like Zhou Min were just NPCs. Among them, Sufong, the behind-the-scenes player, controls the overall situation. Under Sufong's control, any task of the hiring team went smoothly without any danger. In this way, a month passed. This month, Yi Li gradually became familiar with the team members. She has the best relationship with Zhou Min. Zhou Min is a very gentle person, understanding, considerate, and caring. Although Zhang Jingyu is an evolutionary of the power system, he has a calm nature and is an uncle who makes people feel very secure. The two brothers Meng Jun and Meng Wei are very flamboyant, and they often do some funny things. It can be said to be the happy fruit in the team. As for Xianhua, this girl who has always been expressionless, taciturn, and looks very indifferent. In fact, he is a person who attaches great importance to friendship and family. Her talent is the highest in the team except for Yi Li's B-level psionic master. She is always the one who withstands the most pressure in battle. Any danger is eliminated by her in the bud, the silent guardian of teammates. These guys, they're like family. Depend on each other. For them, every day is the best day. Laughter and warmth filled their lives. All of this made Yi Li's icy heart gradually change. It seems that the ice that has never melted for thousands of years also seems to have some signs of melting. I don't know when it started. Yi Li found that his attitude towards Sufong's team had changed. At first, she just wanted to use these people as a cover for her identity. But these days getting along, Yi Li has gradually been infected by the people in the team. After all, in the final analysis, she is just an experimental subject of the Second Research Institute, and she is also a failure among many experimental subjects. Because Yi Li has not really been planted with a mental seal. If she really planted a thought seal and became devoid of any human emotions, she would be a real humanoid weapon. then she wouldn't defect. It is precisely because Yili still has humanity in her heart that she chooses to defect and want to control her own life. Another normal night. When it was time to eat, Yili left her room, ready to enjoy the dinner prepared by Zhou Min. I have to say that Zhou Min's craftsmanship is very good. Asking for flowers, 0. But when Yili left the room, she found that the whole living room was pitch black. Quietly, no one seemed to be there. Yili's eyes sharpened immediately, and she was instantly ready to fight. And she also felt that there were several auras hidden in every corner of the living room. She was gloomy in her heart. It's rare to say. People from the Research Institute are still here. Zhou Min, Exinhua, I don't know what happened to them. Surprise! The lights suddenly turned on, and a familiar voice sounded. I saw cakes and various meals in the middle of the living room, and the Ming Jun brothers had clown lines painted on their faces, laughing funny. 0. Zhou Min, Exinhua, Sufong, and Zhang Jingyu also smiled, holding a banner in hand. Happy birthday! Zhou Min ran over and gave Yili a big hug. The others also smiled and said, Happy birthday, Yili. Birthday! Yili stayed where she was, and she suddenly remembered that when she was chatting with Zhou Min before, she had indeed mentioned her birthday. But there was no match. Zhou Min actually remembered it in his heart, and together with others, we have prepared such a big surprise for her. Yili bit her lips, and some fiery emotions emerged in her heart. But in the end, she just said a word. Thank you all. On the road, one after another black military vehicles galloped, full of the breath of Kanaksha. She's in B7 city? Yilu looked at the scenery outside the car window expressionlessly and asked lightly. Yes, our people have observed the witch's whereabouts. Someone answered cautiously. There was a sneer on the Empress's face, and coldness and murderous intent shone in her eyes. At this moment, someone said, Received a communication request from Polaris. They asked about our purpose. When the Empress heard this, she chuckled disdainfully. Replied to them, The Qin family in the eastern capital is doing business. Don't ask too much. No matter how you say it, Polaris is one of the 3 major powers in the northern region. Seeing a clearly organized convoy, it is natural to ask about it. After all, it is now on the territory of Polaris. But the Empress didn't give Polaris Company any face at all. She was extremely strong and completely ignored Polaris Company. And the team members are accustomed to this kind of arrogance, so they just replied. This mentality of contempt for other forces can be said to be common among the evolutionaries under the Qin family, condescendingly looking down at all the forces except the Qin family. Polaris? How many teachers do you have? Empress Yi Lu asked lightly. How long are we for B7 City? 14 hours or so. 143. The Empress nodded and said coldly, Even if you destroy B7 City, you must bring her back to me. A cold and murderous aura emanated from her eyes. The team members were shocked and said in unison, Yes. After that extremely warm birthday, Yi Li's mentality finally changed. She began to really treat the members of Su Feng's team as her own family. She likes the gentle Zhou Min, the calm Uncle Zhang, the funny Meng brothers, and the cold-hearted Exinhua. Of course, there is also the captain Sufong, who looks ordinary but makes people feel at ease. These people gave her the feeling of family. This feeling was something she would never feel in Dongdu Research Institute. In the institute, she is just an experimental subject, although she is the baby of the Second Research Institute and is the key to developing genetic medicine for the young Master Qin's family. So the salary is very high. All kinds of materials and treatment are top-notch, but it was extremely cold. She has no freedom, no friends, and her daily life is blood-drawn. Then various lines were plugged into the forehead, and various data were studied by people. Day after day like this, those researchers just treated her as an object, a humanoid weapon without thought. Here, although the material is a bit bitter, but this kind of warm emotion is something that Yi Li will never experience in the Second Research Institute. Even Dongdu and her family, and her only sister. Thinking of this, Yili couldn't help being filled with sadness. Because her sister has changed into a killing machine without any emotion, into the most loyal and sharpest knife in the family. But Yili also decided, it's time to leave. Before that, she had always regarded the members of Sufong's team as a tool for her to disguise her identity. It's no different from the couple in Sandtown. If you die, you die. But now, Yili didn't want Sufong's team to get involved in this huge vortex. It is precisely because Yili escaped from the Qin family that she knows how terrifying the family is. Even without the help of the family, just bringing out a second research institute would be considered a powerful force in the end-time world. But the second research institute is a lower middle-level department within the family. In front of the family, Sufong's team are weak ants. No, not even ants. Being involved in this vortex will lead to the fate of destruction for everyone in the team. There is no second possibility. After the carnival, in the dead of night, Yili quietly left her room, ready to leave here forever, leave 7 cities forever. She was going to escape from the headmaster of the Research Institute alone, and was alone again. Yili walked through the pitch-black living room, and within a few hours, the place was still full of laughter. She is like a little princess, surrounded by everyone. They laughed and congratulated her, and gave her well-prepared gifts. Zhou Min gave her a music box she made herself, and Uncle Zhang Jingyu gave her an amulet. One of the Meng brothers gave a piece of black silk, and the other a sailor's suit. Of course, they were also sanctioned by Xianhua, and their noses and eyes were swollen. Xianhua gave her the chocolate she made herself. But now, she's leaving without saying goodbye. These warm emotions are destined not to be possessed by her. Goodbye, family. Yili remained expressionless and slowly left the villa. She walked across the yard to leave the place where she had lived for a month. Just leave without saying goodbye. A steady voice sounded in the darkness. Yili turned around and saw Sufong leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette and looking up at the night sky. Xianhua will be very sad. I can see that the child likes you very much. And Zhou Min, Uncle Zhang, and everyone. Sufong looked at Yili with a calm smile on his face. I don't know why. This smile made Yili suddenly feel very at ease. You knew I was going? Sufong smiled slightly and pointed to his own eyes. I have very good eyesight and can see many things. Now that it's all over, you should confess something to me. Yili sighed lightly. You see, I lied to you before. Sufong smiled slightly. Of course, although I'm just an ordinary person, no one can fool my eyes. Yili smiled bitterly. She didn't have reservations about 3.1 and told Sufong all about her experience, including the possibility that the Research Institute is hunting her now. She also said it. The Qin family in the eastern capital? Sufong frowned slightly. Although he was in the northern region, Sufong had also heard of this behemoth. This is not comparable to the Corso group. It can be said that the real controller of the Southeast United Council is the Qin family in the eastern capital. So, I have to leave, otherwise I will drag you into this vortex. Too dangerous. But Sufong smiled and shook his head. Yili, I'm afraid you made a mistake. This is not the southeastern region, but the northern region. He raised his head slightly, looking a little proud. The hand of the Qin family in the eastern capital can't reach here. Yili heard the words, but she didn't feel any excitement. Instead, he shook his head. You don't understand the situation in the northern region. You don't know how terrifying the Qin family in the eastern capital is. But I know. A trace of fear flashed in Yili's eyes. Yes, although Yili is called a witch, she kills people like hemp, and is an extremely dangerous person. But she still has the emotion of fear. That is the fear of the family, because she knows how powerful and terrifying the family is. Rebelling against the family is a completely desperate idea. Even if the Research Institute captured her and her sister, transformed them into killing machines, and ruined their lives. But Yili has no idea of revenge against the Research Institute at all. She just wanted to escape. Run far away. Sufong smiled slightly and said lightly, Trust me, you'll be fine. This is City B7. You must know that the 3 major forces in the northern region announced a treaty a few days ago. No one is allowed to do anything in the free city. Violators will be seen as a provocation against Polaris, Calamitas, and White Cross. Hearing this, Yili was a little surprised. So it doesn't matter if you stay in our team, not to mention that our Team 22 is still under the name of Polaris. The Polaris Company will not sit idly by the Qin family in the eastern capital. Otherwise, their reputation will be damaged. At that time, who will work for the Polaris Company in the mercenary team under his name? After Sufong's persuasion, Yili gradually hesitated. Do you really not have to leave? To be honest, she didn't want to leave either, but she decided to leave because she didn't want to put Sufong's team in danger. But now after hearing Sufong's persuasion, Yili gradually began to comfort herself. Maybe I really don't have to go? Sufong smiled and said, stay here. I didn't think about tomorrow. That child Xinhua grabbed my collar and asked me where you were. You also know that although this child is a psionic talent, he is a man of 10,000 stars. Hear this sentence. Yili couldn't help laughing. She nodded vigorously. Yili went back to her own room. But Sufong still stayed in the yard, smoking a cigarette alone and looking at the starry sky. But at this moment, Sufong's face did not have the previous ease and confidence. Instead, he frowned, full of worry. What he just said was actually comforting Yili. He is very clear about the terror of the Qin family in the eastern capital. It's a real behemoth. Although the three major forces in the northern region have indeed issued a treaty to protect the free city. But whether this kind of agreement is binding on the Qin family is really difficult to guarantee. I have to say that keeping Yili is a very risky decision. But Sufong didn't regret it, because in the past month, not only did Yili treat them as family members, they also treated Yili as companions. Sufong's team will never give up on any of their companions. Sufong took a puff of cigarette slowly and immediately made Tian's decision in his mind. Wait until tomorrow to go to the Polaris Company station to go through the formalities and transfer his team to the city that never sleeps. There is the headquarters of Polaris Corporation. No matter how arrogant the Qin family in Eastern Capital is, they can't arrest people under the nose of the Polaris headquarters, right? Early the next morning, Sufong left the villa, walked towards the residence hall of Polaris Company. Along the way, many evolutionaries greeted Sufong with smiles. Captain Su, good morning. Captain Su, when will I join your team? Obviously, Sufong is quite famous in B7 City. Although they are just ordinary people, even those unruly evolutionary mercenaries are very polite to Sufong. Sufong walked to the office hall of Polaris Company. Sufong. Immediately, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes greeted him with a smile. Manager Song. A smile appeared on Sufong's face, and he took the initiative to say hello. This middle-aged man is one of the high-level executives of Polaris Company in B7 City, and is the person in charge of connecting with various mercenary teams. For the mercenary squad, this is a big shot who does everything he can. Manager Song has the right to release and assess tasks. If he was offended, at least in B7 City, the entire mercenary team would have no place to stand. However, Manager Song's attitude towards Sufong is very good. After all, Sufong's team has always completed excellent tasks and brought a lot of achievements to the station in B7 City. Last month, because of Sufong's team's outstanding performance, Manager Song also received an award from the headquarters, an extremely precious genetic medicine. So Manager Song's attitude towards Sufong is naturally different from others. They even have a good personal relationship with each other. Although this kind of personal relationship is not enough for Manager Song to help Sufong unreservedly, but it is still possible to give Sufong some convenience within the scope of his rights. If you don't have anything to do, go to the Three Treasures Palace. After all, what's the matter? Manager Song invited Sufong to his office and made him a cup of tea himself. Just when Sufong was about to speak, the office phone rang. Sufong, Manager Song's apologetic team, smiled and answered the phone. Then he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Really? How many people?" Then he nodded and asked again, "What did the above say?" "Okay, that's it. Talk to Captain Zhou. Don't start a conflict. That's all." Then he hung up the phone, walked up to Sufong, and sat down at 697. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Su Feng's heart, and he couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Manager Song waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with you. By the way, what are you doing here?" At the same time, Zhou Xian, the captain of the guard team of B7 City, was expressionless, standing on both sides of the road with his subordinates. I watched black military vehicles enter the B7 urban area. "Captain, didn't you say you can't enter without a pass?" Someone couldn't help asking. These people are members of the guard team of B7 City, affiliated to the Polaris Company, and are official members. In front of ordinary people and those mercenary teams, they are the bully kings. Great power, majestic. But just now when this group of military vehicles arrived, the captain let them go without even daring to ask. Especially the people in the military vehicles looked at them as if they were looking at ants, full of sarcasm and disdain. It really made the players very aggrieved and puzzled. Captain Zhou sneered. "Dongdu Qin's family, do you dare stop him? They kill you, and the company won't say anything." After all, Zhou Xian couldn't help shivering. F***K, the look in that woman's eyes just now. It was just too scary. With just one glance, Zhou Xian felt as if he was deep in an ice cave, and he almost knelt down. Sufong smiled and said, "I'm going to change the procedures and move the location of my team to the city that never sleeps." Hearing this sentence, Manager Song was obviously a little surprised. Didn't expect Sufong to leave. The city that never sleeps is the headquarters of Polaris Corporation, and it was the capital of Black Province in the old days. It is considered a metropolis in the northern region, with more than 1 million people under its command. However, Manager Song was not very surprised. After all, the prosperity of the city that never sleeps far exceeds that of B7 City. Water flows to low places, and people go to high places. This is normal. It's just that Manager Song is a little regretful. After Su Feng's team leaves, his performance in B7 City is estimated to drop a lot. Manager Song nodded. "Okay, you and I will go through the formalities later." Then, Manager Song glanced at Sufong again and asked curiously, "With the points you have accumulated in the company, you can almost exchange for a C-level talent seed. Why haven't you exchanged it yet?" Because of the good personal relationship, Manager Song mentioned it again. "Sufong, although you are very smart, your own strength is the most important thing in the last days. If you encounter unreasonable people and do it directly, no matter how good your brain is, it won't help." Sufong smiled. It's not yet time. But deep in his eyes, there was an inexplicable look. After the apocalypse, he didn't have the talent to awaken, but he still made a big name. If he can become an evolutionary, he must be even more powerful. However, Sufong has never exchanged talent seeds. Because the talent seeds Polaris can provide, the highest is only B-level. Although the B-level talent can be considered an advanced talent. But Sufong still doesn't like it. He is very ambitious and very sober. Talent seeds cannot be absorbed once selected. If you want to choose a talent seed above S rank. So Sufong would rather be an ordinary person all the time than just choose a low-level talent seed casually. He bides his time, and the moment he obtained the S-level talent seed was the moment when he soared into the sky. Qianlong in the Abyss beat a blockbuster. After completing the formalities, Manager Song invited Fong to share and finish. Sufong is a talent, although he is about to leave B7 City. But Manager Song didn't want to let go of his relationship with Sufong. He has seen countless people. Although Sufong is just an ordinary person, he is definitely a talent and has no future. Making friends with Sufong in advance is considered an early investment. And although Sufong didn't know why, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. But in the face of Manager Song's invitation, he still readily agreed. After all, these days, Manager Song is taking care of their team. The two have a good personal relationship and can barely be regarded as friends. And I heard that the backer behind Manager Song is a high-level board member of Polaris who came to the 7 cities just to be gilded. Maybe he will be promoted back to the city that never sleeps in the future. I'm afraid there will be a chance to meet again in the future. City B7, where Sufong's team is stationed. A new day begins. Zhou got up early and made a hearty breakfast. In fact, it was because there were a lot of leftovers from the finished birthday party. The two brothers Meng Wei and Meng Jun were chattering about what to eat for lunch today. These two brothers are really foodies. But it's also a pistachio. Their witty remarks made everyone laugh. Uncle Zhang smiled and poured himself a drink, saying that he was drinking morning wine, which was the living habit of the people in his hometown. Xianhua, what do you want to eat? Yili smiled and asked Xianhua. Xianhua was taken aback for a moment, then said softly, dumplings. I haven't eaten dumplings for a long time. Zhou immediately smiled and said, then let's make dumplings for lunch. The captain seems to have gone to see Manager Song and won't come back for lunch. Save some dumplings for him tonight. Pork stuffing with leeks. Scallion beef mince. The two brothers Meng Jun and Meng Wei immediately cried out, and then found that the other party in their own disagreement, staring at each other fiercely. It seems that he wants to use his fierce eyes to make the opponent back down. Yili watched this scene and laughed. I don't know when it started, but she has become more and more fond of laughing. Zhou clapped his hands. It just so happens that there is still minced meat in the refrigerator. Meng Jun and Meng Wei. Go and chop the mincemeat. Yili, let's make dough with me. Meat, I won't. Yili was a little embarrassed. She had never done any of these household chores. It's okay. I'll teach you. Zhou blinked at Yili, looking very playful. Good. Yili nodded heavily. After a group of people finished their meal, they began to make dumplings. They directly cleaned up the living room and used it as a temporary kitchen. Several people worked together, chatting and making dumplings. This warm scene warmed Yili's heart. She put on an apron and began to make face-to-face under Zhou Min's teaching. She is good at killing people, but clumsy at making noodles. The sleeves and body are covered in white flour. The people watching laughed. Yili Jiang is so cute. The two brothers Meng Wei and Meng Jun stared at each other straight, with a piggy-like look on their faces. Then the two brothers cried out in pain, and He withdrew his fist expressionlessly. But there seems to be an unstoppable smile in his eyes. Zhao, Qian Zhao. 2 plus F8F. Yili looked at everyone, feeling warm in her heart. These people are her family. At this moment, Yili suddenly felt a chill. A bone-chilling chill. This chill made her feel extremely dangerous, but it was also extremely familiar. Her body couldn't help trembling slightly. Yili turned around suddenly and saw that the gate of the villa opened at some point. A beautiful woman in military uniform stood at the gate. Her dark blue pupils were looking at Yili coldly. She looked at the white flower on Yili's body, that funny look. There was no smile in his eyes. Instead, it was full of coldness and anger, and even faintly flickered with murderous intent. Look at what you become now. You make me sick. Paper, my little sister. This beauty in military uniform is none other than Empress Yilu. She looked at Yili coldly, looking at Yili's dress and demeanor, which was not the same as that of ordinary housewives. There was a chill in the azure blue eyes. Look at you, now you're living like ants. You really put me to shame. Who are you? The appearance of the Empress surprised the members of Sufong's team. They didn't find out how there was an extra person at all. Meng Jun frowned and said dissatisfied. Although he looks like a pervert, he is actually a very emotional person in his heart. Although the Empress is very beautiful, her bad attitude towards Yili naturally caused Meng Jun's dissatisfaction. Yili's body began to tremble, and her eyes were full of fear. Fear of her sister, the Empress. In the old days, she had a close relationship with her elder sister, who was the person she most relied on and admired. But after the transformation of the Institute, her feelings for the Empress changed from dependence and liking to fear. After being transformed, Yilu is full of desire for strength and pathological loyalty to her family. It made Yili feel extremely strange. Elder sister, Yili couldn't help taking a step back, subconsciously wanting to stay away from the Empress. Elder sister, when the others heard the words, they looked at the Empress, and they really felt that her appearance was somewhat similar to Yili. Hearing this, The few people who were still a bit on guard relaxed their vigilance. I didn't expect Yi Li to have a sister. But since they are sisters, there should be no danger. You are sisters. You should have said it earlier. A smile appeared on Meng Jun's face. He walked towards Yi Lu and said hello. Hello. My name is Meng Wei, and I am Yi Li's companion. Be careful, run away. Seeing Meng Jun approaching the Empress, Yi Li immediately showed a look of panic and screamed. But the Empress looked at Meng Jun, who was approaching her, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. In her opinion, for a weak person like Meng Jun to take a step closer to her is an insult to her. Clang! A head flew away, but Meng Jun still had an expression of disbelief on his face. Everyone didn't see what was going on, and Meng Jun became a headless corpse with his body and head separated. No one even saw how the Empress made a move. The strange thing is that there is no blood gushing out because the wounds on the neck are all frozen by frost. An extremely terrifying and dangerous aura emanated from the Empress' body. This beautiful woman is like a cold ghost walking from the abyss. There was silence in the room, and everyone looked at Meng Jun's body, completely unresponsive. Just a few minutes ago, Meng Jun was still joking with them. A companion who has been together for so long, a fresh life, is that all it is? Younger brother. Meng Wei was the first to react and threw himself next to Meng Jun's body. He looked at his brother's body in disbelief. He even thought about putting Meng Jun's head back on the corpse. This rather funny scene reveals a deep sadness. This is his own brother. I killed you. Meng Wei's face was full of crazy hatred, and an assault rifle suddenly appeared in his hand, flashing a dim blue light. Dazzling light emerged from the muzzle of the gun, shooting wildly at the Empress. This is his talent, the talent of the D-level firearms department, the hot impact of the gun. A fist-sized, penetrating warhead spewed out, mixed with thunder and lightning. The power of this shot is enough to destroy a tank. The Empress sneered, and an ice wall appeared out of thin air in front of her, blocking all attacks. Meng Wei was already close to madness. He kept firing his CAD gun, trying to smash the ice wall. But the surface of that ice wall was still extremely smooth. Not even a single crack appeared. It's like a sky-wide gap, representing the huge gap in strength between them. The Empress' eyes froze, and the ice wall shattered instantly, turning into ice cones. Shoot towards Meng Wei. The next moment, the ice pick pierced through Meng Wei's body, nailing him to the wall. In just a short moment, the brothers Meng Jun died at the hands of the Empress one after another. No, the rest of the faces were full of grief and anger. Uncle Zhang roared. His body became bigger, his body was full of explosive muscles, and he stepped forward. Talking about the fist that was the size of a sandbag, he slammed hard at the head of the Empress. The corner of the queen's mouth curled up into a smile. Facing Uncle Zhang's fist, she pointed and pressed. The next moment, Uncle Zhang let out a scream, and the bones in his right arm were thrown out. The white bones were filled with flesh and blood, and the severe pain almost made Uncle Zhang faint. It happened so fast. In less than a minute, Sufong's team had 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. But the Empress looked calm. His eyes were still fixed on his younger sister Yi Li. Didn't look at anyone else at all. It seems that except for Yi Li, everyone else is nothing worth mentioning, and they don't need to pay attention at all. This is the companion you chose? A group of E-level and D-level low-level talents. There's a mocking smile on the Empress's face, but more of it was anger. You didn't hesitate to betray the family, and in the end you chose such a group of trash as companions. Yi Li stood there blankly. She looked at the bones of Brother Meng Jun and Uncle Zhang, who was seriously injured. Heart full of regret. She shouldn't be here. She is the one who put everyone in danger. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderbolt blasted the void and blasted towards the Empress. Even the void became distorted, directly destroying the entire villa. The Empress was a little surprised. The ice wall reappeared, blocking the terrifying lightning. And on the ice wall, there are more cracks. But that's all. Xianhua, this girl who has always been taciturn, is now covered by lightning all over her body. Her normally expressionless face was filled with endless murderous intent at this moment, even a little distorted, staring at the Empress. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Xin kept roaring and screaming, full of endless murderous intent and anger, and utter grief. On the surface, Xin doesn't seem to care about anything. She is a very indifferent girl. But after being with Xin, I realized that this girl attaches great importance to her companions and family. Even the Meng family brothers are often sanctioned by her. But from the bottom of his heart, Nanhua also regards the Meng family brothers as extremely important partners. Seeing his companion die in front of him, this made Xin extremely painful and angry. This is not a game, and there is resurrection, so to speak. To die is to die. Brother Meng Jun will never come back. She will lose these two important family members forever in her life. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at Xin. Somewhat unexpected. B-level psionic talent, but she was just a little surprised. B-level talent may be considered a high-level talent outside, but it is nothing in front of her. The best experimental subjects in the Second Research Institute are almost all A-level talents. "I'm going to kill you," Xin roared. At this moment, she became extremely irritable and bloodthirsty. Her body is almost completely integrated into the lightning. It is her psionic talent, the apostle of thunder and lightning. Boom! Thousands of lightning. The terrifying thunder and lightning condensed a terrifying voltage of more than 1 million volts, constantly rushing towards the Empress. These thunderbolts are extremely terrifying, directly piercing through the void, squeezing the void out of raging thunder. The area with a radius of hundreds of meters was almost turned into a minefield. Looking at the anger on Xinhua's face, the Empress calmly said, "Are you very angry? That's because you are weak. Because only the weak can be angry. Facing the strong, facing fate. The anger of the weak is justified, but to no avail." The Empress's body exuded extreme coldness, and even directly froze the void, and the spreading lightning also froze. Her body suddenly appeared behind Mia like a ghost. He stretched out his right hand, which was as white as jade, like a work of art, and grabbed Xinhua's throat. Anger is the most useless emotion. The Empress's voice was high and full of indifference, as if it was the judgment of the gods on mortals. Even if Xinhua gets angry, so what? Facing the absolute disparity in strength, she was not only unable to avenge her companion. You have to follow in their footsteps. As the Empress said, anger not only cannot improve their strength. On the contrary, it will make them lose their rational judgment. Anger, truly the most useless emotion. Careful. Yili finally made a move. Her eyes shot out highly condensed black lasers and shot towards the Empress. The Empress sneered, turned around, and waved her hand, directly repelling the black laser. She looked at Yi Li and nodded. "At least you haven't become too useless, and the courage to take action against my sister." The Empress raised her head slightly, looked down at Yi Li. Facing her younger sister, there was no warmth in the Empress' eyes. "You know, if you don't shoot me all the time, I will kill you. The family doesn't need trash that doesn't even dare to fight." And Yili also discovered that there are many evolutionaries with dangerous breaths around, wearing the standard military uniform of Dongdu, blocked all road angles, and was watching all this calmly. Her heart sank, and she was suddenly filled with despair. This time, she can't go. And Xinhua was still launching an attack, frantically urging the thunder and lightning, blasting towards the Empress, wanting to avenge his companions. But all in vain. The strength of the Empress far exceeded their imagination. Although the strength of Sufang's team is considered outstanding among many mercenary teams, it is not enough in front of the Empress. The Empress stretched out her hand to grab it, and directly condensed an ice sword from the void, slashing towards Xinhua's head. The cold wind howled, and the terrifying ice element almost froze everything. Yili suddenly appeared and threw Xinhua at him, narrowly dodging the blow. asking for flowers. Boom! A huge ice cone almost penetrated this area, crushing countless houses, and the screams continued to resound. This ice cone is several kilometers long, and there is no end in sight at a glance. In the large area in front of it, countless innocent civilians and houses are frozen in the frost. Become a statue. If you look from a high altitude, you will see that almost 1/10 of the city of B7 has been frozen into ice sculptures by the Empress below. I don't know how many people died innocently under the attack of the Empress. On the territory of the Polaris Company, the Empress did not intend to restrain her strength at all and did not care about the casualties of civilians and others. Use your power recklessly. No, Yili suddenly cried out in pain because Zhou Min was also frozen into an ice sculpture. Zhou Min is not a combat talent, but an auxiliary talent, but it is also within the attack range of the Empress. In the eyes of the Empress, anyone who is an enemy of the family, whether old or weak, women or children, whether they are evolutionaries or ordinary people, must die. This gentlewoman gave Yili many hugs. The person who really opened Yili's heart. Just like that, the queen took her life. And Xianhua beside, Yili also fell weakly to the ground. Although the girl was saved by Yili, but a huge gash still appeared on her abdomen. The icicle came from nowhere, and Jia Yao touched her body. What was even more frightening was that her wound soon froze, and the ice slag continuously devoured Xianhua's blood, turning all her blood into ice slag. This is the most painful way to die. It is also the Empress' most frightening method. In front of the Empress, Xianhua had no ability to resist and was completely crushed. Yili knelt down, almost crying into tears. She covered Xianhua's wound with trembling hands. Her heart was full of despair and pain. Why? It is not easy for her to have companions and family members, but her own sister wants to destroy all of them. How? The Empress' move naturally alarmed the entire B7 city. After all, 1/10 of the urban area was destroyed by this blow, and I don't know how many people died. The guards under Polaris immediately rushed over here, their expressions extremely serious. The Northern Pact just signed a rule that can't be done in a free city. As a result, some people are using abilities in the urban area now. This is undoubtedly a provocation to the three major forces in the northern region. When the guards rushed to the villa area, their expressions changed when they saw this miserable scene. A huge ice cone, several kilometers long, almost pierced through the villa area. In the scorching northern region, the place is actually full of chill. After so long, the ice cone has not shown any signs of melting. 5-0. Under the ice cone, there are crushed rooms everywhere, as well as civilians frozen into ice sculptures. Wails and screams are everywhere, like ghosts. How was this going? The guards of Polaris Company were frightened and angry. They saw several evolutionaries in black military uniforms standing in front of them. Seeing them appear, he frowned and said, "Stop. One more step closer, shoot and kill." The guards couldn't believe their ears when they heard the words. This is the site of Polaris, but someone told them to go away. A young guard stepped forward and said angrily, "We are from Polaris, and you are." Before he could finish his words, he received a slap on the face. The huge force almost broke his neck, and he passed out directly. A young man in black military uniform withdrew his hand with a sneer on his face, took off his gloves, and flicked it a few times. With deep eyes, he said lightly, "The Qin family in the eastern capital is doing business. If you want to interfere, I suggest you ask the above." This scene directly shocked everyone. The guards stayed where they were. Eastern capital Qin family, the overlord of the southeastern region. At this moment, everyone feels aggrieved in their hearts. No matter how strong the Qin family in the eastern capital is, they can't do whatever they want on the Polaris Company's territory, right? Too arrogant. A guard immediately took out the communicator and contacted the above. But after a while, he hung up the communicator with an ugly expression. The reply he got was that the people above were coming, and he ordered them, the guards, to stand by. Do not allow any conflicts with the strong of the Qin family. The guards looked at each other and retreated slowly. Frustrated, The strong Qin family watched this scene with a blank face, without any expression. They were not surprised by Polaris' retreat. Isn't that what it should be? Sorry. Yili covered Xin Hua's wound. Feeling the girl's body temperature drop rapidly, she cried into tears. How painful is it that the blood in the whole body is turned into ice slag? Xin Hua was trembling with severe pain. The girl held Yi Li's hand and tremblingly said, "Run away." This girl, who had a bad attitude towards Yi Li at the beginning, was still thinking about Yi Li at the end of her life. Don't die. But in Yi Li's begging and crying, Xin Hua's hand hangs down feebly. On the side, Uncle Zhang also slowly closed his eyes. His blood also turned into ice slag. Fighting the Empress has only one ending, and that is to die in endless pain. Yi Li's body trembled. She looked around blankly, and there were corpses everywhere. Sufeng's team, almost. Yi Li's heart is extremely sad and painful at this moment, just half an hour ago. They also made dumplings together carefree, full of laughter. There is no coldness and despair in life. No killing camps and battles with no end in sight. Just warm and happy. For them, every day is the most beautiful day, and every tomorrow is worth looking forward to. But all of this was ruined by her sister. The Empress ruined everything about her. The earth is also turned into ice. The Queen's high-heeled shoes made a crisp sound as they walked on the ice. She walked slowly in front of Yi Li. Seeing Yi Li crying while hugging Xin Hua's corpse, the Empress's beautiful face showed no expression. There was no trace of distress in his eyes, only indifference and disgust. "Look how weak you are now, my little sister. For the sake of a few waste-like, low-level evolutionaries, they have become so weak. You really let me down. Why kill them? They are innocent." Yi Li roared at the Empress. When the Empress heard the words, an unbelievable look appeared on her face. She took a deep look at Yi Li, as if seeing her for the first time. "Tell me," the Empress said coldly, "where did my ruthless younger sister who passed the S-level assessment go? Where's my sister who can kill the experimental subjects of the same period without changing her face? You used to be so perfect, even more potential than me. You were once my pride." He even has the qualification to provide the young master with experimental data for 2.7. This is the glory that so many people dream of. But you gave up this honor and chose a shameful defection, which shamed my sister. Now you, weak and naive, really make me sick. Innocent. A cold smile appeared on the Empress's face. Isn't it normal for the weak to be killed by the strong? They were killed by me because they were weak. What is there to be sad about? If one day I also become a weak person and was killed by other strong people, then I will face it calmly. Weakness is the original sin. But a hint of arrogance flashed in the Empress' eyes. That day will never come. You ask me, where is the sister who can kill the experimental subjects at the same time without changing her face? Sister, I also want to ask you, where's my gentle and kind sister going? Yi Li's eyes were full of deep sorrow, looking at the Empress. We have been transformed into such humanoid weapons without emotion, without freedom. That's why I'm running away. Sister, do you remember what you were like before? Do you remember our previous memories? Yi Li shouted. She wanted to wake up her sister's previous memory, wake up her previous personality. But none of this helps. Looking at the crying Yi Li, the disgust in the Empress' eyes became even worse. She couldn't help feeling nostalgic on her face, as if she recalled the quiet and gentle self in the past. Of course I remember my old self. Gentle and kind. No, it's weakness. The Empress's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she said coldly, I hate that weak self. But now I am different. 24, I become strong. I have power. I am the sharpest knife in the family. The Empress looked at her younger sister and said calmly, all this is given to us by the family. Power, glory, status. Only the strong can survive in the last days, and the weak can only be eliminated forever. Yi Li got up slowly. The grief and weakness on her face gradually disappeared, and she became expressionless, and her eyes became extremely cold, full of resentment. She hates her sister. The Empress is no longer the elder sister in her memory. In Yi Li's body, a black mist faintly emitted, spreading towards the outside. She moved suddenly, and her body was like a ghost, rushing towards the Empress. Good, very good. Instead of being angry, the Empress laughed out loud. Now you still look a little bit like you did before. After all, you're not too useless. With a casual blow from the Empress, a wall of ice condensed and appeared out of thin air, blocking Yi Li's figure. And Yi Li's black mist instantly engulfed the ice walls. Going forward without hesitation, full of resentment and black mist shrouded towards the Empress. The Empress sneered, and the surroundings of her body turned into eternal ice, rushing towards Yi Li with extremely cold ice and snow. This pair of sisters was originally the closest people. At this moment, swords are facing each other, fighting to the death. The figures of the Empress and Yi Li kept flickering in the void, and every time they collided, terrifying power erupted, the cold spread, and the black mist scattered. Almost half of B7 City is frozen or corroded by hackers. But soon, Yi Li gradually fell into a disadvantage. At least for now, she is not the Empress opponent. Boom! The Empress slashed at Yi Li's body fiercely with an ice knife, completely freezing the black mist that surrounded Yi Li. Yi Li spat out blood with a wow, and her body shot into the ground, crashed into one house after another. And the figure of the Empress followed closely behind. The moment Yi Li wanted to get up, she stepped on Yi Li's face. The white high-heeled boots stomped Yi Li's head on the ground, making her unable to move. There was an almost happy smile on the Empress's face. Look, this is what happens to the weak. My little sister. Yi Li's body trembled, and in front of her sister, the Empress, she was completely suppressed in all aspects. A sense of despair and powerlessness filled her mind. Seeing the corpses of Zhou Min and others, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have stayed. Looking at Yi Li, who lost all thoughts of resistance, the Empress said lightly, "Give up. You are the young master's asset. This is your destiny, and it is also your luck. No one can escape the control of the family. And as long as you are loyal to the family, it is the most correct path. Sister, I'm doing this for your own good." The Empress slowly raised her head. A look of anticipation flashed in her eyes. I don't know if the young master will reward her after she captures her sister back. Southeast region, Dongdu. Qin Jun set up a research team dedicated to his cultivation. In the past, Qin Jun's cultivation was all under the responsibility of the Second Research Institute. However, Qin Jun felt that it was related to his own cultivation, and he should still control it in his own hands. Although the Second Research Institute is an institution under the Qin family, the loyalty of those researchers can be guaranteed. But suspicion is always the instinct of the superior. So he directly transferred key talents from various research institutes and established a research team. Put your name under the audit office and directly pay him negative weight. In terms of administrative level, this research team is on the same level as the 3 major research institutes. For this matter, there was quite a stir in the 3 major research institutes. After all, being able to assist Qin Jun in his practice can be said to be someone close to Qin Jun. The 3 major research institutes have recommended their own people to compete for these places. How to reach an agreement in the end is not what Qin Jun cares about. He only cares about his own practice. The silver-white training room. There is a mechanical arm in front of Qin Jun's right 617 arm, on which hangs an empty test tube of genetic medicine. The researchers outside the glass door all showed awe and emotion on their faces, and they couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. 97.3% of this type 8 genetic medicine has been absorbed by the young master, and the young master's strength should have reached level 4. Level 4 evolutionary. This should be the first in the world, right? Of course, there aren't even many level 3 evolutionaries in the world now. As expected of an SSS-level psychic talent. Amid the people's admiration and amazement, Qin Jun slowly opened his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, the vast majority of evolvers are only level 1, at most level 2. He's already level 4. It can be said to be the best. And more importantly, his strength comes entirely from himself, not from the gods. In later generations, many powerhouses suddenly emerged, all of whom believed in gods or made some kind of deals with gods, become powerful with divine power. But precisely because of this, they have actually become pawns of the gods. But Qin Jun is different. He stared at his right hand, feeling the surging power of Peng Bai in his body. With his current strength, it should be enough. Enslaved a feeble god. Qin Jun's eyes are dim. He can be said to have stood at the apex of this world now. At least the apex of humanity. In terms of talent, he is an SSS-level talent, and there are less than 10 SS-level and SSS-level talents in the world combined. Not to mention that he can continue to devour other talents. In terms of status, he is the heir to the superpower of the Qin family in the eastern capital. In terms of resources, he doesn't need to worry about energy crystal nuclei at all, and even now the Qin family has begun to include hunting Huang as a routine task. Behind him, there is the world's most cutting-edge scientific research team serving as practice. All things added together, his current achievements seem to be astonishing, but it's actually quite reasonable. I'm afraid that now, except for the believers who are loved by the gods, and some sons of luck who are against the sky and cannot be speculated by common sense, no one can cause any hindrance or trouble to him anymore. Now Qin Jun cares more about those sleeping gods. It's been a year or so since the end of the day. In posterity's memory, from the 14th month after the end of the world, the will of the gods gradually awakened and began to affect the world. Qin Jun's current target is the awakened gods. Ever since he killed the almighty seed, Qin Jun no longer has any respect for these so-called gods. If the strength reaches a certain level, even gods can be killed. Qin Jun's eyes were low, and he knew it in the memory of later generations. In a few days, at the junction of the northern region, the southeastern region, and the southwest region, a god named Lilith will wake up. In later generations, Lilith was not the highest in the sequence of gods, but it was the first god to wake up, except for the almighty seed who was killed by Qin Jun, and also the most famous and influential god in later generations. And among the gods, Lilith can be regarded as a relatively gentle god to humans. He selflessly taught mankind a lot of knowledge, established a small library of Eno, and spread a lot of knowledge for mankind. It even touches on something of the will of the universe. After Lilith's awakening, a sect of worship also appeared. Lilith is worshipped by a cult called the Eternal Sun. With the blessing of Lilith's divine power, this sect rose rapidly and became a powerful force in later generations. And the leader of this sect is a young man named Luo Yi. He is an S-level talent, and in a later stage, he became a level 8 powerhouse, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the world. He even got the favor of Lilith and developed feelings with the goddess. In the end, Luo Yi and Lilith combined and became the goddess's man. It can be said to be a big winner in life. And Qin Jun's goal is this Lilith. In the early stage of awakening, this god has not really adapted to the rules of the real world, and his strength is not considered strong. If he can enslave him, not only Qin Jun can get the allegiance of a god, that small library that gathers countless knowledge will also become the Qin family spoils of war. And more importantly, through Lilith, Qin Jun also learned the real purpose of the gods coming to Blue Star. At a time when the vast majority of evolutionaries are still thinking about how to cultivate, are still full of energy to fight for power, and are racking their brains for a few shelters. Qin Jun's eyes are already looking at the ultimate existence in this world, the gods. But the one to be enslaved is a god after all. Qin Jun will not take it lightly. After all, enslaving a god is more troublesome than killing a god. He thought for a while, and asked the letter of thanks who was guarding him, "Are the Blood Earl, Empress, and Blacklight all in the eastern capital?" The people he mentioned are all strong men under the command of the Qin family, and their strength is already a level 2 evolutionary. In the early days of the end of the world, he was already considered a top powerhouse. He has always fought north and south for the interests of the Qin family, which is the sharpest knife? Shia Hai thought for a moment and immediately said, others are resting in the eastern capital, and the Empress seems to have gone to the northern region to hunt down a defector. Which, Qin Jun suddenly remembered this matter. But soon he didn't care. As for how many people's fates will be changed and how many people will die if the Empress hunts down the witch, he doesn't care at all. Qin Jun nodded and ordered, wait until the Empress comes back. Let her come to see me. Northern region, B7 city. Sufong followed Manager Song and a group of evolutionaries under Polaris and hurried towards the villa area. Sufeng's face sank like water. He just learned that someone from the Qin family in the eastern capital came to B7 city. Think back to what Yili said to him yesterday. It's rare to say that the east capital Qin's family came after him so quickly. Moreover, the commotion of the battle just now was so loud. Sufong immediately had bad thoughts. Own squad. Manager Song also had an ugly look coming from the Qin family in the eastern capital. The king is a good man. He ordered no conflicts. But I didn't expect that the Qin family in the eastern capital would be so domineering. Directly ignore the Northern Covenant and do it in the free city. This is a slap in the face of Polaris Corporation, and it won't even give it any face. As the middle level of Polaris Company, Manager Song also understands some of the situation. Knowing that the strength of the Qin family in the eastern capital is extremely terrifying. It is far stronger than the Polaris Company. But no matter how strong it is, this is the northern region, the territory of Polaris Corporation. The Qin family in the eastern capital must give an explanation. Otherwise, the dignity of the Polaris Company will be discredited. How will those mercenary squads under their command view the Polaris Company Park? What about the civilians attached to Polaris Corporation? I'm afraid they will all go to the White Cross. Soon, Manager Song, Sufong, and his party rushed to the villa area. After a great battle, the villa area has been turned into ruins, and there are screams and wailing everywhere. Manager Song looked at the ice cone several kilometers long and felt the chill emanating from it. The anger in my heart intensified. The villa area is not only populated by civilians, but also the residents of many mercenary squads, as well as some powerful people in B7 City. He even raised several women, all in the villa area. Now, it is estimated that they all died in this catastrophe. Thinking of this, Manager Song felt very sorry. To buy these beautiful women, he spent 3 months' wages. When they came to the villa area, they saw the guards of the Polaris Company confronting the strong Qin family. And behind them, there are many corpses lying in disorder. A beautiful woman in military uniform with long azure blue hair was binding a girl with specially made electronic shackles. Seeing this scene, Sufong 173 couldn't help but tremble. Zhou Min, Zhang Shu, Meng brothers, Xinhua, all dead. These companions who have been with him all this time, his family members, are all dead. And Yili was also caught, covered in scars and extremely weak. Being put on electronic shackles without dignity is like an object without any human rights and self-esteem. Sufeng's team is gone. Sufeng's eyes were full of pain and hatred. It wasn't until this moment that he truly felt his own weakness and powerlessness. All along, he has relied on his own brain and used his ingenuity to rise gradually in the last days. Not only does he have his own team, but his subordinates are all evolutionaries who are very convinced by him. He also made friends with such a big shot as Manager Song. These achievements, for an ordinary person with a very low starting point, Sufong is already a remarkable achievement. It can be called a template for the rise of little people. But now Sufong found out. In front of the Qin family in the eastern capital, the achievement that he was proud of was destroyed, just like that. My own intelligence is useless at all. Sufong couldn't help looking towards Yili, and Yili also found him. Yili's eyes are full of deep pain and self-consciousness. She regretted that she stayed and harmed everyone. Seeing Yili like this, Sufong felt even more angry. Full of hatred for the Qin family in the eastern capital, Manager Song was also very angry. What made him angry was not the lives of members of Sufeng's team, but that Sufang's team was registered under Polaris Company. The Empress is equal to the person who directly killed the Polaris Company. I need an explanation. Manager Song held back his anger and said coldly, if it is someone from other forces, even if it is the White Cross Society or the Calamity Snake, he will order the evolutionists under his command to directly control these people without hesitation. But facing the Qin family in the eastern capital, he couldn't be so impulsive. At least, he needs an explanation. Polaris needs an explanation. The Empress glanced at the angry manager Song, smiled slightly, and said lightly, the Qin family never needs to explain things to others. This sentence made the people of Polaris Company look extremely ugly. The Qin family in the eastern capital is deceiving people too much. But I'm in a good mood, and I can tell you. This woman is my younger sister, who escaped from the Qin family in the eastern capital and is a traitor. But it appeared in your Polaris Company. I guess you Polaris should give me an explanation. How dare you harbor traitors from the Qin family in the eastern capital? The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly, and her dark blue pupils revealed an extremely dangerous light, and a dense chill continued to emerge, enveloping everyone. Let the people of Polaris Company only feel as if they're deep in the ice cave. Manager Song could hardly imagine his ears. The Empress killed people in B7 City, but she actually questioned them in turn? Manager Song glanced at Yi Li, who was tied up. He didn't expect Yi Li to actually betray the Qin family in the eastern capital. A little bit of incomprehension arose in my heart. Now everyone is cutting their heads to go to Dongdu, but this girl escaped. Not working her mind? And in this chaotic era of the last days, who can really find out a person's identity? Manager Song said in a deep voice, I don't know the identity of this woman, but this is B7 City, a free city protected by the Northern Convention. You are doing something here, and you are violating the Northern Pact no matter what. Northern Pact? There was an inexplicable smile on the Empress's face, and she said lightly, the Northern Convention can't restrain the Qin family in the eastern capital. Any agreement, as long as it is not signed by the Qin family in our eastern capital, is a piece of waste paper. Manager Song was speechless. Although the Empress's dominance made him very aggrieved and annoyed, he also had the intention of giving in. After all, he couldn't take any measures against the Empress at all. Let's not talk about whether it can provoke the Qin family in the eastern capital. Even if he really came up desperately, he might not be able to beat the Empress. What rules, what conventions? In the face of absolute strength, it is really just a piece of waste paper. The Empress looked at the silent manager Song, smiled contemptuously, changed color, and prepared to leave. But she suddenly saw Sufong beside manager Song. He saw the hatred in Sufang's eyes. She frowned slightly, looked down at Yi Li. Yi Li also hurriedly looked away and stopped looking at Sufong. A smile slowly appeared on the Empress's face, and a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She looked at Sufong and smiled slightly. You and my sister? No. Being watched by the Empress, Sufong suddenly felt as if he was in a deep ice cave, wrapped in chill. Even the blood started to coagulate. This woman is really scary. Seeing this scene, Yi Li's heart skipped a beat, but she remained expressionless and did not speak. Because she knows very well that if she justifies herself, she doesn't know each other. Then the sister and the Empress will definitely kill Sufong. If he keeps silent, Feng will have a glimmer of life. Seeing that the Empress seemed to want to kill Sufong, manager Song finally got anxious. Before, he could turn a blind eye to it. After all, the matter had already happened, and he wasn't there either. But Sufong is the team leader under the name of Polaris Company. If he is killed under his nose, then he doesn't have to be the manager anymore. Even the credibility of Polaris will be completely collapsed. The reason why these mercenary squads are willing to name themselves in Polaris Company is that those evolutionists are unwilling to be bound by forces. And Polaris can also be provided with this protection by them. If it was in front of Polaris, Sufong would have been killed. Then Polaris doesn't have to mess around. Among other things, the employment system, a pillar industry, is definitely going to die. Manager Song stood up and said with a sneer, I also know this woman. Why? Do you still want to kill me? The Empress frowned slightly, never expecting that Manager Song would forcefully protect an ordinary person. Although she is very strong, she is not blindly arrogant. If she killed Manager Song, it might cause conflicts between Polaris and the family. Although in front of the Qin family, Polaris is not enough to look at. But before she knew the family's expansion plan and goals, the Empress didn't want to cause trouble for the family. Anyway, the biggest goal has been achieved. She also can't really push the Polaris company to the opposite of the Qin family for the sake of an ordinary person. The Empress smiled slightly, waved her hand without speaking. The strong Qin family took Yili under control and left with the Empress. Only ruins and bones were left on ground. Manager Song looked at the Empress's back coldly and couldn't help but angrily said, Polaris Company will protest to the Qin family in Eastern Capital. Extremely severe protest. Just like that, the Empress went on a killing spree in B7 City, almost destroying half of the city. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Polaris, he left. As for violating the Northern Pact, who dares to blame the Qin family in the Eastern Capital? After the Empress left, Sufong thanked Manager Song in a low voice. Manager Song, thank you. Well, Manager Song sighed heavily. I'm not just for you. If I really let her do it, headquarters would kill me too. He was telling the truth. If the Empress really killed Sufong in front of his eyes, then the mercenary system of the Polaris Company might collapse because of this. And the company headquarters will definitely execute Manager Song as the scapegoat. Although everyone knew that the culprit was the Qin family in the Eastern Capital. Manager Song looked at the corpses of Su Feng's team members and patted Sufong on the shoulder. Persuasion said, My condolences. Sufong walked slowly to the corpses of the team members and knelt down weakly. Just yesterday, they were laughing and laughing, but today they have become cold corpses. At this moment, Su Feng's heart is full of sadness and pain. Manager Song sighed. Look at it. These days, the most worthless thing is human life. Sometimes you can still say hello today, but tomorrow you may be separated from life and death. With your wisdom, forming another team is also a piece of cake. I don't know how many evolutionists outside want to team up with you. Manager Song said earnestly, Don't hate the Qin family in Dongdu, let alone think about revenge. That is not something you can provoke. Asking for flowers. Sufong didn't speak, but hoarsely, I see. Thank you, Manager Song. This matter, I will always remember in my heart. Manager Song didn't know if Sufong really listened. He let out a long sigh, didn't say anything more, and left with the people. Only Sufong and the bodies of his team members remained. Sufong just knelt on the spot, like a sculpture. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly got up. Sufeng's eyes were full of determination. He wants revenge, even if the other party is the behemoth of the Qin family in the Eastern Capital. But before that, he had to do one more thing. That is to rescue Yili. 0. Although Yili has only joined Sufeng's team for 1 month, in Sufeng's heart, Yili is also his companion. Sufeng's team will never give up on anyone. What happened in B7 City spread throughout the northern region at an extremely fast speed. The queen of the Qin family in the Eastern Capital used supernatural powers in Liberty City to destroy half of B7 City, causing tens of thousands of deaths. Many of them are mercenaries under the name of Polaris. This incident directly detonated the entire northern region. Everyone was very indignant at the domineering Empress. This is a flagrant violation of the Northern Pact and tramples on the prestige of the 3 major forces in the northern region. Among them, Polaris responded most violently. The Polaris Company immediately sent a letter of protest with strong words to the Qin family in the Eastern Capital. You openly used the transcendent ability in B7 City in our territory and caused a great loss of electricity in our city. This act has seriously violated the basic norms of relations between the parties and flagrantly trampled on the authority of the Northern Pact. We express our strong dissatisfaction and firm protest against this behavior. We hereby make solemn representations to your relevant parties. P.S. A new chapter will be added today, and everyone, book friends, have a happy Qixi festival. Dongdu. Ministry of the Interior, Room 13. The Ministry of Internal Affairs in the East is an institution specializing in various basic government affairs, with a large staffing. After all, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has to deal with not only Dongdu Yiqing, but also the free cities, resource points, and group companies under the Qin family. The overall decision-making of the family is issued by the decision-making level, while the specific implementation is the responsibility of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Therefore, the work of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is quite busy, and 996 can be described as the norm. But even so, there's still many people who sharpen their heads and want to drill into the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After all, power can be said to be the best medicine, which can cure all diseases. The office in room 13 is not too big. It is less than 200 square meters, but there are nearly 300 people working here. Everyone's desktop is stacked with 980, and there are various materials and folders everywhere. People looked hurried and walked quickly in the aisle. Then one file after another was sent out from room 13, affecting the Eastern Capital and even the Southeastern United Council. Li Yun is a team leader in room 13, and he is in charge of more than a dozen people. Although he is a small leader, Li Yun is very busy on weekdays, and there are countless documents waiting for him to check and stamp every day. On his desk, the stack of documents has become a hill. At this time, a clerk came over with a document. "What's up?" "Leader Li, this is a letter of protest sent by Polaris." The clerk handed over the document to Li Yun. "Polaris Corporation?" Li Yun adjusted his glasses, thinking that this seemed to be a big five in the northern region. He took the document and glanced at it, then put on other documents casually. "I see, you go about your business." Then, Li Yun completely forgot about this and continued with his work. After all, he is now dealing with the ordinary people in the shelters and gathering points under the family, and the pass to enter the Eastern Capital after obtaining grade points. Although this is not a big deal, it is also related to the assessment of his ability above. He naturally put all his energy on this aspect. As for the protest letter from Polaris, he casually put it in other documents and didn't care at all. In a blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Li Yun checked it several times again, and felt that it was almost the same, and he was satisfied. Then he remembered the protest letter from Polaris and dug it out from among the documents. Then he took the planning plan he had just completed, got up, and left the desk. Head toward the office of the 3rd Deputy Director in room 13 of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The 3rd Deputy Director, Qin Jun, is his immediate superior and also his backer. He went to the office door and knocked on the door. Then a steady voice was heard. "Come in." Li Yun took a deep breath and walked into the office. I saw a small office with a desk and not even a sofa. But it is not easy to have an independent office in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the central department of the Eastern Capital. Qin Jun, the 3rd Deputy Director of Room 13, can be called a big shot in the Southeast region. Qin Jun is a middle-aged man with a calm appearance, and he is reviewing documents. Seeing Li Yun, he nodded and motioned him to wait a moment. Li Yun didn't dare to say anything more, so he just stood there and waited quietly. After waiting for about half an hour, Ji Yun's legs became numb. After Qin Jun reviewed the documents in his hand, he raised his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Yun hurriedly said, "As for the past plan, I have prepared the first version. Please look over it to the director." After that, he handed the document to Qin Jun respectfully. Qin Jun looked at it carefully for a long time, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It's not bad, but there are still a few problems. After all, he took out a red pen and drew a circle on several paragraphs of the document. "There is something wrong with the format of these places. You can modify it." "Yes." With a smile, Li Yun nodded and bowed and took the file back. Qin Jun saw that there were other documents in Li Yun's hand and asked, "What is this?" "Oh, here's a protest letter from Polaris." "Polaris Corporation?" Qin Jun frowned. "What is it?" I took a look, and it seems that people from the military department took action in the northern region. violating some agreement in the northern region. Qin Jun picked up the letter of protest, shook his head, and said, "These people in the military department just love to cause trouble." He glanced at it casually, and the instructions were applied. Then he handed it to Li Yun casually and ordered, "In the future, don't bother me with such trivial matters. You can deal with them directly." The entire northern region was extremely angry, and the headquarters of Polar Star Corporation personally wrote a letter of protest in extreme anger. The result was not passed on to the upper echelons of the eastern capital at all. The deputy director of a room below the Ministry of Internal Affairs replied directly. But neither Qin Jun nor Li Yun felt anything wrong. It all feels right. In their view, there's no need to report this kind of trivial matter to the upper management. Just deal with it casually. Li Yun nodded, took the document, and left the fifth public house respectfully. Then he took the protest letter to a clerk station and handed it to him. "Send it back." The clerk nodded, picked up the protest letter, and saw the instructions above. The expression remained unchanged, and it was sent back to Polaris through a dedicated line. 5.0. Then he continued his work. He doesn't know how many documents like this he has to send every day. Polaris Corporation, headquarters. In the External Director Department, a group of high-level Polaris companies sat on the table with gloomy expressions. Has the Qin family in the eastern capital not responded yet? It's been hours. These people are all senior executives of Polaris, and one of them, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, is not even a member of the board. Yuan Dong. There's a reply. An employee said the document was being scanned and printed. But when he saw the reply instructions on the document, his expression became stiff. Because there are only 2 words on it. Read. The Empress and her party finally returned to the eastern capital. And Yili was curled up in the corner of the carriage. She was handcuffed and shackled, without any ability to resist. Her eyes were full of ashes, without any fluctuations, as if dead. In other words, her heart is already dead. She tried her best to escape from Dongdu, but she was caught back. Despair filled Yi Li's heart. In her view, this majestic Dongdu seemed to be the abyss of demons. As long as you step into it, you will be controlled forever, and you can't escape the shackles of fate. The Empress glanced at her younger sister, who was ashamed, without any distress on her face. In her view, only the family is the ultimate belonging. In the last days, this desperate age, only the strong can survive. And the family is such a powerful force. The younger sister is only qualified to live under the command of the family. As for other paths, they are all doomed to failure. Soon, they returned to the second institute. Zhougu looked at Yi Li, who was brought back. A chill flashed in his eyes. However, there was still a smile on his face, and he nodded to the Empress. "Thanks for your hard work." The Empress smiled slightly and said lightly, "These are the things I should do." Then she frowned and said, "However, why does Yili have the idea of defecting? Isn't she handcuffed with an ideological seal?" Zhougu smiled and said, "We have found out the reason." Then he looked at Yi Li with the eyes of a baby. Her neurons are about 40% stronger than those of ordinary experimental subjects, so the thought seal has no effect. We have improved. This time the thought stamp will be several times stronger than before. Yi Li, she will no longer have the idea of betraying her family. Hearing this sentence, Yi Li, who had been expressionless all this time, finally reacted. She began to struggle frantically and finally had fear. She doesn't want to be stamped with ideological stamp. Being stamped with ideological seal, you will really lose all your emotions, only the loyalty to the family and the desire for killing and cruelty. It's a real killing machine. Yili struggled frantically, but under the special electronic shackles, she couldn't use any strength. It was immediately controlled. The Empress gave her younger sister a cold look and said lightly, "Then, let's start directly." Zhougu nodded and signaled his subordinates to bring Yili back to the laboratory. Prepare to cast an enhanced version of the ideological seal on her. Zhougu smiled and said to the Empress, "By the way, there's one more thing. The young master sent someone to order to see you." "Master wants to see me?" The Empress' eyes that were originally extremely cold suddenly lit up, full of bright anticipation. Even a little bit shy, he is completely different from the previous cold image of killing people without changing his face. Zhou looked at the Empress enviously. It seemed that the Empress was about to soar into the sky. He smiled and said, "Yes, you are the pride of our second research institute. I am going to grant you the highest authority of the second research institute. Can control all resources of the second research institute." Zhou's tone was faintly warm, even flattering. Before that, although he had a good attitude towards the Empress, it was more because of the Empress's strength. But in fact, in his heart, he looked down on the Empress. It's just a humanoid weapon. But now that the Empress was summoned by Qin Jun, it was completely different. This means that the Empress has entered Qin Jun's field of vision. In the ancient saying, "This is Jane in the heart of the Emperor." From now on, the identity of the Empress is no longer a manufactured humanoid weapon. It's the person Qin Jun likes. It can be said that the Empress has directly become a middle-level and high-level member of the family from a consumable that can be sacrificed. Even the status will be above Zhou. So Zhou immediately flattered him tactfully. After all, the Empress also came out of the Second Research Institute. Yeah. The Empress stared at Zhou with her star-like blue pupils for a moment, then smiled slightly. Then, "Thank you very much, Director Zhou." After finishing speaking, the Empress turned and left. She has to prepare for tonight's audience. Looking at the back of the Empress leaving, the senior executives of the Research Institute all sighed with emotion. What a lucky person. But Zhou shook his head and said flatly, "From the very beginning, I knew that the Empress is not easy." Looking at the suspicious eyes of others, he said quietly, "Those experimental subjects are very resistant to accepting the thought seal. But only the Empress is different. She accepted the ideological seal voluntarily." The Empress immediately returned to her residence. As a strong man at the top of the Eastern capital, the treatment of the Empress is also very good. She lives in the aristocratic area. The mansion is a luxurious villa, and there are more than 20 maids serving her. "I want to change into 857's clothes." The Empress returned to her room, and behind her stood a group of maids respectfully. She opened the closet, but found that although there were a lot of clothes in the closet, but all of them are all kinds of combat uniforms and military uniforms, and there is no formal dress, such as skirts or dresses. The maids looked at each other in blank dismay. Although the Empress was cruel to the enemy, but he is kind to those around him. Someone boldly said, "My Lord Empress, you have never worn dresses." The Empress looked suffocated. She does not wear clothes other than combat uniforms and military uniforms, and she devotes all her energy to cultivation when she is not on missions. There was no entertainment at all, and although she is very beautiful, she can even be said to be a stunning beauty. But because of the cruel methods in the battle, even her companions respect her and never communicate with her in private. So the Empress looks powerful and extremely powerful. But behind it is a person whose life is very boring. The Empress frowned and ordered, "Go buy it. Buy back all the most popular styles. I want to try one by one." After several hours of dressing up, the Empress was finally satisfied with her outfit. In the white strapless dress, the beautiful collarbone is looming, and a pair of jade legs are exposed under the knee-length skirt, which is very beautiful. Those crystal high heels are just the right embellishment. If the former Empress was a heroic beauty in military uniform, then now she looks like a gentle and kind elf princess. Of course, that's just what it looks like. After all, the Empress aura is still there, and her azure blue pupils will always give people a cold feeling. Does it look good? With a smile on her face, the Empress asked her maids. "Nice." The maids were stunned, and they all nodded in agreement. "That's good." The Empress looked in a mirror, constantly changing her posture, striving to look perfect from every angle. Then she said something that made the maids tremble with fear. "If the young master doesn't like it, I'll kill you all." The Empress dressed up and walked into the Qin family mansion under the guidance of her attendants. She looked at this luxurious and majestic building curiously. Here is the entire eastern capital, or the center of the southeast region. But it was her first time here. In every dark corner, evolutionists looked at the Empress with shocked eyes. As a strong man at the top of the eastern capital, although the Empress has never had contact with the high-level family, but among the strong members of the Qin family, there are quite a few people who know her. The strong people under the Qin family have different personalities. In fact, most of them are not good people, arrogant and domineering and bullying others. Many of them are cruel by nature. But when it comes to the means of torturing the enemy, even the most brutal person will have to bow down in front of the Empress. For the Empress, humiliating the weak is already her favorite pastime. Such a woman, no matter how beautiful she is, will be respected and kept at a distance. Seeing the Empress's dress today, and then thinking about the Empress's previous style, it is really shocking. Empress, does she have such a side? After the Empress walked into the palace-like palace, she saw a woman with the same outstanding appearance looking at her expressionlessly. I am the young master's personal attendant. Thank you, letter, and you are the Empress. The Empress nodded. Shia Hai sized up the Empress carefully, and an inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. But she didn't say much. He nodded and said, Master is waiting for you in the study. After all, she led the Empress all the way to a study room and knocked lightly on the door. Master, she has come. Then there was a clear and steady voice from inside the door. Come in. A trace of tension suddenly appeared in the Empress's heart. When she walked into the room, she saw a young man standing in front of the window in the study, looking at the night scene of the eastern capital in the distance. The young man's appearance is extremely handsome, and he has an indescribable temperament. He stands here, but it seems that he does not belong to this world. High above, born to stand at the pinnacle of this world, the Empress knew that this was the young Master Qin Jun, the man she swore allegiance to, the man for whom she could give her life at any time. Qin Jun turned to look at the Empress with gentle eyes. But the Empress felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Qin Jun can see through everything about him from the inside to the outside. In front of Qin Jun, I am naked, there is no secret to hide. The Empress trembled in her heart. Although she kills like hemp, I don't know how many enemies she has tortured, and there are many powerful evolutionaries among them. But in front of Qin Jun, she didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. The Empress had a look of awe on her face, and she lowered her head deeply, expressed his surrender. Qin Jun looked at the Empress with great interest. Among other things, the Empress's appearance should be regarded as the most beautiful he has ever seen. Qin Jun has a lot of women, Shia Hai, Suya, Suyu, and Songkir from the Apocalypse sect. It can be said that all of them are stunning beauties, but they are not less interesting than the Empress. The appearance of the Empress is extremely delicate. It can be said to be perfect, and the cold eyes are more temperamental. But what Qin Jun cares more about is the Empress's strength. He could feel that Andy's strength should be the pinnacle of a level 2 evolutionary. This realm, let alone the eastern capital, even if you look at the whole world, you could be called a top powerhouse. Qin Jun smiled slightly. He had already determined the position of the Empress in his heart. The Empress will be a sharp knife in his hand. And it's a pretty eye-catching knife. You are very good. After looking at the Empress for a long time, Qin Jun nodded and praised her. Thank you, young master, for your compliment. A blush slowly appeared on the Empress's face. In front of Qin Jun, she felt great pressure. A level 4 evolutionary, Qin Jun's strength made her feel in awe, but make the Empress obsessed, even worshipped. The Empress is a person who is very obsessed with worshipping power. In her heart, Qin Jun is power itself. I will appoint you to form a new army, all of which are strong troops composed of level 2 evolutionaries, directly responsible to me. You will be the commander of this unit. When the Empress heard this, her eyes immediately became sharp. Form new, money, troops, then there should be enemies. The Empress's eyes are full of anticipation, eager to try. She longs to become stronger, and in her opinion, fighting and killing are the fastest way to become stronger. Who do you think our enemy will be? Qin Jun nodded slightly and said. The Empress said without hesitation, Its other forces, this world can only be ruled by you, young master. The three major powers in the northern region, the southwestern region, and even foreign countries are all our targets to conquer. You are wrong. Qin Jun smiled and shook his head slightly. He raised his head slightly, with a look of arrogance. We will conquer the world because we are destined to conquer the world. Those forces are not yet worthy of being my enemy. His eyes were dim, and he looked up at the bright starry sky outside the window. Our enemies is God. God. Now the gods are gradually recovering, and the will of some gods can already affect the display world. Most people's attitudes towards gods are reverence, even worship. After all, in the concept of human beings, gods are superior and omnipotent existences. It can be said that it is human nature to fear God. Especially in the last days, human beings worship the gods, hoping to get the power or blessing of the gods. When the Empress heard, Qin Jun wanted to conquer the gods at that moment. I can't help but feel a little shocked. After the human world survived the apocalypse, separate forces formed one after another, occupying one territory. But before the threat of zombies is eliminated, the major forces among human beings have already begun to intrigue and occupy each other. Infighting is always engraved in human genes. Before the Empress, she also thought that the enemies of the family were other forces, and they all wanted to be conquered. But she didn't expect that Qin Jun's vision far surpassed hers. Or more than 560 people in this world. In Qin Jun's eyes, the Qin family wants to conquer the whole world. But this is only because Qin Jun needs to conquer the whole world and use the resources of the whole world for his own cultivation. It has nothing to do with other forces themselves. It doesn't matter whether those forces are respectful or hostile to the Qin family. It's like stepping on a ladder. To Qin Jun, other forces are like stones on the ladder. He cleared these stones to get to the top, rather than specifically for these stones. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? As the middle and high level of the family, the Empress also knows some information. Some forces have begun to contact the gods, hoping to get the blessing and support of the gods. But Qin Jun wanted to conquer the gods. This may seem presumptuous, but what kind of arrogance is this? The Empress felt a shudder in her heart. But at the same time, the Empress's eyes were full of eagerness to try. Like Qin Jun, the Empress also had no reverence for the gods. In her view, gods are nothing more than powerful supernatural beings. It is not fundamentally different from those monsters or corpse kings. She is eager to fight with powerful beings. The matter of killing the gods immediately aroused the interest of the Empress. She raised her head to look at Qin Jun, who looked calm. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. For a person like her, who worships power, Qin Jun is undoubtedly the most attractive man. Coupled with the loyalty of the thought stamp, Qin Jun's instinct. She is willing to dedicate everything to Qin Jun. In front of Qin Jun, the Empress slowly knelt down on one knee and bowed her head deeply. Her long blue hair also fell down, covering Qin Jun's toes. I am willing to follow the young master until I fall into hell. Fall to hell? No. Qin Jun chuckled, and he stretched out a finger to hook the Empress's chin, lifting her face. Looking at the Empress's beautiful and delicate face, Qin Jun said lightly, "This world, it's hell in itself." Then he waved his hand, signaling the Empress to step back. Is at the end of the meeting? For some unknown reason, the Empress suddenly felt somewhat lost. But she still got up slowly, saluted Qin Jun respectfully, and then backed out. But the moment she left the door, Qin Jun suddenly asked again, "That witch is your Kba sister?" "Yes, it's my sister." The Empress looked serious and nodded. "I brought her back to the Second Research Institute, and she's receiving a strengthened ideological seal. Master, do you want to deal with her?" Qin Jun smiled slightly and said lightly, "Forget it. After she completes the ideological seal, she will be incorporated into the unit you lead." When the Empress heard this, she couldn't help being a little surprised. She actually thought that the family would deal with her younger sister severely. But I didn't expect that I let it go so lightly. Seeing the puzzlement and surprise in the Empress' eyes, Qin Jun didn't say much. The reason why he let Yili go is certainly not because of his magnanimity. It's because you don't care. Yili's betrayal didn't have any impact on Dongdu at all. It was just a trivial matter. And he has seen the evaluation of Yili by the Second Research Institute. The Second Research Institute believes that Yili's potential is extremely great, even no less than that of the Empress. After being stamped with the ideological seal, Yili will be the second Empress from now on. It is another extremely sharp knife of the family. That's why Qin Jun saved Yili's life and let her join the Empress army. Moreover, this is the biggest punishment for Yili. Isn't she longing for freedom and unwilling to be a pawn of the family? But now, she wants to become a sharp knife in the hands of the Qin family, fighting everywhere. Until death. Dongdu, the Second Research Institute. In a laboratory, Yili's whole body was fixed on the operating table, and his brain was plugged with various wires and conduits. And a group of researchers are constantly inputting instructions on a large instrument. Neuron coverage, 100%. The casting degree of the ideological steel seal, 100%. Thought seal complete. As the mechanical sound of the instrument sounded, the researchers also relaxed. This technology was obtained by the researchers of the Qin family on the Black Obelisk. It can be said to be a cross-age technology. And this technology is naturally controlled by the Qin family, and thus to control the genetic enhancers. There are even some knowledgeable scientific researchers who disobey orders and are unwilling to conduct human experiments. And Yili on the operating table finally slowly opened his eyes. Her pupils became extremely black, even to the point of palpitation. There is no warmth or emotion in the eyes, full of indifference and coldness. As if the black-haired version of the Empress. It worked. Looking at the various data displayed on the instrument, Zhou Gu, who sits in a laboratory, nodded. A smile appeared on his face. I have to say that the talent to spit out one step is really scary. Her neuron strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people, even stronger than the Empress. In order to engrave her with a thought seal, the Second Research Institute directly carried out a strengthened thought seal. It also optimizes the monitoring of various data, such as brainwaves. And the data shows that the ideological seal has been completed. Open the protective door. Zhou Gu ordered. After the protective door was opened, staff from the Research Institute immediately went in and removed various instruments from Yili's head. And Yili looked calm, waiting very quietly. Then she saw Zhou Gu walking over and nodded. Master Boss. Zhou Gu observed all aspects of Yili carefully and said with a smile, Welcome back. Here is your real home. Yes. Yili sighed and looked around. This is my real home. What happened before really caused you trouble. If other people saw this scene, they would probably have great fear of the ideological stamp. How much Yili resisted before, hating the Qin family to the bone. As a result, it now looks like this. He is simply a loyal dog of the Qin family. Yili seemed to be thinking about something and suddenly said, I remembered something. During my defection, I joined a mercenary squad. Those team members were all killed by my sister, the Empress, but there was another fish that slipped through the net, named Sufong, who was the captain of that team. Zhou Gu frowned and asked, Sufong? What kind of talent is he? What level of evolution is he? Yili shook her head and said, He's just an ordinary person. Ordinary people? Hearing this, Zhou Gu couldn't help but sneered and immediately lost interest. If he was an evolutionary, then Zhou Gu might send someone to deal with this possible threat. But just an ordinary person, a waste that can't even be considered as a low-level evolutionary. Naturally, Zhou Gu couldn't think of dealing with it. In front of the Qin family, ordinary people are not even ants, not even Shia Hai. What threat can it pose to the Qin family? He waved his hand and changed the subject. The family's treatment of you has come out. Upon hearing this, Yili said with a blank face, It is an unforgivable crime for me to defect to my family. I can accept any punishment, but I beg to spare my life. After all, the young master's follow-up training still needs my serum and body data. Zhou Gu smiled. The young master forgives you. From today onwards, you will join the Empress's newly formed army as the sharpest knife of the family. It is the elite troops directly under the young master. Congratulations, Yi Li. Zhou Gu shook his head, feeling in his heart that the Yi family sisters are really lucky. From now on, they will be the young master's close confidants. But it was precisely because of this that Zhou Gu wanted to take revenge on Yi Li. But now I don't have this thought at all. When Yi Li heard the words, her face was touched, and she whispered, I will become the sharpest sword in the young master's hand, to tear apart all enemies for the young master and the family. Zhou Gu nodded and said with a smile to her, The residence arranged for you by the family is ready, and from today onwards, you will no longer belong to the Second Research Institute. You have just accepted the ideological seal. Let's rest here for a while. Then he left with the researchers, leaving Yi Li alone. In the laboratory, Yi Li was alone. She narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice, Sufong, although he is just an ordinary person. But his threat is definitely not small. This threat must be eradicated. In Yi Li's eyes, a cold, murderous intent flashed. The past with Su Feng's team could not cause the slightest disturbance in her heart. Only the killing intent towards Sufong remained. Any existence that threatens the young master and the family, even if it is just an ant, must die. Seeking Flowers 0. Soon, under Qin Jun's order, a new unit was established, designated as Unit 527. In fact, this number has no special meaning, just because it was established on May 27th. Unit 527 is not in the military headquarters, but is directly responsible to Qin Jun. The commander is the Empress Yi Lu, and the 527th unit has not many members, but without exception, they are all the best of the best. All of them are composed of Level 2 evolutionaries, or the peak Level 1 evolutionists. For example, strong people like Blood Earl, Blacklight, and Witch. Among other things, just pulling out Unit 513 alone is enough to overwhelm most of the forces in this world. The Hengqin area is located at the junction of the southeast, northern, and southwest regions. It was quite non-existent in the old days. After the end of the world, there are no large cities or resource points nearby, so the major forces are not interested in this place. Therefore, the gathering point and shelter here can only report to the group to keep warm. At night, in a valley, suddenly, a huge and dazzling white-purple beam of light appeared and shot straight into the sky. It illuminates the land with a radius of several thousand kilometers like daylight. And between the beams of light, there is a faint existence of brilliance, which seems to be a great existence surrounded by angels. It was a miracle, a great miracle. Survivors in almost half of the country witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. They can feel that an existence composed of spirit and rationality, a great will is gradually awakening. This miracle lasted for half an hour and finally disappeared slowly. But in the void, there are still traces of brilliance. In a shelter in the Hengqin area, a young man looked at the valley in the distance, feeling far away. He muttered, God, you finally regained your strength. The boy is about 17 or 18 years old, with a handsome appearance. But what attracted the most attention was his pair of eyes, which were as bright as the stars. With this pair of eyes, his whole person became different. Beside him, there were also many people standing. There are old and young, male and female, evolutionary and ordinary people. Luo Yi, is this the will of God? Someone asked cautiously, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Is God? Luo Yi nodded. God has really awakened, and our days are finally getting better. When everyone heard the words, they all cheered. They, or the survivors in the entire Hengqin area, were protected by Lilith. In the early days of the Doomsday-7, the life of the survivors in the urban area can be described as extremely miserable. Although there is no metropolis, no industrial center, no technology center here. But there are many people, and it is a large agricultural area in the old days. So after the Doomsday, the number of zombies in the Hengqin area is also the largest. The extremely dense zombies also gave birth to some evolved zombies, even corpse kings. So the situation faced by the survivors here is 100 times worse than that of the survivors in other places. But when the survivors were desperate, Lilith's will appeared. His will manifested and taught the survivors many esoteric knowledge. Those evolutionaries also got the teachings of Lilith and learned to practice. Without the support of major forces, the strength of these scattered evolutionists is quite outstanding. Under the protection of Lilith, the survivors in Hengqin passed through the early days of the Doomsday safely and established a sect that believes in Lilith, eternal blazing sun. Because people think that Lilith is like the sun, shining on them from the endless darkness. Gave them hope. And Luo Yi is the leader of Eternal Liang, and also the most powerful evolutionary in Hengqin area. He is an S-level fighting talent, and after receiving Lilith's teaching, he became a level 2 evolutionary. It is also the only level 2 evolutionary in the entire Hengqin area. Under the protection of Luo Yi, the order in Hengqin area is very stable. It is simply a paradise in the last days. And people also think that Luo Yi is Lilith's favorite follower. Luo Yi said in a deep voice, "The god is about to wake up, and other forces will definitely come, wanting to accept the inheritance of the god. As believers in God, we must guard the majesty of God. And this is the time for us to grow our strength. Let the light of God shine on this world." People nodded one after another, looking very relaxed. They are finally no longer people without backers. Their backers are gods. As for those big forces coming, people are not worried at all. The gods are awake. Do those big forces still dare to break the rules? This is God, Almighty God. People dispersed one after another, and Luo Yi also returned to his residence. As the most powerful person in the Hengqin area, his residence is not luxurious. It is just an ordinary house. Luo Yi sat on the chair, stroking his ring. "Thank you, God." Immediately, a crisp and sweet voice came from the ring. "As my most loyal believer, I allow you to call me by my name, Lilith." The next moment, a phantom emerged from the ring. In the void appeared an extremely beautiful young girl, looking at Luo Bai with a smile. No words can describe the beauty of this girl. Huagui's skin is rosy, covered with a layer of light velvet. A pair of bright eyes are dark blue, as calm as the sea, divine and elegant. He is Lilith. In other words, it was Lilith's thought. Before the apocalypse came, Luo Bai got this ring by accident when he was still in the old era. But after the apocalypse, he suddenly discovered that this ring was actually the carrier of a thought of the god Lilith. He woke up Lilith early, and Lilith also taught Luo Yi the way of cultivation and taught other human beings all kinds of knowledge through Luo. Luo Yi should be the first human being in this world who came into contact with Lilith. Lilith smiled and looked at Luo. "My main body will wake up in 2 months, and then I will build a library to spread knowledge for mankind." After all, Lilith's eyes were slightly sad. "My people have a bad attitude towards human beings. They think human beings are just low-level creatures without intelligence. But I think that although human beings are weak, they have infinite possibilities. It's just that you were born too late with thousands of years of history. Grow up, human. There's not much time left for you." Lilith's phantom slowly disappeared, and the ring turned into a little bit of starlight. His body is about to wake up, and this trace of thought will naturally return to itself. Feeling Lilith's departure, Luo Yi felt a little lost. He was used to Lilith's company. Although Lilith is the god of everyone, he always feels that Lilith is his own. "I will protect you, Lilith," Luo Yi murmured in a low voice, with firm eyes. Southeast Region, K, 477 Resource Point. In the last days, all kinds of minerals are also important resources. And as the end came, these minerals also mutated, and many ores contained strange energy. As the overlord of the Southeast region, the Qin family's subordinates naturally controlled many veins and mines. There are 6 large mines under the K, 477 Resource Point. After the end of the world, the Qin family took over here. It has become one of the hundreds of resource points under the Qin family, and it is also a very important one. The miners here are all ordinary people. For example, there are more than 100,000 people together. Some of them were miners in the old days, and some were other occupations. But after the end, they were forced to work in these mines. And these people are undoubtedly under the ruling system of the Qin family in the eastern capital, the most lowly and humble person. After Lilith's miracle appeared, all major forces sent people towards the Hengqin area one after another. After all, this is the first god awakened in this world, which is of great significance. If you can get Lilith's approval and the knowledge of God, then you can soar into the sky. The three major forces in the northern region, various forces in the southeastern region, and other places, even some solitary evolutionists, all converged towards the Hengqin area. Qin Jun also led the 527th unit and left Dongdu. He didn't bring many people this time, only the 527 troops, plus some servants, only 30 or 40 people. But the members of Unit 527 are all the elite among the elite. It is enough to bring these. And this trip to the north. For Qin Jun, it is not only a trip to Hengqin area, but also an opportunity to inspect the territory. Now the Qin family's rule in the southeast region is on the right track. In addition to the base camp of the eastern capital, there are countless gathering point shelters, as well as some small free cities. People in these free cities and gathering point shelters are constantly collecting supplies. Then these materials were gathered and sent to Dongdu. It can be said that the super city of Dongdu has gathered almost half of the material resources in the southeast region. You must know that the vast majority of human beings in the world are not on the verge of death. Clean food is so precious to them that they can pay with their lives and souls for it. But in the eastern capital, there are already signs of extravagance and waste. Some dignitaries live a life of drunkenness, and the food wasted every day does not know how many tons. Qin Jun is well aware of these situations, but he did not stop this phenomenon. The reason is simple: he is a member of the powerful and a vested interest. He naturally stood with those dignitaries. In other words, the Qin family is the representative of the interests of these dignitaries. The great figures of the old era, as well as the evolutionaries born after the end of the world, have become the vested interests in the Qin family's ruling system. The power status of the Qin family, as well as the continuous supply of supplies, tied the evolutionary class to the battlefield of the Qin family. And these are the basic board of the Qin family. A sad fact is that in the last days, the power of ordinary people is getting weaker and weaker. Although the civilians ruled by the Qin family exceed tens of millions, their importance is far inferior to those thousands of evolutionaries. After all, in the last days, an evolutionary can slaughter hundreds of ordinary people at will. In addition, the army is completely in the hands of the Qin family. The treatment of these hundreds of thousands of troops is not bad, and their family members also have the qualifications to live in the eastern capital. Those low-level military officers are now basically replaced by genetic enhancers who have been beaten to death with ideological stamps. So the Qin family has a strong control over the army and the evolutionaries. Due to various reasons, the status of ordinary people under the rule of the Qin family is getting lower and lower. This point does not depend on the dissatisfied will of thousands of ordinary people. If you look at it from the perspective of the old times, Qin state is undoubtedly an evil, violent rule machine. Under the rule of the Qin family here, there is no human rights, no fairness, no justice. Civilians can only work day after day, like cogs in a machine. Evolved people can naturally obtain all privileges. They have wealth status. Even if ordinary people are executed without any reason, they will not be punished in any way. Full of darkness, horror, and depression. But it's a pity. This is not an era of peace. It is the end of the world when the social order and rules are completely collapsed and reshuffled. In the last days, the rule of the Qin family is as stable as Mount Tai. Even the efficiency of the Qin family's affairs is much higher than that of Liming Hope, an organization that is gentle on civilians, because the evolutionaries supports the rule of the Qin family. Under the dual effects of World Tree and Thought Seal, there are more and more evolutionaries who are fanatical and loyal to the Qin family. As long as the allegiance of the evolutionary is required, the rule of the Qin family will be impregnable. As for what ordinary people think, does it matter? At least Qin Jun wouldn't care. He knew that with the Qin family's current high-handed rule, there would definitely be people who would be dissatisfied and even resist riots. But it doesn't matter. These so-called resistance riots can't affect anything, and they don't even need the Qin family to take action. The evolutionists will be the first to suppress it, because these riots did not only affect the interests of the Qin family. It is also for the benefit of those who evolve. Evolutionary will not hesitate to suppress and kill their kind. Even if they were in the old days, they were ordinary people just like those 843 civilians. But when these evolutionaries awaken their talents, when they have power, after they get status and privileges, their mentality changed immediately. They no longer consider themselves ordinary people, no longer consider themselves part of the common people. Instead, I feel that I am the chosen one, a new human being. They deserve to be able to enjoy this because they have power. When they tasted power, being able to decide the fate of dozens or even hundreds of people with a single sentence, and being able to enjoy women at will, even after killing people at will. They will fall in love with the feeling immediately. And it's endlessly entertaining and extremely addictive. Never overestimate the level of human morality. Without the shackles of rules and order, the darkness in people's hearts will be released exponentially. In the last days, animal nature is greater than human nature. Human beings have not yet evolved to the point where they can consciously restrain their desires. At least not yet. In all fairness, the civilians in the eastern capital live a very good life. In the early days, in order to accumulate supplies, the Qin family squeezed the common people a lot. With sufficient supplies, the Qin family treated the civilians in the eastern capital more and more. Therefore, the recognition of the Qin family's rule in the Dongdu civilian team is also the highest. Except for the eastern capital, the civilians in those gathering points and shelters, their standard of living is much worse. They had to risk their lives to collect all kinds of materials in order to barely guarantee their survival. However, the Qin family also gave these civilians a way to rise, accumulating grade points in exchange for the qualification to live in the eastern capital. This is actually a big pie. In half of the Dongdu area last January, only 3 people exchanged passes. After all, the end times are full of crises. Many people died violently before they had accumulated enough grade points. And those who can exchange for a pass are actually people with some skills, at least some specialties. These can also be regarded as the Qin family's means of screening technicians. But there's a huge group who are the real black slaves, the slaves of the last days. That is the various resource points, hundreds of thousands of miners. These minerals contain energy and are in great demand. So the Qin family also crazily squeezed those mine resource points, transporting tens of thousands of tons of energy crystal nuclei to Dongdu every day. And behind these energy crystal nuclei, there's blood all over them. The source of miners is also very simple. There are people who cannot survive in the shelter of the resource point. These people have no skills, no culture, and no knowledge. And the sanctuary does not support idlers. Before these people are evicted from the shelter, they have 2 options. One was exiled into the wild to fend for itself. One is to go to the resource point to work as a miner, save enough grade points to return to the shelter again, or even go directly to Dongdu. Almost all exiles chose the latter. In the last days, ordinary people are looking for death in the wild. Going to the resource point at least has some hope. It's just that most people regret it after a few days after going to the resource point. Because here, life is worse than death. There's only 4 hours of sleep every day, and the only food is nutrient cream made from cockroaches and unknown bugs, and all other times have to go to the mine. And everyone will have a job share. Those who do not meet their work quota will be penalized, and their grade points will be deducted. And basically, everyone is assigned an impossible share of work. Then, as it should be, they will be deducted grade points. As a result, they never accumulate enough grade points. You can only stay in the mine resource point for a lifetime until you die of overwork or various diseases. K477 resource point, number 7 mine. Mine number 7 is the largest mine in the K equals 477 resource point, and it can be mined here, which is called Ming Copper Vein. In the number 7 mine, there are more than 50,000 people working. At around 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the miners finally finished their day's work and headed for their residences. Around the entire mine, there is a smell of sweat and excrement, which is disgusting. As for taking a bath, of course there is no such thing. In the last days, it is also a very rare resource. If you want to take a bath, you can use your grade points to change it. It takes half a month of work to accumulate grade points for taking a shower. Therefore, the vast majority of miners do not take a bath for several months, and the thick sludge accumulated on their bodies is extremely uncomfortable. At various nodes in the mine, guards holding electric shock batons are patrolling them coldly. He also kept yelling and scolding them, disliked them for being too slow. But the miners are used to it, and there is no expression on their numb faces. They dragged their heavy steps, walked to the bed, and fell asleep. After all, at 6 o'clock in the morning, they will get up to work, and they can only rest for less than 4 hours. And on a high ground outside the mountaintop of the resource point, there is a building with lights on. A woman's laughter and the sound of clinking cups could be heard faintly. It was like another world there. There is the headquarters building of the K477 resource point. In fact, it is the residence of the evolutionaries who guard here. Compared with the dark days of the miners, the days of these evolutionaries are naturally like heaven. There is wine and women, and there is no shortage of energy crystal nuclei. In addition to practicing, I eat, drink, and have fun, so I am very happy. If you feel depressed, you can go to the mine to pick an unlucky guy who doesn't like it to torture. These days, dozens of people have been tortured to death. In the luxurious room, there's a luxurious view. Many evolutionaries are having a party, with drinks, seasonal fruits, and various foods everywhere. There are also good-looking women who are dancing the incense dance, trying to please these evolved ones. Compared to the mines, this place is heaven. On the innermost sofa, 2 evolutionaries were sitting, both in their 20s and 30s, squinting at the scene in front of them. One of the thin-looking men said with a smile, "I really love the end of the world. Ha ha ha, Nuo Qin Jun." His name is Sun Xiaobing. And in the old days, he was a 3-nun D****K, with no money, no power, and no one looked down on him. Only for takeout. As a result, after the end of the world, he awakened the D-level agility talent and became an evolutionary. After he heard that Dongdu was recruiting evolutionists, he immediately chose to join the Qin family and was assigned to the K477 resource point and became one of the managers. Compared with the old times, his status has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the old days, let alone his girlfriend, those girls would not look at him at all. But now, the woman has as many decorations as he wants. For him, the end of the world is not catastrophe, it is simply heaven. And Sun Xiaobing also remembered it deeply in his heart. All of this was brought to him by the Qin family. Next to Sun Xiaobing sat a young man with a calm appearance. His name is Su Hai, a sea-level psionic evolutionary, and together with Sun Xiaobing, he is the person in charge of K477. The 2 young people are already the managers of K477 resource points, plus hundreds of thousands of people. In the old days, Jinko was unimaginable. Su Hai looked at the arrogant Sun Xiaobing. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. In fact, he looked down on Sun Xiaobing. This man is a complete nouveau riche. If he hadn't awakened his talent, he wouldn't even be qualified to appear in front of him. Su Hai was also born in the old days. His father was the Deputy Secretary General of the Governor's Office of the Eastern Capital. Barely can be regarded as high-ranking officials. And Su Hai is naturally the second generation of top officials. After the apocalypse, although his father did not have the talent for awakening, he has awakened the talent of the sea-level energy department. Therefore, the status of the Su family is still stable, and his father is still a powerful director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Eastern Capital. Under the arrangement of his father, Su Hao came to this K-477 resource point to be the head. Prepare to accumulate 973 experience and meritorious deeds and transfer back to the Eastern Capital when the time is right. There is even hope of entering Qin Jun's personal guards. At that time, the status of the Su family will be completely different. Therefore, in Su Hao's view, he is the direct lineal servant of the Qin family. And this son Xiaobing is a nouveau riche with no city and background. But the sons of officials like Su Hao are very good at disguising, so Su Hao's attitude towards son Xiaobing is not bad on the surface. Have you heard the young master will pass by our K-477 resource point recently? This sentence directly made the room quiet down. The evolutionists all pricked up their ears and impatiently signaled the women to leave. Although they are evolutionaries, they are big figures who control life and death in front of those miners. But in front of those dignitaries in the Eastern Capital, they became little people again. They have tasted power and strength. Who wouldn't want to climb up? After climbing up, there will be more sources of cultivation resources, and access to more advanced cultivation methods. And Qin Jun is an unattainable figure in their hearts. That is to say, I heard about Qin Jun's deeds every day. This is the only level 4 evolutionary in the world. If you can get Qin Jun's appreciation, you will really fly into the sky. As evolutionaries, they have a high degree of recognition for the Qin family and are extremely loyal to the family. After all, only the Qin family can give them their current status. If they're no longer in the Qin family, although they can have a place in other forces, but whether it is status or other things, it must be far worse than it is now. What's more, they didn't dare to betray the Qin family. At this time, an evolutionary suddenly said, "Then we have to deal with the mind first. I am afraid that someone wants to make trouble recently." When everyone heard the words, their expressions were calm. These evolutionaries, they're here all day long to practice or to spend their days and nights drunk and dreaming. But that doesn't mean they're really stupid. They could sense that from mind to mind, discontent was growing. Even a few days ago, someone spoke out against the guards. Of course, that person was executed on the spot as a warning to others. But the miners at the entire resource point became silent. Silence is the most dangerous state. These evolutionists knew in their hearts that the dissatisfaction of these miners had reached a critical point, and only one flame could be ignited. But they remained indifferent, because they don't care at all. Riot? Repression is over. Execute a few leaders directly, and then kill a group of people, and the rest will naturally disperse. It's very simple. K-477 resource point, a miner's residence. There are hundreds of miners living in the small miner's residence. The people are crowded, and the air has become very dirty. But it was supposed to be a rest time, but people gathered together. I have already contacted the people in the number 4 mine, and everyone is ready to fight. Captain Lee from mine number 1 is also planning to join us. The few miners in the middle, although their faces are pale and tired, their eyes are very suggestive. And they looked at the young man in the middle. The young man looked resolute, nodded and said, "Okay, we will start tomorrow." Under the extreme oppression, the miners have long been dissatisfied and even began to secretly join forces to prepare for riots. After the end of the world, those evolved people quickly got used to their new identities. But instead, these miners have been nostalgic for the old days. They can't forget their identity and status in the old era, and they can't forget the human rights and fairness in the old era. In the old days, they have been attacking the injustice of society. Feel the world is dark and cruel. But in the last days, they will know what real injustice and real cruelty are. Compared with the last days, how beautiful the old times are. This riot is the only flame left in their hearts. However, hearing the young people say that they will rise up tomorrow still makes people hesitate. No more preparations? Someone asked. The young man shook his head and resolutely said, "What else is there to prepare for? Just tomorrow. Even if it is death, What is there to be afraid of? If you continue to be a miner here, you will die of exhaustion sooner or later. There is no way out and no hope. I would rather die on the road of resistance than die in a dirty mine." These words were deafening, and people showed firm expressions on their faces. "Then tomorrow. Fight with them tomorrow." The young man raised his fist and growled. "Let those aloof evolutionists take a look at the power of us ordinary people." The next day, 6 a.m., it was supposed to be the time for the miners to work, and the miners also rushed out like a tide according to the agreed time. But the guards soon realized something was wrong, because these miners did not go to the mine tunnel, but gathered in the square. It was dark, and there were people everywhere. The faces of the guards changed, and someone scolded, "What do you want to do?" What responded to him was overwhelming roars. "We want bread. We want human rights. We're going to rest." Almost all the miners participated in this riot, and people's depression has reached the extreme. Even if they are just ordinary people without any power, they have finally had enough of the endless torture. They finally decided to resist once. And the young man who was the mastermind of this riot also showed excitement on his face. His name is Wang Meng, and he was originally living in a shelter after the end of the world. Although he has no awakening ability, he is a top student in engineering. It is a skill, and there is a gentle and beautiful girlfriend. But the higher-ups of the shelter wanted his girlfriend and directly found an excuse to exile him from the shelter. Outside shelters and gathering points are not the same as mines. Although the life of the civilians there is not easy, they are still protected by the rules of the Qin family. Although evolutionaries can enslave ordinary people, they cannot kill them at will. Otherwise, a considerable amount of grade points will be deducted. So he didn't die, but chose to come to this mine. And after arriving at the mine, he didn't know what is called darkness. If the civilians outside are just struggling to survive, then the life in the mine is lingering, and people live worse than slaves. Not to mention the hard work every day, and the safety of life is not guaranteed. Evolvers really just torture and kill ordinary people without punishment. This is the concentration camp of the Third World War. He has had enough of this kind of life. Therefore, under his secret instigation, the already dissatisfied people had a leader and decided to riot and resist. Fight for your own interests. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The riot almost swept across the entire K-477 resource point. Hundreds of thousands of miners held their iron catalpas, shouted slogans, and gathered firmly towards the square. The dark crowd made people's scalps tingle. The news of the riot naturally reached the K-477 management headquarters. Suhao looked at the dark crowd expressionlessly. Behind him, a group of evolutionists were also expressionless, looking at this scene indifferently. They were not surprised by this scene. It's just that I was a little annoyed by the riots of these people. They didn't come sooner or later, and they rioted when Qin Jun was about to arrive at K-477. On the high ground around the mine, guards set up machine guns and aimed at the crowd. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little commotion, and Wang Meng stepped forward to give feedback. He knew he couldn't back down. Once he backed down, he would be vented. "I am Wang Meng, the representative of the miners, and I want to negotiate with the family." He stood up and attracted the attention of all evolutionists. Although he is just an ordinary person, in the eyes of others, Wang Meng's body is so tall at the moment. Suhao gave Wang Meng a cold look. "What do you want to negotiate?" "We demand a raise," Wang Meng said loudly. "First, we ask for more rest time. Second, we demand that there be enough food and water to bathe in, to prevent disease. Third, we demand life protection, and we cannot be abused and slaughtered at will." Then, Wang Meng whispered again, "If these requirements can be met, we are willing to go back and continue working." Wang Meng is actually a very sober person. He is very clear, despite their great momentum now, it is impossible to resist the Qin family. The power gap is too big enough to be hopeless. So he just wants to get some guarantees and improve some treatment. These demands are all reasonable. It can even be said to be a little humble. According to common sense, these requirements should be allowed, because it is easy to meet. Then these miners will go back to work obediently. Ask for flowers. Wang Ming had heard the guards gossip before. There are more than a dozen nobles in the eastern capital who will pass by the K-477 resource point recently. This is the best opportunity. These evolutionaries, shouldn't they want a riot to happen in front of that nobleman? When the other evolutionaries heard the words, their faces moved a little. They originally thought that these people were going to resist, but now it seems that these demands are not outrageous. If you can appease them temporarily, it would be a good deal. Su Hao stared at Wang Ming with a cold look in his eyes. In fact, he also knew in his heart that Wang Ming's request was not too much, but he and Wang Ming, and even other son Xiaobing, had different thinking angles. In Wang Ming's view, they only asked for the most basic things. Not too much. In a riot of hundreds of thousands of people, compared with these requirements, it is a good choice. But Su Hao is the way of thinking of the rich and powerful. Yes, your request is indeed not excessive. But I still don't agree, because you are fighting for it in a riot, if I agree. So in the eyes of everyone, this is a compromise and a concession. These ordinary people will think that they can fight for their interests in this way. Just like opening Pandora's box, there will be more troubles in the future. This riot must be suppressed without mercy, suppressed with extremely bloody means. Let these ordinary people understand the gap between strengths and the rules of survival in the last days. Su Hao said coldly, "We will not have any negotiations with you. Now, immediately return to mine work. Otherwise, I will immediately execute you on the charge of disturbing the peace." His voice was like thunder, which made everyone feel cold. Immediately afterwards, everyone was outraged. You don't agree with such a simple request? You really want to drive us to death? Fight with them. Someone roared angrily and rushed forward when talking about the iron catalpa. When other people saw this, they also charged directly. The people in the back saw the people in front rushing forward and rushed along with them. All of a sudden, the entire K-477 resource point fell into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of riots. This movement can be described as extremely alarming. The black crowd rushed towards the evolutionists and guards like a tsunami. In front of hundreds of thousands of people, a dozen evolutionaries, and nearly 1,000 guards with weapons. It looks so small, it seems vulnerable. But soon, the evolutionists took action. Boom! In the beginning, the evolutionists didn't even make a move. They would just shoot with machine guns, causing the crowd to fall down in pieces. There was blood everywhere. Some evolutionists also joined the massacre, using skills, fighting, and various methods. All caused heavy losses to the miners. In just 1 minute, thousands of people may die. The miners, who were still aggressive, collapsed. Some of them are not afraid of death, but they find that they have died so many people that they haven't even touched the fur of those who evolved May 13th. Feelings of collapse and despair began to breed. At the moment when they really face death, not many people can face each other calmly. Soon, some people began to try to escape. Then someone knelt down and chose to give up resistance. In this way, this massive riot lasted only 10 minutes before being suppressed. It's almost like a farce. Soon, under torture, Wang Ming and other organizers were confessed. Then they were executed. No interrogation, no detention. It was so simple to be killed. Before the interim, Wang Ming seemed to want to say something. His expression was full of unwillingness. But with a gunshot, everything disappeared. Su Hao looked at Wang Ming, who was executed, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. It's a pity that this person is considered a talent. But in the last days, ordinary people are so powerless. He can't affect anything. Then, the miners were forced to return to the mines to work honestly. The corpses and blood on the square are quickly cleaned up. The incinerator for refining or can also serve as a guest cremator. At noon, in addition to the smell of blood in the air. As usual, nothing happened. There was a riot at the K-477 resource point. The next day, Qin Jun and his party finally arrived at the K-477 resource point. Su Hao and a group of evolutionaries looked respectful and knelt on the ground to welcome their master. Hearing Qin Jun's words, Sufong nodded and said, "Yes, there was a riot yesterday." "Why?" Then he handed over the information and explained to Qin Jun what happened. Qin Jun looked at the information with a calm expression. It recorded that 7,544 people died in the riots yesterday. So many lives are just a number in the data. Then there are the requirements of the miners. Qin Jun glanced at Sufong beside him and said, "You made this material?" "Yes." "Not bad." Qin Jun nodded. Accompanied by a group of evolutionaries, Qin Jun visited various mines. In various mines, Qin Jun saw the numbness and despair on the faces of those miners. After yesterday's massacre, the miners were obviously much more honest, working numbly like robots. Qin Jun frowned slightly. In all fairness, the standard of living of these miners is indeed poor, and their demands are not excessive. Qin Jun glanced at Sufong beside him. "What do you think of the miners' request?" The Empress on the side said coldly, "Severe suppression should continue, one riot at a time, until they are completely terrified." Most other evolutionists also have this idea, but Sufong said in a low voice, "I think it can satisfy them, and it will also improve their work efficiency." Sufong's thinking is exactly the same as Qin Jun's thinking in Dongdu back then. Therefore, the standard of living of the civilians under the direct rule of the Qin family is barely passable. If the evolutionary kills an ordinary person, they will also be punished by deducting their grade points. However, these miners like the K-477 resource point are not within the scope of protection of the Qin family's rules. Because strictly speaking, they are not the leaders of the Qin family, but slaves. But even if they are slaves, the treatment is a bit worse. Qin Jun shook his head. This is the consequence of rapid expansion. The Qin family annexed half of the southeast region without bloodshed through the Southeast United Council. Like many resource points, the prototypes were occupied by other forces and only later belonged to the Qin family. The Qin family sent people to take over these resource points, and the first consideration was how to collect resources. As for the various rules and regulations, they have not yet been perfected. After all, it will take time to digest these places. Qin Jun glanced at Sufong and understood the young man's intentions. He felt that the miner's request was reasonable and in line with the interests of the Qin family, but he did not implement it. Instead, leave it to Qin Jun. The bad guys are the servants, and the good guys naturally want the Qin family to do it. After all, the image of the young master of the family in anyone's mind must be glorious and majestic. The bad things are done by the people below. The people above just don't know about it. Qin Jun thought for a while and ordered, "From today, all mine resources in the southeast region, the miners' treatment will be raised by 1 level, and they can exchange their grade points for a pass to the eastern capital. In addition, if the evolutionist hurt the miner for no reason, he would deduct 2,500 grade points." The other evolutionaries didn't have much expression when they heard the words. 2,500 grade points, which is their monthly salary. By the way, the order goes on. As long as you report this kind of riot in the future, you will directly get a pass to the eastern capital. Qin Jun added another sentence, and the faces of the others showed expressions of awe. This sentence can be said to directly eliminate the possibility of future riots. In the future, the miners will only be afraid of each other and will never be able to twist into a 2.9 rope. And Qin Jun's order immediately spread throughout the resource points. Earth-shattering cheers erupted in the resource point. "Long live the young master! Long live the young master!" Qin Jun smiled at Sufong and said lightly, "If they live too easily, they will breed unnecessary thoughts, wanting human rights and democracy. But if they are forced to have no way out, they will take risks and choose to resist to the end. So we must grasp this degree. Don't let them live too well, and don't let them live too badly. Just let them live on the brink of starvation, to be able to survive, but it takes all the energy. In this way, they will have no time and energy to think. This is the art of domination." Qin Jun looked at Sufong, who looked respectful, and nodded secretly. This man is a talent. However, this is the biggest advantage of the Qin family. There are many talents. Those bureaucrats in the old era not only enjoyed privileges, but also the means of governing and handling government affairs were difficult for ordinary people to learn in their lifetime. The doomsday is coming, and the status of many dignitaries in the old era is beginning to be challenged. Some bureaucrats who have no talent for awakening really have a sudden drop in status. Although they splice their own ability to handle internal affairs, they could still get a share of the pie from the major forces. But these high-ranking bureaucrats look down on those rising nouveau riche from the bottom of their hearts. Most of them chose to attach themselves to the Qin family, risking their lives and rushing here from all over the country. After all, the Qin family was a top powerful family in the old days, and Qin Yuan was the chairman of the standing committee. They work under the command of the Qin family, which is psychologically acceptable. Qin Jun suddenly said, "I remember your father is Director Su of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Hear this sentence. This Su Hao, who has always had the reserved airs unique to the children of the rich and powerful, also showed excitement on his face at this moment." 28. Others also looked at Su Hao enviously. It's good to have a background, but the young master is from Su Hao's family background. "Yes, Su Jie is my father." Qin Jun nodded. "You are a bit overqualified at the K477 resource point. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the audit office. I remember that there's a lack of a deputy director." Deputy director of the audit office. A look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Su Hao's face. The audit office is a powerful department under the Ministry of the Interior, although the deputy director must be ranked low. But for him, it was a step up to the sky. According to the path his father Su Hao had arranged for him, it would take at least 10 years for him to take this step. But one word from Qin Jun will save him from struggling 10 times. Su Hao knelt down and swore. "Swear to be loyal to the young master." Qin Jun nodded, with a smile on his face, looking very approachable. For talents, he has always been very tolerant. In this way, Qin Jun's order was quickly carried out. In those resource points ruled by the Qin family, the treatment of the miners has been raised by 1 level. They are able to eat enough to eat and have a bath once a week. Although the number of grade points to be exchanged for a pass is still huge, at least there is some momentum and it is no longer out of reach. All of a sudden, the miners at each resource point were more at ease. It is full of gratitude to Qin Jun. What a merciful young master. Unknowingly, they have put themselves in the position of slaves, and their thoughts are full of slavery. Even just 2 years ago, they were the pride of their fields, free men. But now, they depend on the mercy of others without knowing it. As Qin Jun said, the world has become a hell. What a terrible time. Qin Jun didn't stay at the K477 resource point for too long, so he took a strong men and headed for the Hengqin area. But Qin Jun also gained a lot from his inspection of the territory this time. Although the Qin family's rule is not perfect, and there are still some flaws, but in general there is no problem. The Qin family began to take over those shelters and gathering points. With the Qin family's talent pool, it won't take long to digest those territories. Every day, tens of millions of people work for the Qin family in various ways, collecting supplies, hunting monsters, and mining mines. And these tens of millions of ordinary people think about accumulating grade points every day in exchange for a pass to the eastern capital. For them, Dongdu is a place like heaven, worthy of them all. The Qin family also uses this method to screen talents, and if they are outstanding enough, they will even bestow talent seeds. Under Qin Jun's plan, the Qin family should be a military state, a machine for expansion. Everyone is a part of it, and the people at the bottom can only barely survive, so they have no energy to think about other things. And those who have real ability will be screened out under this cruel system and stand out. There's also an ascending stairway. It now appears that the system has begun to take shape. But this is just the beginning. The expansion of the Qin family has never stopped. And enslaving Lilith is undoubtedly the final part of Qin Jun's plan. Although the Qin family now occupies the dominant position, in fact, for Qin Jun, this world is still shrouded in mist. Why did the end times come, the origin of those black obelisks, and the purpose of the coming of the gods? He knew nothing of these things. Even Qin Jun's memories of later generations only have a half knowledge of these. It is only known that these gods come from other worlds and are old rulers. Once was the ruler of a certain era in the universe. In order to compete for the black obelisk, these gods set off a war among human beings in the last days, and they even did not hesitate to make their own appearances. But Qin Jun's memory was nothing more than that. After all, in later generations, Qin Jun was also an A-level evolutionary, and he established a free city. It can be regarded as the regional overlord, but it is not the top existence. Then it fell and was reborn midway. If Lilith can be enslaved, then Qin Jun can learn all the secrets. Hongqing Area, North Valley Base. The North Valley Base is the only large-scale shelter city in the Hongqing area, and there are about 100,000 survivors living here. But now, North Valley Base is undoubtedly the busiest place in Hongqing area. All major forces have chosen this place as a supply location, waiting for the awakening of the god Lilith. In addition to the southeast region, the three major forces of 537 in the northern region have all come. Polaris Corporation, White Cross Society, Calamity Snake, and other powerful forces in other regions. For example, the Black Blood Association and the Salvation Army in the southwest region. Around the North Valley Base, there are evolutionaries everywhere. The group of zombies and monsters wandering around the North Valley Base were also wiped out by these forces. This is also good news for the survivors in the Hongqing area. Zhu Hao, move all our supplies down and leave them with them. In front of a small gathering point, a pure-looking young girl looked at the emaciated survivors with pity on her face. Master Chung Xian, we don't have much supplies. Behind her, a middle-aged man in a white combat uniform, with a helpless face, persuaded. Chung Xian frowned and said, we don't have supplies, so we can go to Liberty City and exchange them with energy crystal cores. They don't have supplies, so they want children. As soon as this remark came out, her companions' faces became a little stiff. Along the way, the girl sent out an unknown amount of supplies. In the last days, even if they were born in a powerful force, materials are extremely precious. Even the girl used precious medical supplies to treat an injured wild dog before. After the supplies they carried were delivered this time, they were going to be hungry. And to exchange for the energy crystal nucleus of the material, they have to pay for it by themselves. But the status of the girl is extraordinary. Although these strong men in white have complaints about the game in their hearts, they still honestly move the supplies from the car, all given to this small camp. And the middle-aged man who dissuaded him before had a trace of worry in his eyes. In fact, he was not too worried about the issue of supplies. They were all evolutionaries, and they would never be hungry no matter what. But worried about this small camp. People's hearts in the last days are very sinister, and it is very common to kill people for a bite. With so many supplies, can this small camp hold up? There are dozens of people in this small camp, except for the old, weak, sick, and Confucian scholars. There are only more than 20 young and strong, and there is not a single evolutionary. With so many supplies, this small camp is enough to make this small camp fat in the eyes of other gathering points. After they leave, this small camp is just going to be empty. If you're not lucky, I'm afraid the family will be wiped out. But the middle-aged man didn't say much because he had discouraged him many times before. But it was useless. Instead, it made the girl unhappy. Looking at the materials that were brought down, the people in the small camp were grateful. But the girl was not happy at all. Her face was full of sympathy. Her name is Chung Xian, and she is a vice captain of the White Knights, a military organization under the White Cross Society. Her talent is extremely strong. It is an S-level spell-like talent, and she can be said to be one of the strongest among the White Knights. More importantly, her father is Dr. Chung, the chief scientist of the White Cross Society. Therefore, Chung Xian's status in the White Cross Society is extremely special. But Chung Xian has a problem. That is, she has extraordinary empathy for ordinary people. Simply put, Our Lady. Although the White Cross Society has been committed to restoring the original order of the world, the White Knights also have a gentle attitude towards ordinary people and do not discriminate against ordinary people. But Qin Xin went too far. She rescued ordinary people almost regardless of the cost. She even ordered her White Knight to attack a demonized sandwolf in order to save an ordinary person. In the end, the ordinary person was saved, but the White Knight lost 7 people in battle. This incident also caused dissatisfaction among the White Knights at the time. The White Knights are all kind-hearted and evolve in agreement with the ideals of the White Cross Society. But this does not mean that they are really willing to die for an ordinary person. In their view, this behavior is simply stupid. The 7 White Knights can protect many people, but it makes no sense to save an ordinary person. But Qin Xin found it very meaningful. This kind of sacrifice is exactly the spirit of the White Cross Society, and it is the spirit that mankind lacks most in the last days. Everyone is for me, and I am for everyone. The sacrifices of those 7 White Knights represent the best glory of human nature. However, with the protection and support of Dr. Qin Xin is still one of the main leaders of the White Knights. The middle-aged man named Du Feng, with B-level fighting talent, is Qin Xin's adjutant. He said to Qin Xin in a deep voice, "Mr. Qin Xin, we have to go. We are a week behind schedule. If we don't hurry up, we may not be able to get there before the god wakes up." Qin Xin nodded after hearing this. A hint of longing appeared on her face. I heard that the god was named Lilith. She had awakened a trace of will and protected the surrounding area, even willing to protect ordinary people. The concept of this god is very consistent with our White Cross Society. If we can use the power of this god, I believe that the human world will be able to restore order. This sentence made the White Knights around him nod. That's why they came. Since the end of the world, the White Cross has been looking for ways to restore order to the world, and gods are an important factor that cannot be ignored. Nowadays, many sects have emerged in the world, and behind these sects there is a faint shadow of gods. However, after investigation by the White Cross Society, it was found that these gods are quite sick and crazy, full of twisted power and malice towards humans. Lilith is the only exception. He is very friendly to humans, has awakened several miracles, and taught humans a lot of knowledge. And this also gave the White Cross hope. If they can get Lilith's help, then the White Cross might be able to find a way to restore order to the world. So Qin Xin was also sent here by the White Cross Society. After all, although Qin Xin sometimes has too much empathy, in all fairness, she is still a very kind and gentle person. The White Cross believes that such people are more likely to be recognized by Lilith. And with the help of the mature and steady Du Feng, there shouldn't be any problems. Hengqin area, Bega Base. Qin Jun and his party finally arrived at this large gathering point, and there are already many forces stationed here. After these forces entered the Bega Base, they violently drove away the ordinary people, occupied their residences, and established a temporary residence on the spot. Just so unreasonable, just so rude. But those ordinary people could only leave silently, looking for a new place to rest. There wasn't even much resentment on their faces, and they seemed to be used to this kind of treatment. The Qin family of the eastern capital. Seeing Qin Jun and his entourage, all major forces showed fear on their faces. The reason is very simple. They have more or less eaten some special food from the Qin family. Let's not talk about Polaris Company. The Qin family's previous reply to the protest almost caused Polaris Company to lose face. The Black Blood Association and the Salvation Army in the southeast region were competing for an S-level copy. The Empress killed more than 30 evolvers and an army of nearly 1,000 people. All the major forces looked very fearful. Although they all suffered from the Qin family's losses, none of them had any hostile behavior. First of all, friction between such forces is normal, and it is inevitable that there will be casualties in the fight for supplies. In the last days, the high-level leaders among the great powers are mingling with each other at a wine table, and the people below are beating their lives to death. This situation is very common. Secondly, it is also because of the gap between strengths. Let these forces not be hostile to Dongdu. With the plundering of resources and the extremely unfair distribution, it becomes more and more obvious that the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. In the early days of the end of the world, there were only about 1,000 evolutionaries under the Qin family in the eastern capital, and there are 200 or 300 evolutionaries under their command. Although there is a gap, the gap is only a few hundred evolutionary gap. But now, the number of evolutionaries of the Qin family has almost exceeded the 3,000 mark. Although there are more evolvers under their command, there are only a few hundred people. The gap between them is almost more than 2,357 evolvers. Now the eastern capital is integrating and digesting the previously expanded territories, and there are currently no too many conflicts with other forces. But who can tell what the future holds? No one wants to be the target of the Qin family's next expansion and annexation in the eastern capital. So all the major forces are trying their best to avoid conflicts with the Qin family. For example, Polaris Company has suffered such a huge humiliation, but still pretend nothing happened. Not to mention taking revenge on the Qin family. Master Qin Jun, I'm the leader of the North Valley base. A rather smooth-looking middle-aged man nodded and bowed in front of Qin Jun with a flattering look on his face. His name is Feng Yu, a grade A evolver, and he is considered a master in the Hengqin area. Second only to the leader of the Eternal Burning Sun sect, Luo Bai. However, Luo, he was not interested in fighting for power. He built a new sanctuary around the miracle. Therefore, this Bega base was occupied by Feng Yu. However, although Feng Yu is not a good person and can be domineering on weekdays, he still has some humanity. Ordinary people can at least not starve to death at the North Valley base. In other words, the Hengqin area can be vaguely independent from other forces. In addition to not having many resources, it also has a lot to do with Feng Ji's tact. Looking at Feng Yu with a flattering look on his face, Qin Jun nodded. Excuse me. Don't bother. Our Bega base has arranged a place for Master Qin Jun to stay. Bega base was very surprised by Qin Jun's arrival. They didn't expect that such a big man would take action in person. You know, Lilith's awakening shocked many forces. But these forces responded to Lilith's awakening by sending some strong men to contact her. They previously investigated the Hengqin area until Lilith often appeared and taught humans various knowledge. But these forces don't know Lilith's true nature. After all, in the eyes of humans, gods are aloof and omnipotent. The strong men they sent were not so much strong men. Rather, he's a messenger. I just came here first to have contact with this awakened god, and I was very cautious. Even the people who came from these forces were mostly non-combatants, such as linguists and theologians. Seeing Feng Yu's surprise, Qin Jun's face was expressionless, and silk sarcasm floated in his heart. This is the attitude of human beings towards gods. They are cautious and naturally put themselves on the weak side, which is vaguely humble. But this is normal. After all, in the long history of human civilization, gods have always been superior. People from these forces come more for a visit and want to accumulate experience for future communication with God. It has to be said that this is a very safe approach. In Qin Jun's later memories, Chongqing also developed in this way. The major forces cautiously contacted Lilith. They received Lilith's teachings and learned about Lilith's nature. Therefore, all major forces will respect Lilith very much in later generations. Even the status of the Eternal Burning Sun sect is very transcendent. But Qin Jun is different. Because of the memory of later generations, he knows that after Lilith wakes up, she will build a small library. This contains advanced knowledge that is enough to subvert mankind's current technological system and spiritual practice system. If the major forces knew about the existence of the small library, I am afraid that the people they are sending now are truly elite. It is a pity that in later generations, when the major forces learned of the existence of the small library, Lilith's power has been mostly awakened, possessing the true power of the gods. Therefore, the major forces gave up their plans for a small library and could only qualify to enter the library by honestly passing Lilith's trial. Qin Jun, on the other hand, wants to get this small library directly, even enslaving Lilith. So this time, he not only came in person, but also brought Dongdu's elite troops with him. Because he was in a hurry, the accommodation prepared for Qin Jun at Bega Base was not considered a luxury. Here, too, there aren't many luxury accommodations, but it's still spacious and clean, and it's the best place in Chaden Base. When Qin Jun arrived, a group of ordinary people were packing up and leaving these residences. This is clearly their home. An old woman carrying a quilt on her back with wrinkles on her face saw Qin Jun and his party. He immediately stepped aside cautiously, for fear of bumping into the nobleman. She was walking alone, and every step was difficult. Her family members must have died in the catastrophe, and only he was left. Qin Jun looked at this scene expressionlessly, looking at these ordinary people who had lost their homes because of his arrival. He thought for a while and then told the thank you letter. Give them something to eat. What kind of person is Qin Jun? I am afraid that different people will have different answers. For the vast majority of ordinary people, Qin Jun is just a name. They have heard of it, a high-ranking big shot. For those powerful members of the Qin family, Qin Jun is the person they swear allegiance to the death. For those dignitaries in the eastern capital, Qin Jun is an incomparably outstanding heir to the Qin family. Qin Jun can be said to be an extremely perfect political creature. He never makes a mistake. Any decision he makes is based on the most real interests. Every step he takes has deep meaning and is in the interests of the Qin family. It can be said that Qin Jun is the person who most conforms to the law of survival in the last days. Ruthless, cold, and extremely rational. It's like an extremely precise machine. Emotions and emotions will not affect his judgment. What human rights and justice are, in his view, are just boring falsehoods. For the benefit, he can sacrifice many people without hesitation. At the beginning of the end of the world, he blew up the bridge in Jiangjing, resulting in the death of millions of people. He crazily oppressed ordinary people in the eastern capital, and in just a few months, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people died suddenly from exhaustion. In Dongwa Market, he opened a roadblock to lure away the huge group of zombies. Luring the zombies to those shelters, almost all the survivors in Dongwa City died among the zombies. But in all fairness, what Qin Jun has done is not the same. It's all about profit. He blew up the Jiangjing Bridge for SSS-level talent seeds. He crazily squeezed the ordinary people of Dongdu because he wanted to quickly use Dongdu's industrial advantages to accumulate resources in preparation for the expansion of the Qin family in the end of the world. He lured away the zombies from Dongwa Market in order to hunt down the zombie king. But in Qin Jun's opinion, as long as it is good for him, it will be good for the Qin family. Then he would sacrifice anyone without hesitation. In Qin Jun's eyes, human life is just a number. He won't care. But precisely because he doesn't care, he won't kill ordinary people for no reason. Just like in the early days of the end of the world, he squeezed ordinary people in order to quickly accumulate resources, regardless of the life and death of millions of civilians. But after accumulating enough resources, he improved the treatment of civilians. This is not because he sympathizes with the miserable situation of civilians, but simply because it will improve the happiness of civilians and improve work efficiency. In the long run, it is more in line with the interests of the Qin family. That's all. He oppresses the common people not because he is tyrannical, nor does he forgive common people because he is merciful. It's just a matter of making different choices from the perspective of interests. He is a ruthless person, a cold person, and an indifferent person, but not a tyrannical person. He could sacrifice millions of people without hesitation for that SSS-level talent seed. But he was also able to have compassion for the ordinary people in front of him. However, this kind of mercy will not hinder his determination to sacrifice ordinary people in the face of interests. This seemingly contradictory personality is actually the truest side of Qin Jun. After all, people are complex. After hearing this, Shia Hai nodded and immediately ordered his men to give some things to those who had lost their homes. At least a month's worth of nutrient paste to satisfy their hunger. Qin Jun knew very well that if these ordinary people were given precious energy crystal nuclei, then in a few days, these ordinary people will die from various accidents. When they heard that Qin Jun had given them things, these ordinary people showed gratitude on their faces and knelt down directly to express their gratitude. In fact, they're completely accustomed to this unfair treatment. Evolvers are able to take whatever they want from them. Now Qin Jun actually compensates them, which really surprises them. Even Feng Yu felt very surprised. He glanced at Qin Jun, as if he wanted to say something big, but in the end he said nothing. No one will think that Qin Jun is just trying to gain fame and reputation and is putting on a show. Ask for flowers. Speak the truth. In the last days, are these ordinary people at the lowest level worth showing off? Who is the show for? What is the use? Feng Yu is used to the superior evolvers. Those evolvers are pretentious and feel that they're no longer the same race as ordinary people, because Feng Yu is this kind of person. But Qin Jun treats ordinary people like this without being bossy and seems approachable. But instead of being looked down upon, it made people feel unfathomable. This is the real hero. Zero. The White Knight and his party finally arrived at the North Valley base before Lilith herself woke up. I saw major forces occupying private houses as temporary residences. Qing Xian's brows suddenly wrinkled. However, she still had some sense and did not force the White Knight to negotiate with those forces and return the houses to ordinary people. Under Qing Xian's order, the White Knight stationed in the open space without harassing any civilians. Du Feng wanted to dissuade him. Although the evolutionary strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, they are not tireless iron men after all. Along the way, the White Knights ate and slept and even helped many camps under Qing Xian's order, saving food and money along the way. He was already very tired. As a result, when they arrived at their destination, they had to be stationed there, and there was no way to practice or even rest. But looking at the girl's resolute eyes, Du Feng hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say anything. But Qing Xian said another sentence that made Du Feng extremely headache. The Qin family from the eastern capital is also here. I heard that the Qin family doesn't treat ordinary people well, and those miners don't have any human rights protection. I think I should go and negotiate with that young Master Qin Jun. In the last days, we humans should unite sincerely. Whether it is an evolutionary or an ordinary person, we are all a part of humanity 7. Du Feng immediately began to persuade him earnestly. After all, Du Feng knew very well the power gap between the White Cross Society and the Qin family in the Eastern capital. It can be said that the White Cross Society should be the last paradise for idealists in the apocalypse. After the doomsday came, all the major forces began to occupy territory and compete for supplies, but they all had a hard time. The leaders of these big forces, or the vast majority of evolvers, are accustomed to the end of the world, or in other words, they are in love with this end of the world. Only the White Cross Society is still stubbornly looking for ways to restore world order. If the White Cross is idealism, then the Qin family of Dongdu is the most typical representative of realism. It's like putting aside the White Cross position and looking at it from the most rational perspective. The ruling method of the 003 Qin family in the Eastern capital is undoubtedly the most consistent with the survival rules of the end of the world. Under the rule of the Qin family, although ordinary people lived an extremely difficult life, almost like serfs, they at least could not survive. A fact that cannot be ignored is the Qin family supports and at the same time protects tens of millions of civilians. Although the White Cross treats civilians very gently, they almost treat evolved people and civilians equally. In the White Cross Society, civilians also have human rights similar to those in the old days. Therefore, many ordinary people have migrated to the sphere of influence of the White Cross Society. But because of this, the White Cross Society supplies are now quite tight and some time ago a planned material rationing system was implemented. But despite this, Dufeng still didn't agree with the Qin family's ruling method. The Qin family is so impersonal. In the Qin family, only capable people can survive and stand out. Ordinary people really can only live on their last breath without any human rights and dignity. It's just that these White Cross clubs can't be controlled, and they will only anger the Qin family in vain. But Chung Xin still insisted. The girl's eyes were downcast, and her expression was determined. I know, Uncle Du. I understand everything you said. Dufeng was stunned. Then why do you still? I will always try. If I can convince Qin Jun, then countless people will be able to suffer less because of it. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will try it. Chung Xian's eyes flashed with holy light. Bega Base, Qin family residence. Yili was in the room, slowly rubbing a very delicate ornament. This little ornament is a gift from Xian Hua to Yili in B7 City. At this moment, several terrifying roars came from the periphery of the North Valley base, and then a group of huge shadows rushed towards the North Valley base in the night. The guards at the North Valley base reacted immediately and sounded the siren. The pack of wolves! Someone screamed, but many more were in disbelief. Are these brutes crazy? After the end of the world, many animals and plants have also mutated, and beside the North Valley base, there's been a group of demon wolves entrenched. The strength of this group of demonic wolves is not weak, and the leading demonic wolf king has the strength of the peak of level 1. However, this group of demon wolves has their own territory, and basically they will not leave. So there has been no problem with the survivors in the Hengqin area. But now I don't know what kind of madness these demon wolves have gone. They actually took the initiative to attack the North Valley base. You know, there are major forces stationed in the North Valley base, and there are countless powerful ones. The pervasive transcendent breath made the zombie groups and monsters around the North Valley base actively stay away. As a result, this group of demonic wolves dared to attack the North Valley base. It's completely looking for death. It doesn't conform to the instinct of these monsters. The impact of the demonic wolves naturally attracted the attention of the major forces. Seeing the galloping pack of demon wolves, the evolutionists had sneers on their faces. In their view, these demon wolves are dangerous except for the Wolf King. The remaining demon wolves are just energy, star crystal cores. Totally delivered. And that mutated Wolf King made all the major forces covet. After all, there are never too many ability crystal nuclei of this advanced mutant creature at any time. Evolutionists from all major forces have taken action one after another. Even the strong men under the command of the Qin family are no exception. A feast of hunting demon wolves begins. Under the attack of various forces, this group of demon wolves were massacred one after another before they even got close to the North Valley base. The performance of the strong men of the Qin family was even more outstanding. After all, the members of Unit 527 are all the elite of the Qin family. Among them, the most eye-catching ones are undoubtedly the Blood Earl and the Blacklight. The two of them almost took over half of the magic wolves. Especially the Blood Earl. His talent is to control the blood, directly boil the blood in the demon wolf's body. The eyelids of the powerhouses of other forces twitched. They asked themselves that if they were to fight against the Blood Earl, their fate would not be much different from those of these demon wolves. Such a powerhouse is definitely a top existence among the major forces. But the Blood Earl is in the 527th unit, not even the top 5. When the attention of the entire North Valley base was basically attracted by the pack of demon wolves, Yili quietly left the Qin family's residence, and her body disappeared into the 4.5 night. Although she had defected before, after accepting the ideological seal, the Qin family's loyalty to her was relieved. So Yili was treated the same as everyone else, and was not under any surveillance. Yili was expressionless, and stepped forward step by step, and came to a corner of the North Valley base. She picked up the gift that Xian Hua gave Yili in B7 City, that exquisite little ornament, and unwrapped the spring on it. Then a burst of crisp music gradually sounded, and as the music sounded, A figure also walked out from the shadows. A steady voice couldn't hide his excitement. "Yili, I'm here to save you." This figure is exactly Sufong, and in the depths of Yi Li's eyes, there was a hint of sarcasm. Sufeng's expression was full of excitement. Since Yi Li was captured, he followed him to the southeast region, trying to rescue Yi Li. Because in his heart, Yi Li is his team member and his partner. He will not give up on Yi Li. It was only when Sufong entered the southeast region that he truly felt the strength of the Qin family. This is a colossus that is enough to make any force despair and try to avoid conflicts. Not to mention that he is an ordinary person. Moreover, the security of the eastern capital is extremely strict, and each exit of the eastern capital is guarded by evolutionists. If you want to enter and exit, you must have a pass. Otherwise, kill them on the spot. Wanting to rescue Yi Li from the eastern capital is simply whimsical. Even Sufong has prepared a 10-year plan, and he is going to join a shelter. Then use 3 years to accumulate grade points in exchange for a pass to enter the eastern capital. After entering the eastern capital, he will slowly map it. It has to be said that Sufeng's will far exceeds that of others. Who can have such patience with 31's 10-year plan to save people? But Sufong planned it like this, and even thought through every detail of the plan. It has to be said that although Sufong is just an ordinary person, but his meticulous mind is definitely the existence of the strongest brain level. But soon, things took a turn for the better. Qin Jun newly formed Unit 527, and Yi Li's name was among them. Sufong didn't know what happened, why Yi Li, who had just betrayed, could still become a member of Qin Jun's personal guard. But he instinctively felt something was wrong. So he didn't contact Yi Li directly, but followed from a distance. He guessed in his heart that either the Qin family controlled Yi Li by some means, or injected poison into Yi Li to threaten her. So Sufong followed very cautiously from a distance, and did not act rashly, until Yi Li secretly left many small things along the way. These things are all the fragments of gifts given to Yi Li by members of Sufeng's team. Sufong knew that Yi Li was looking for him, and used this method to contact him. And he judged from this that Yi Li should be threatened. Otherwise, how could Yi Li take the initiative to contact him? Sufong believed in his own vision. He believed in the relationship between Yi Li and Sufeng's team. So Sufong decided to do it. Yi Li looked at Sufong with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Captain, did you attract the demon wolves tonight?" Sufong nodded. "I analyzed the character of this group of demon wolves. They are extremely sensitive to a plant called bloodgrass on the 15th of every month. So I pretended to be a businessman and bought blood moon grass at North Valley Base. And the smell of the blood moon grass is so strong that it will cause the group of demon wolves to go crazy. However, I have already calculated that this group of demonic wolves will not really threaten the base, but it will also cause chaos and attract the attention of major forces. Fortunately, everything went well. You escaped." Sufong continued. "I have already planned a retreat route. Without further delay, let's go. They'll find out you're not there in a maximum of 13 minutes. Sufong even got the time accurate to 13 minutes. His analysis and control of the situation is truly terrifying. Yi Li looked at Sufong. A smile gradually appeared on his face and said lightly, "I'm right. Although he's an ordinary person, he should not be underestimated. If we don't do it now, then in the future, he will be a big threat to the family." Sufong was taken aback. What's the meaning? And then a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart, and he turned to look. I saw a beautiful woman in military uniform appearing in a shadowy corner at some point, looking at him coldly with dark blue pupils. Sufong will never forget her appearance. It was the murderer who killed Sufeng's team, the Empress. Although Sufong is very smart, he couldn't help but feel confused when he saw this scene, and his face showed disbelief. "Yi Li, why are you with the Empress? Although they are sisters, they are sworn enemies. The Empress is the one who killed Xianhua, Zhou Min, and the others." The Empress looked at Sufong with a blank expression on her face, and a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. He said lightly, I really didn't expect that an ordinary person could actually stir up such a big storm. It was indeed my mistake that I didn't kill you last time." The Empress tapped her forehead and said self-reflection, "The next time you encounter this kind of situation, it will be considered a baby. I won't show mercy either." Sufong couldn't believe it. "Yi Li, how are you?" Yi Li was expressionless and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Su Feng's throat, and the dark pupil 507 did not have a trace of the warmth of the past. Only cold and indifferent. Yi Li stood in front of the Empress. They were so alike. Not only are they similar in appearance, but even their personalities have become exactly the same. They are all so cold and cruel. The iceberg was warm and melted the cold glass of the shell. "Never see you again." At this moment, Chun Feng finally understood everything. It turns out that what Yi Li did before was just to lure him out. Tonight is a trap. Trap against him. Yi Li has been completely brainwashed. In fact, Yi Li told him about brainwashing before, but because Yi Li escaped the brainwashing, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So Sufong took a risk. But it was this adventure that ruined his life. Su Feng's face was extremely pale. He looked at Yi Li's expressionless face pleadingly and said with difficulty, "Yi Li, our days in Su Feng's team. Have you forgotten all of it?" He frantically called Yi Li, hoping to awaken Yi Li's personality. Sufong knew that this time, Yi Li might have been brainwashed successfully, became a real killing machine. Now he is completely in a desperate situation. The only chance is to awaken Yi Li's own personality. Sufong kept calling Yi Li, telling the memories of Yi Li and Su Feng's team. "Yi Li, it's rare that you have forgotten Zhou Min, Uncle Zhang." With Yi Li's strength, Su Feng's breathing became more and more difficult. He could only hope for a miracle. In the plots of many movies and novels in the old days, love is the weapon that can conquer everything and is the ultimate power. Love can transcend all rules. At this moment, Sufong can only hope that love can overcome the thought seal and let Yi Li regain his freedom. Su Feng's eyes widened, staring at Yi Li's eyes. How much he hoped that Yi Li's eyes could change and restore the former agility and clarity. It's not as dark as it is now, without any fluctuations. But to Su Feng's despair, there was no emotion in Yi Li's eyes, no memory, only sneer and sarcasm. Yi Li raised her head and looked down at Sufong. "Of course I remember." There was a strange smile on Yi Li's face. "It's really unimaginable that I will become companions for a period of time with this group of trash-like, low-level evolutionaries. It really makes me sick. Fortunately, the family gave me a new life. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wasting precious time on you?" The thought stamp technology of the Qin family comes from the Black Obelisk, which is the most advanced technology in the world. Sufong wanted to awaken Yi Li's personality just by relying on some so-called good memories, so that he could get rid of the ideological stamp. It's a fantasy. Is love really omnipotent? At least in front of the cold stamp of thought. Loving the rich is useless. Miracles will not happen, and nothing can change the so-called love. Seeing the sneer on Yi Li's face, Sufong finally despaired. But at this time, Yi Li suddenly let go of his hand. Sufong fell to the ground powerlessly, and a burst of hope suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be that Yi Li has recovered her personality? But the next moment, he heard even more desperate words. "He is the smartest ordinary person I have ever met, and I think it should be of great research value. Sister, take him back to the second research institute. Let Director Zhou study him to see if he is different from ordinary people. I remember the brain slice experiment in the institute. Isn't there a suitable experimental subject missing?" The Empress looked at Yi Li with a cold face and nodded in relief. Everything is considered for the family. This is her good sister. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came, "Stop." The Empress and Yi Li frowned and turned to look. I saw a pure-looking girl with a group of people glaring at Yi Li. "White Knight." The Empress glanced at the girls and others' attire, recognized their origin, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. The Empress is a person who worships strength very much and despises the weak. There's a natural distaste for the White Cross. She felt that the White Cross society, a power that wastes resources on the weak, is an unforgivable crime. If resources can be pooled, it is a more reasonable choice to supply evolutionists. As for the underdogs, to be alive is already a great gift. The young girl was Chung Xian, who was at the North Valley base when the demon wolves attacked, because some ordinary people were distributing supplies. In the end, Yili happened to be trapping and killing Sufong. After hearing Sufang's words, she felt sympathy for Sufong immediately after she got a general idea of what happened. She wants to save Sufong. She wants justice and fairness. This matter happened right in front of her. She couldn't ignore it. Chung Xian stood in front of the Empress, and Yili looked at them coldly, with a very angry look on her face. It was you who killed first and killed his team members. Are you going to kill them all? When the Empress heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an extremely dangerous light. A smile slowly appeared on her face. Anyone who is familiar with the Empress knows that this is the most dangerous time for the Empress. What do you want to do? Of course, Chung Xian also felt the dangerous aura coming from the Empress, but she was not afraid. She was expressionless, facing the Empress head-on. Let him go, and promise me that you will never bother with him again. Chung Xian originally wanted to ask the Qin family to hand over the murderer, but she still had some sense and knew that this request was too outrageous. So I settled for the next best thing and only asked the Empress to make a guarantee. In her view, this is already a concession. After all, the thing is that the Empress killed first. It was the Empress who was wrong. The Empress looked at Chung Xian in disbelief when she heard the words. Then she laughed, and the branches of the laughter trembled, almost crying out of laughter. It was like hearing the funniest joke in the world. I assure you, I am HO. Were you? You deserve me to assure you. The Empress's eyes froze, and an ice cone appeared directly, shooting towards Sufong, and the icy breath directly froze the surrounding air. Even the surrounding houses were frozen, and the ordinary people who lived there were naturally frozen into ice sculptures. The Empress made a move, completely, goodly how, would not know if there are innocent ordinary people around. Chung Xian was shocked. She never expected that the Empress would actually kill someone. And it affects ordinary people too. Chung Xian was angry. She gave a coquettish shout, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out behind her. The dazzling light shone with holy power, as if it was the punishment of the gods in the heavens, wanting to punish the Empress, a ruthless killing machine. But the next moment, the figure of the Empress appeared behind her like a ghost. 08. The Empress gave Chung Xian a slap in the face, and the huge force knocked Chung Xian to the ground. This slap stunned Chung Xian. The Empress stood in front of Chung Xian, looking at Chung Xian, who was lying on the ground, covering her face. There was a look of excitement in his eyes. It has always been her hobby to humiliate the weak. Chung Xian was stunned by the beating. She lay on the ground and covered her face, looking at the Empress in disbelief. Ever since I was a child, I have never hit her. All along, Chung Xian can be said to live in the care of others. In the old days, her father was Dr. Chung, a master of science, and she could be regarded as stepping into the upper class. After the end of the world, her father, Dr. Chung, and others established the White Cross Society. And she has awakened the S-level talent, is the mainstay of the White Cross Society, and has a detached status. Even if the White Knights do not agree with her ideas, they still respect her in general. The civilians are more grateful to her and support her crazily. I feel that Chung Xian is simply a saint, a perfect and glorious existence sent by God to save ordinary people. And Chung Xian also enjoyed the feeling of being supported and cheered by others. She feels that she loves the world and insists on justice, so she will definitely get everyone's understanding and support. But the Empress slap directly woke Chung Xian up. In this world, not everyone likes her, let her second. And Chung Xian suddenly felt a sense of grievance. She felt like she had done nothing wrong. It was clearly the Empress' fault. She killed the members of Su Feng's team first, and now she is going to kill them all. It's gone too far. Chung Xin was so aggrieved that she almost burst into tears. She let out a soft drink, and her body burst into dazzling light again, rushed towards the Empress. Seeing Chung Xion's resistance, the Empress didn't show any anger on her face. Instead, she smiled even more. For her, torturing the weak is the best way to pass time. But if it is tortured to death all at once, then it is somewhat boring. And this kind of resistance will make the Empress even more excited, like a cat playing with its prey. In all fairness, Chung Xion's strength is very good, already at the peak of level 1. But facing the Empress, who is already a level 2 evolutionary, Chung Xion is no match at all. And the Empress will not show mercy just because Chung Xion is kind-hearted. Chung Xion fell to the ground again, and the Empress' high-heeled shoes directly stepped on Chung Xion's head. He stomped Chung Xion's face hard on the ground and into the dirt. In front of Qin Jun, the Empress looked shy and obedient. But on the outside, she's all about the mighty Ice Queen. Anyone who dares to disobey her will be tortured madly. Seeing this scene, the White Knights, DB, roared angrily, wanting to rush over to help. Empress is not only stepping on Chung Xion's face, but also stepping on the face of the White Cross Society. But Yili moved, and clusters of black mist condensed around her, as if she was a girl walking from the region, with arms stretched out from the black mist. Directly drag those White Knights into the black mist. The next moment, the black mist dissipated, and those White Knights had already fallen to the ground in disorder, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. In front of the members of Unit 527, the evolutionists of other forces, their combat power is simply frighteningly weak. Chung Xion wanted to resist and stood up, but her face was firmly stepped on the ground. The Empress looked down at Chung Xion with a mocking smile in her eyes. Little cutie, there is no right or wrong in this world. There is only a difference between strong and weak. You are weak, so you are wrong. Chung Xion felt the dust on the ground, and the grievance and anger in his heart couldn't be added. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. Looking at Chung Xion at her feet, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the Empress's eyes. In her opinion, it would be better for a brainless waste like Chung Xion to die as soon as possible. The movement here also attracted the attention of others. The demon wolves have now been wiped out, and powerful men from all major forces have arrived to see this scene. Dufeng saw Chung Xion at the feet of the Empress, and several by Qi Wang lying on the ground. My heart skipped a beat. He was originally worried that Chung Xion's character might cause conflicts with the Qin family in the eastern capital, but in the end he was still afraid of what would happen. But Dufeng's face was also a bit ugly. No matter what, the White Cross Society is a big force, and it is also a big force that enjoys a great reputation among countless ordinary people, considered by ordinary people as the final savior. But now that Chung Xion is being humiliated like this, Beitian Zihui's face has been completely lost. The strong men from other forces quickly figured out the whole story. He couldn't help but look at Chung Xion like a fool. Doesn't this person have a good brain? To provoke the Qin family of the eastern capital just for the sake of an ordinary person? Even Qin Jun showed up. He glanced at Chung Xion, who was still stepped on the ground. Suddenly, I remembered someone. And Mian, the daughter of the governor of Jiangjing, is also a naive and stupid person. The only difference between Chung Xion and Mian is that Chung Xion is lucky and has awakened his talent. And immediately someone told Qin Jun what happened to Chung Xion. After all, the Qin family's intelligence department has been fully expanded now, and Qin family spies are also active in the northern region. The holy mother of the end of the world. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. His expression moved slightly, and he said calmly, "Okay, let's stop here." The Empress originally wanted to crush Chung Xion's head directly, but after hearing Qin Jun's words, she immediately raised her feet and walked to Qin Jun Ying, very well behaved. A completely different person from before. Seeing Qin Jun let Chung Xion go, Dufeng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to help Chung Xian up. Chung Xian's face was covered with footprints on one side and mud on the other. It looked so funny and embarrassing. She could no longer hold back the grievance in her heart, and tears fell down. This is the first time she has been so humiliated. She originally wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Dufeng. At this point, Beitian Zihui is destined to suffer this loss. If you continue to struggle, I'm afraid you will lose more face. Qin Jun looked at the embarrassed figures of everyone in the White Cross Society and said calmly, "Do you know why I asked you to let her go?" The Empress said softly, "We can't drink White Cross for the time being. Will we tear ourselves apart?" Her father seems to be a high-ranking member of the White Cross. Hearing this, Qin Jun smiled and shook his head. What does a high-level person mean? If you kill him, you will kill him. It's just... An inexplicable look flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. It would be more useful to keep a Madonna like this Doomsday Lady. There's a lot to take advantage of. The White Cross will be destroyed because of her, although the White Cross Society is only one of the 3 major forces in the North. But in Qin Jun's view, the value of the White Cross Society is greater than the sum of Polaris and Calamity Snake. Because the scientific research strength of the White Cross Society is probably the most powerful in this world except for the Qin family. The research materials of the White Cross Society have always been what the Qin family wanted. Especially in the study of human genes, some aspects of the White Cross Society are even stronger than the Qin family. After all, the predecessor of the White Cross Society was the most cutting-edge and largest scientific research organization in the world. But it is easy to destroy the White Cross Society, but it is quite difficult to conquer the Sun Cross Society and obtain those research materials. The philosophy of the White Cross Society can be said to be completely opposite to that of the Eastern Capital Qin family. Although the White Cross Society is not willing to provoke the Qin family, it has been avoiding conflicts with the Qin family. But it is conceivable that the top management of the White Cross Society should have intentions towards the Qin family. If the Qin family uses strong methods, I'm afraid that the White Cross Society would rather destroy those research materials, even public materials, than honestly hand them over to the Qin family. And these two situations are not what the Qin family wants to see. The Qin family's layout for the White Cross Society started very early. At the beginning of the integration of Dongdu's intelligence agencies, the infiltration of the White Cross Society had already begun. Although the infiltration has achieved considerable results, even a high-level executive in the headquarters of the White Cross Society was instigated by the Qin family. But Qin Jun still felt that it was not enough. In the eyes of everyone in the world, Qin Jun is already a winner in life, standing at the top of the world. One of the most powerful evolutionaries in the world, the young master of the Overlord Force, possess countless women and resources wealth. In the future, you only need to lie flat or practice step by step. The whole world will be his. But in Qin Jun's heart, there has always been a sense of urgency. He wants to become stronger before the gods really wake up. Become stronger by any means, until he can participate in the game of the gods. Otherwise, he will always be just a pawn in the hands of the gods. At most a spectator. So when Qin Jun saw Chung Xian, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Chung Xian, the holy mother of the end times, is disgusting though. But killing is just a matter of time. If you keep her, you can use Chung Xian's character of the Holy Mother to do many things. A program for the White Cross. It has already taken shape in Qin Jun's mind. This farce is over. From everyone's point of view, this was a farce, and Chung Xian was completely innocent. This time the gods woke up, and the Polaris Company also sent people. The person in charge is Zhou Kun, a supervisor at the headquarters of Polaris. The scene of Chung Xian being humiliated was completely watched by Supervisor Zhou. But Director Zhou didn't mean to be in the same spirit as the White Cross Society at all. Instead, he gloated. In his opinion, the more severely the White Cross will be humiliated, the better. The last time the Empress almost destroyed half of B7 City, but the Polaris Company didn't even dare to release AP. I could only protest, but was ignored by the Qin family. This greatly damaged the Polaris Company's prestige in the northern region, and many mercenary teams left the Polaris Company and joined the other two major forces. Now that the White Cross Society has suffered in front of the Qin family, it happened to accompany the Polaris Company. Even Polaris is not so wasteful anymore. Everyone can't do it. Although Polaris and the White Cross belong to the Northern Pact, there's a lot of intrigue inside. After Chung Xin returned to the residence of the White Cross Society, she cried in her room, aggrieved. Ever since she was a child, she has never been wronged like this. Empress, she simply trampled her dignity on the ground. But even so, Chung Xin had no hatred for the Empress in her heart. She just felt that the Empress's worldview was distorted, and that the Empress was also a poor person. Please give me flowers. She has an obligation, and it is also necessary to save the Empress. And Chung Xin also thought of Qin Jun. She was lost in thought. It seems that Qin Jun is not a bad person. At least Qin Jun ordered the Empress to let her go. Chung Xin shook his head, and then ordered a white knight to gather everyone's energy crystal cores. Relief is given to the families of those civilians who just died because of the Empress. Although those people died because of the Empress. But Chung Xin felt that she couldn't ignore it when she saw it. As for the White Knights, they are evolutionaries, and there is no shortage of energy crystal nuclei. 0. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chung Xin believed that they would understand. In the Hongqing area, thousands of miles were emptied, and the sky was so blue that it was almost black. The sun is still exuding the dazzling sunshine. At this moment, there was a surge of excitement in everyone's heart, a surge of excitement from within. The ground also began to tremble slowly, and everyone walked out of the room, seeing an incomparably spectacular scene. I saw that in the depths of the valley in the Hongqing area, the mountains began to move and the surface of the earth began to change. Colorful colors began to appear, converging into a light curtain, covering almost the entire Hongqing area. And under the light curtain, a majestic and magnificent building appeared in front of the world. This is a library, and no one knows how it came to be. Like a black obelisk, it appeared out of thin air. And in the library, there was a palpitating atmosphere, faintly. Noble, holy, majestic, solemn. People can't help but want to kneel down and pray for the protection and blessing of the gods. As for the North Valley base, there are already ordinary people in other shelters. They all knelt down and worshipped. There's an excited look on his face. God has finally awakened, and we are saved. Praise Lilith Kwai. The common people, especially the ordinary people in the Hongqing area, worship Lilith from the bottom of their hearts. Most of them are followers of the Eternal Sun sect, because after the end of the world, Lilith's has been affecting the Hongqing area. He often performed miracles and sheltered civilians from the hands of zombies and waste. For ordinary people, Lilith is the god who saves them. As for the evolutionists of the major forces, although they are not as convinced of the worship of gods as the common people, they are also full of awe. This is the natural awe that mortals have for gods, and not just the myths that humans have always had, the cultural influences. It is also the natural suppression of higher life on lower life. The black obelisk, the majestic library that appeared out of thin air, these are difficult to explain with common sense. 280 is mysterious to human beings. Mystery means the unknown. Human beings are always in awe of the unknown. Even evolvers are no exception. Whether it is now or in future generations, human beings have the same attitude towards gods, awe. Humans yearn for the power of the gods. Even those high-level evolutionaries who are indeed very powerful, their attitude towards gods is biased towards cooperation. Qin Jun looked at the majestic library with a blank expression on his face. Unlike the others, there was no awe or adoration in his eyes, only coveted. For others, Lilith is a mysterious and great deity. But for Qin Jun, Lilith is a prey that can bring him rich rewards. The closer you get to the library, the more you can feel the majesty and magnificence of this temple. Standing at the foot of the library, everyone is as small as ants. It seems to be a grain of sand, placed between the vast and boundless universe. Everyone's faces were very solemn, because this should be regarded as the first official contact between humans and gods. Luo Yi and a group of followers of Eternal Blazing Sun also appeared in front of the library gate. Luo Yi's eyes were full of excitement, and he looked at this majestic library affectionately. He could even feel the palpitating breath faintly coming from the depths of the library. So familiar, so heart-wrenching. Others are dignified and tense. But Luo Yi is looking forward to it. He and Lilith are already very familiar. They have been together for a long time. His feelings for Lilith, apart from admiration, are also faintly mixed with admiration, and seeing the powerhouses of the major forces also rushing over. Luo Yi stepped forward and said with a smile, "I am Luo Yi, the president of the Eternal Sun sect. Welcome to the place where Lilith's crown shines." Luo Yi had a calm smile on his face. Between the words, he has regarded himself as the master of this place. Eternal Solari sect? Luo Yi. The powerhouses of the major forces were not surprised when they heard the words. They had already investigated before they came, and the Eternal Solari sect is the sect that believes in Lilith. And the name Luo Yi was no stranger to them. After all, Level 2 evolved people are top-notch powerhouses everywhere, and Luo Yi's name is naturally known by all major forces. As for Luo Yi's master's demeanor, no one felt any strangeness. Everyone knows that the Eternal Sun sect is about to rise. With a god as the backer, the Eternal Sun sect will definitely become a big force that cannot be ignored in the world in the future. No one doubts this. All the major forces are thinking in their minds whether they should be settled or not. It's an investment in advance. And the moment Luo Yi appeared, Qin Jun immediately heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! I found the son of luck wearing wings. Task: eliminate the threat of Luo Yi. Task completion reward: 60 villain points. Ding! The evaluation of the potential value of Luck's son Luo Yi is being evaluated. Potential harvest value: SS rank. Son of luck? Qin Jun's heart moved slightly. He knew this Luo Yi, and in the memory of later generations, he became the top powerhouse in the last days, and also got the favor of the goddess combined with Lilith. It's just that he didn't expect that he was still the son of luck. But this is also normal. The life trajectory of Luo Yi in later generations is exactly the template of the son of luck, a winner in life. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile flashed in his eyes. It seems that this time, he is destined to gain a lot. Not only to get this library, but also to get some more villains. In Qin Jun's eyes, Luo Yi is now the talent point for walking. Although Luo Yi is a level 2 evolutionary, he is the most powerful existence in the Hunching area. But in front of Qin Jun, he was still just an ant. At most, they're bigger ants. But now Qin Jun doesn't intend to make a move. After all, Luo Yi is Lilith's chief believer. Killing Luo Yi now will undoubtedly make Lilith very vigilant. Now Qin Jun's main target is still Lilith. When Qin Jun was beating Xing Luo Yi, Luo also noticed Qin Jun. Eastern capital Qin family. Although the Hunching area is not under the jurisdiction of the Southeast United Council, Luo Yi has also heard about the Qin family's iron and blood rule. A trace of solemnity flashed in Luo Yi's eyes. The Empress, Yi Li, Blood Earl, and other powerhouses around Qin Jun all exuded a dangerous aura. These people are extremely powerful evolutionists. But Luo Yi didn't have any fear. 3.6, he felt that his strength was not weaker than these people. But with Qin Jun, Luo Yi didn't feel any danger at all, just like an ordinary person. But just like this, the group made Luo Yi feel afraid. After all, this is the world's first level 4 evolutionary. So far, it seems to be the only level 4 evolutionary. But Luo Yi wasn't too worried about Qin Jun's conspiracy. After all, Lilith has awakened, and there are gods behind him to support him. Does Qin Jun still dare to disrespect the gods? At this moment, the door of the library suddenly opened slowly. The dazzling divine light shines on everyone, making them seem to be in another world. Bathed in this dazzling light, everyone's souls seem to be washed. I feel that my mind is clear and my thoughts are clear, as if a person whose body is full of mud has taken a hot bath, and my whole body feels comfortable. I don't know how long it took, but the light slowly dissipated. Everyone reluctantly opened their eyes, feeling as if they were even breathing happily. Is this the power of gods? Someone couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, their tone full of awe. The various mysterious powers of gods are indeed unimaginable existences for humans. But people are also more relaxed. After all, Lilith has shown her kindness to humans just now. The door of the library slowly opened, and people poured in. The next moment, everyone's faces showed extremely shocked expressions. Is this library really a building that can exist in reality? I saw everyone, as if they were in the outer space among the stars, surrounded by a silent and boundless universe, and in the distance were incomparably bright stars. A long spiral staircase is in the center of the library, leading straight to the sky, with no end in sight. Around the long spiral staircase, there are floating bookshelves filled with books. Looking from a distance, there may be millions of bookshelves, densely packed and overwhelming. And in the incomparably empty space of the library, there are extremely tight, giant gears that are turning. It exudes an extremely dazzling golden light. This used to be just a scene in a game or a movie, but it really appeared in front of human beings. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. The reverence for the gods has deepened. Is this Ino's little library? Qin Jun looked calm, looking around, eyes full of covetousness and longing. This small library of Inua contains countless profound and precious knowledge, including technology, practice, genetic rules, and so on. It even touches on some cosmic, stuff. This will subvert the entire human concept and change the way and angle of human understanding of the universe. In the later ages, it is through the small library of Ino that human beings can truly survive in the age of the gods in the last days. Without this small library built by Lilith, human civilization would have already degenerated or even died out in later generations. Therefore, human beings in later generations respect Lilith very much and call her the savior. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. His target was other than Lilith herself. This is the little library. If you can take this small library into your arms and bring it back to Dongdu, then the Qin family will truly soar into the sky. From the very beginning, Qin Jun made it very clear that the expansion of Ijia must be accompanied by monopoly. Monopoly on resources? Monopoly on population? Monopoly on weapons? These monopolies are only superficial monopolies. The real monopoly is the monopoly of knowledge. And when the time comes, the Qin family will be able to become the real ruling family, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. As for the rest of humanity, a hint of coldness flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. Other humans don't need to master this knowledge. They just need to follow in the Qin family's footsteps. Powerhouses from all major forces boarded the stairs one after another and climbed towards the top. Some people reached out and picked up the books on the surrounding shelves to browse. When they opened the book left and burst into light, turning into a torrent of knowledge into their minds. These people seemed to be immobilized, with ecstatic expressions on their faces. Huge amounts of knowledge appear in their memories. And more people are reading books like crazy, and the huge torrent of knowledge is constantly rushing towards their minds. Suddenly, some people fell straight down. Their brain capacity could not bear such a huge amount of knowledge, and they fainted directly. As for whether they can wake up, when they wake up, it depends on their luck. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people showed fearful expressions on their faces. I didn't dare to flip through these books casually and continued to walk upwards. Everyone understood that the master of this great library, the god Lilith, was waiting for them on the top floor. The miracle of Lilith alone is already so terrifying. Then how great should Lilith herself be? People went up the stairs one after another, and every time they went up, the collection of books in the library was several times more than that on the next floor. Finally, People set foot on the topmost ladder, came to the top floor of the entire library. The uppermost floor of the library is empty, without any bookshelves, and there's only a huge wall clock on which it is ticking. But the strange thing is that the time on the wall clock is not the time on the blue star. Even the opposite movement seems to be a countdown of some kind of scale. And under this wall clock, there is a golden throne on which a young girl sits. This young girl is wearing a golden court gown with slightly curly long hair falling down her shoulders, and her star-like eyes seem to contain countless wisdom. She is so beautiful, as if she is the most beautiful existence in the world. People can't move their eyes, but they dare not stare, because it seems that just looking at him is disrespectful reading. The girl sat on the throne, and the setting sun fell on his body through the colorful glass shutters, covering a layer of sacred halo. He was smiling and looking at the group of uninvited guests. Welcome to the Eno Little Library. My name is Lilith. You may call me the Book of Proverbs. Although people already had guesses in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel palpitations from the depths of their souls when they heard what Lilith said. This one is a real god. The real transcendent exists. Book of Proverbs, Lilith. Luo, he looked at the girl on the throne affectionately, although Lilith on the throne looked so majestic, sacred, and holy. But he was not at all restrained. Instead, I feel familiar and at ease. They finally meet again. And this time it's not Lilith's thought incarnation, but Lilith herself. They finally officially reunited. Luo Yi's face was already filled with unconcealable excitement. He led a group of believers and knelt down on one knee. Salute to you, my orbit. Lilith's star-like pupils fell, looking at Luo Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, and her followers. A heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Luo Yi, we meet again. An inexplicable force lifted everyone in Luo Yi. Then Lilith winked playfully at Luo Yi, without the aloofness and majesty of any god. A smile appeared on Luo Yi's face, and his heart was filled with happiness. Lilith, it's still the same Lilith. In fact, at the beginning, Luo Yi was still a little worried deep in his heart. After all, what accompanied him was Lilith's thought, not Lilith's true self. Luo Yi was worried that Lilith would remember him after she woke up. Or is the character of Lilith's deity, will it still be the same as before? Will he have no impression of him at all? Or is it alienated from him, aloof and majestic Mamu? But now Luo Yi is sure Lilith is still the same Lilith. Still as Lilith. Luo Yi's heart was full of happiness. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Lilith and fell in love with a god. Although Lilith is a god, she is sympathetic and friendly to humans, just like a girl next door. But now Luo Yi still hides this love in his heart. He is too weak now, just a level 2 evolutionary. Not good enough for Lilith. But Luo Yi believes that with Lilith's teaching, he will soar into the sky until one day he is enough to become a man of God. Seeing this scene, people from other forces were filled with emotion. This Luo Yi was really lucky to be favored by the gods. It can be imagined that the future of this young man will be bright. Qin Jun was quietly looking at Lilith. In the memory of later generations, Lilith is not a god at the top of the sequence. Her name is the Book of Proverbs, and she is not good at fighting. But in the end, Lily is one of the most influential gods in the world. He established the capital of knowledge, a holy place in the last days. Countless forces have come to participate in Lilith's test, just to get the qualification to enter the small library. Lilith herself will also show up regularly to impart knowledge to humans. Generally speaking, this is a god who is very friendly to human beings. It can even be said that Lilith sheltered the human beings of later generations. Otherwise, without the knowledge of human beings taught by Lilith, human beings may be completely reduced to pawns in the hands of the gods. And Lilith also noticed Qin Jun. He glanced at Qin Jun, and a solemn expression slowly appeared on his face. You are strong, human. It really surprised me. There will be level 4 evolutions appearing at the beginning of the Great Trial. People looked at Qin Jun one after another. To be honest, everyone agrees that Qin Jun is very talented, but they don't know how powerful Qin Jun is. After all, Human beings have only just come into contact with the power of Transcendent, and they are not yet familiar with the entire Transcendent system, so they only have the roughest understanding. No one knows how terrifying a level 4 evolutionary is. After all, Qin Jun basically never took action. But after hearing Lilith's words, the way people looked at Qin Jun really changed, with a hint of awe, a strength that even the gods are afraid of. The big trial? But what Qin Jun paid attention to first were these 3 words. *B. At first, people thought that the culprit of the end of the world was the mutation of the T-virus, and then the T-virus affected humans, as well as animals and plants on the surface. The sudden change of the surface environment of the blue star will form the doomsday. But now it seems that the gods obviously know the truth about the end of the world, and Chang Xin, who has been silent all this time, has also noticed this. For the White Cross, their wish is to restore the order of the world. He has also been pursuing the truth about the coming doomsday. Chang Xin immediately asked, "Please tell us the truth about the end of the world. How will our world return to its original state?" Lilith heard a look of apology on her face. "The last days of this world come from the Great Judgment, and I and my kind came into this world because of the Great Judgment. I can't tell you the specific truth, because, clearly, these involve the truth of the universe. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Even witnessing a corner of the truth of the universe and falling into madness. After all, you're still lower life forms. When you learn the knowledge of advanced civilizations and evolve to the point where you're qualified to contact the truth of the universe, you will naturally understand all this." A trace of melancholy flashed in Lilith's eyes, whispering in a low voice, "That's why I modeled the great library of truth and built this little library of Inno. The knowledge stored here is enough to help your race evolve to the clearing sequence earlier." "Why do you want to help us humans?" someone asked. Lilith heard the words and sighed. "Because of the Great Judgment, too many races have been destroyed." This sentence made everyone's hair stand on end. Many races have become extinct. Will humanity also perish? People find that it seems that their understanding of the world is far from enough and is still at the lowest and most superficial level. Looking at the humans with different expressions, Lilith smiled again, smiling. "But I still have full confidence in you. Humans are the most creative race I have ever seen. Your civilization is only a few thousand years old, but it already has a preliminary civilization. I will help you and impart knowledge to you. And this small library will also be permanently open to humans." After hearing Lilith's words, everyone's faces showed excitement. They had already felt it on the way here. How much vast and profound knowledge is contained in this library. They can also understand some rough things in the books on the first level. The second and third levels are completely incomprehensible to them, and they are far beyond the current knowledge system of mankind. As for the higher level, it is like a myth to humans. If Lilith can impart knowledge to them, 740, then they and the forces behind them will definitely make a qualitative leap. There are even people who have floating thoughts and want to directly join the Eternal Sun sect and become followers of Lilith. Only such a god can be worthy of greatness. It is conceivable that under Lilith's guidance, humankind's technological level and all aspects will develop rapidly. At that time, all forces will bloom, a steady stream of powerful people will be born, and a variety of superweapons will appear. Even ordinary people will have new chances and opportunities. With an excited look on her face, Chang Xin knelt down on one knee directly towards Lilith. "On behalf of all my fellow humans, I sincerely thank you, Your Majesty Lilith." Chang Xin is happy from the bottom of her heart, although the truth of the end of the world is not yet clear. But Lilith's selflessness undoubtedly gave mankind hope. Even if the previous order cannot be restored, it can improve the situation of mankind in the last days and improve the status of ordinary people. This library also contains knowledge that can enable ordinary people to gain access to transcendent powers. Qin Jun looked calm, and his eyes were downcast. To be honest, Lilith is an extremely rare deity, selfless, friendly, and imparting knowledge to humans. His appearance is the luck of mankind, but not from the Qin family. The biggest reason why the Qin family has its current hegemony is technological crushing, because he got a black obelisk and gathered the world's top scientific research forces. Genetic medicine and thought stamp are the two most cutting-edge technologies. This allows the Qin family to continuously produce large batches of highly loyal evolvers. Therefore, the Qin family maintained the quality and quantity of evolvers and absolutely crushed other forces. The existence of Lilith will make the Qin family's technological advantage disappear, although it will not allow other forces to be on an equal footing with the Qin family. But at least the gap with the Qin family will be greatly shortened. In addition to this reason, there is another reason for the Qin family's dominance. That is the Qin family's material reserves. Every month, tens of thousands of tons of energy star crystal cores, monster corpses, and other resources are continuously shipped to Dongdu. These materials ensured the current hegemony of the Qin family. But these are all based on the Qin family's exploitation of tens of millions of ordinary people. If civilians become evolvers, in the era of the evolution of the whole people, how can the Qin family maintain back this high efficiency but almost zero-cost resource monopoly? An evolutionary can suppress thousands of ordinary people. However, high-level evolutionists cannot suppress too many low-level evolutionaries at the same time. The consequences and impacts of the evolutionary riots will not be as painless as ordinary people. In the ordinary people evolutionary Qin family's pyramid system, constructed by the Qin family, will collapse completely. Lilith smiled and said, "Okay, as a gift, you can study knowledge in the library casually. But only this time. In the future, if human beings want to enter here to study, they must pass my trials. After all, the knowledge here is too profound for you. If you don't restrict it, human beings will soon fall into madness. So only those with enough willpower can learn this knowledge." Lilith looked at Qin Jun, smiled, and said, "Mortal, you are very strong. It really surprised me. Your talent far exceeds the upper limit of human beings and also exceeds our imagination. Who are you?" It is obvious that he is full of interest in Qin Jun. After all, before the gods came, it was calculated before they woke up. With the upper limit of human beings, the most powerful is a level 2 evolutionary. But Qin Jun's strength has reached level 4. Lilith is really surprised and curious. You must know that the strength of a level 4 evolutionary is far from enough to be seen in the heyday of the gods. But it is already comparable to the time when the gods have just awakened and have not yet adapted to the rules of this world. In other words, a level 4 evolutionary has enough strength to threaten the newly awakened god. Luo E at the side saw that Lilith seemed to be very interested in Qin Jun, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. But he also has to admit that Qin Jun's strength is stronger than him now, and much stronger. He swore in his heart that he would surpass Qin Jun in the future. He also has this confidence. After all, he has Lilith behind him. Who I am. A smile slowly appeared on Qin Jun's face. It seems a little sarcastic, a little indifferent. He raised his head slightly. Although he was below, it was like looking down on all living beings from the top. The momentum is magnificent, without awe and respect for Lilith. It was as if he was a superior god. "I am your master." Before Qin Jun finished speaking, a golden sword array suddenly appeared behind him, and countless golden swords emerged. These golden spiritual swords were so sharp that they tore through the shattering void and headed towards Lilith to suppress it. And Qin Jun's methods are far from over. He reached out and grabbed it, and the void above Lilith suddenly collapsed. Inexplicable and terrifying power pours down, and the faint power of law can be seen faintly in the cracks in the void, which is heart-stopping. The terrifying power directly set off endless air waves, solidifying the void around Lilith. Qin Jun's power even shook the library, and the extremely terrifying strength of the level 4 evolver was revealed, as if it was divine power and divine punishment. Everyone was suppressed by this oppressive force and fell to their knees. Some level 1 evolvers even had their bones shattered by this terrifying force and turned into a puddle of flesh on the spot. Before this, no one knew how powerful level 4 evolvers were. But now they know. The aftermath of the level 4 evolver's attack was enough to shock them to death. This is totally 2 levels of existence. Qin Jun's sudden rise and brazen attack was something no one expected. Even Lilith didn't react at all. But Lilith is a god after all, a god who has truly awakened. A golden light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, flashing with an endless torrent of arcane knowledge. But after all, Lilith just reacted hastily, and the light was shaken out of cracks by the terrifying force, and then shattered. His body was pierced by countless golden spirit swords. The golden blood of the gods was sprinkled all over the throne, and a severe wound appeared on his abdomen, and he was directly seriously injured by Qin Jun's blow. Everyone had disbelief on their faces. Everyone was silent, watching this scene dully. Someone actually attacked the gods, and Lilith's star-like eyes were full of disbelief. She never thought that Qin Jun would make a move. He didn't understand why Qin Jun would attack him. Looking at Liz, who fell to the ground and was severely injured, Qin Jun looked calm, and a hint of sarcasm slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He chuckled lightly, his eyes indifferent. Aren't you shocked that a mere mortal dares to disrespect a god? Look, this is the gods, the stuff of pride and wealth. Obviously, you know that I have enough strength to threaten you, but you still don't care. These are the prices you have to pay. An indescribable look appeared on Lilith's face. Qin Jun was right. He was successfully attacked by Qin Jun because of his arrogance. Although he is very friendly to human beings, he is a member of the gods and a higher life after all. For him, human beings are inferior life. Although Lilith does not regard human beings as ants and pigs who can use sacrifices that will like other gods, but also subconsciously, humans are a very weak race without any threat. So even though Qin Jun is already a level 4 evolutionary, Lilith is still not on guard. It's like humans see monkeys. Even if there's a monkey that looks strong and smart, humans will not feel that this monkey will pose any real threat to themselves. The same is true of Lilith's perspective on Qin Jun. In his cognition, he never thought that mortals would disrespect him, let alone dare to attack him. Not to mention, Lilith is here to help humans. His existence is a good thing and a blessing for human beings. Due to many reasons, Lilith never thought that Qin Jun would attack him. This is what Qin Jun hit hard in one fell swoop. People finally reacted. He rushed to Lilith and blocked Lilith. And the evolutionists of all sects also stepped forward to protect their gods. Looking at the weak Lilith, Luo Yi's heart was filled with anger, and he yelled at Qin Jun, "What are you doing?" And the rest of the forces finally reacted. He also looked at Qin Jun with an angry look. Zero asked for flowers. Although they were very afraid of Qin Jun's strength, they couldn't help it now. After all, Lilith is a god who helps humans. Without Lilith imparting knowledge to mankind selflessly, this would be a huge loss to all mankind. Although these forces have different interests, they even have a lot of filth before each other. But on this point, the position is unanimous. You're crazy. He is the crown of Lilith, the god who came to help us humans. Among them, Luo Yi was the most angry. He was staring at the Qin family. His eyes were full of undisguised murderous intent. Lilith is his goddess, the object of his worship and adoration. As a result, Qin Jun made a sneak attack. Seeing the anger of the crowd, Qin Jun didn't care. These people were nothing more than ants to him. They could be crushed to death easily. Of course he wouldn't care. Qin Jun walked towards Lilith step by step, and every step he took, his aura became terrifying and dangerous. Chung Xin screamed, "Qin Jun, what the hell are you trying to do? Are you going to destroy humanity's hope? The hope of mankind?" A trace of sarcasm flashed in Qin Jun's eyes, and he said lightly, "I am not trying to destroy the hope of mankind, but to hold the hope of mankind in our hands." His voice was faint, echoing on the top floor of the library. It seemed empty and silent, as if it came from outside the sky. You think you can save mankind by imparting knowledge selflessly to mankind? Do you think that after human beings acquire this knowledge, they will join hands to survive the end of the world? Will you give up all disputes and cooperate sincerely? No, you are so naive, Lilith. You don't understand humans. After human beings gain knowledge, they will only fight each other more fiercely and fight endlessly. Even in order to be able to maintain their own status, they will reach into taboo areas, causing more serious consequences. Human beings can never restrain their desires, Zhang.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.